you know.
Okay, now we're live.
Seems very intelligent. Hi.
Hi. Bye.
I'm here.
Man, and you know what is crazy? Oh, wait. Are either one of you guys on my Facebook?
I don't think so.
Rob. Robbie.
Hello?
Rob,
Mr.
hey.
Live from Candy Franklin.
That sounded like some ace shit right there. For real.
Did you see Eric Dubé's new little masterpiece? I had tears. I was in tears, man.
No, I haven't. I did post a video today, though.
Oh man, I can't, man. I can't. Never mind. I'm gonna go. I'll be right back. I gotta finish my coffee. I go coffee now.
Wait.
What?
Are you on my Facebook?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I don't do Facebook, man. I never had a Facebook. I got Instagram. Terra Plain.
Been through this so many times.
Yeah, Terra Plain Truth. That's my Instagram.
I
got
know
it.
I follow you on Instagram.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. I haven't really been on there since you started following me, though. I'm still on my break. I
I
didn't
don't get
stop
on
it.
Instagram though ever.
I actually made some big changes in my life, so I had to extend my break a little bit. But I have a personal I'll tell you in the side chat in the whatever I have a personal one though. That's my photography, and like that one's me. The other one's a flat Earth feed, so a lot of people don't even know that's me. Like I had to tell ODD because I'd be talking to him on YouTube as Rob Dizzle, and I talked to him on Instagram as Terra Plain Truth, and he didn't know it was the same person.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, because he had made a weird comment, so I was like, oh, by the way, I'm Rob Dizzle, just so you know. He goes, oh, good to know. So, okay. Yeah, good to know.
Eric Dubé, Flat Earth Nazi. Is that why Infinite Plane Society posted that?
Yeah, it's just, yeah. I mean, yeah. Yep. I would say that IPS has a solid point there with that video he made. And he didn't say Eric was wrong, and I'm not saying Eric is wrong. But what I am saying and what IPS said is that, I'll use the example he used. Say Eddie Bravo got somehow, because of the exposure that he's giving Eric Dubé, the mainstream media decides to, because there's so much, going on, they have to do something on it. They have to put something out. So they say, okay, who is this Eric Dubé guy? So they go to his channel, and the first video that slaps him in the face is a pro-Hitler, clear Europe of the immigrants, Europa for Europe, for Europeans. And, that's all they're going to get from that. So, I mean, whether he's right or wrong or whatever, it's, that's all they'll get from it, especially if you're talking about these zombies, because I've argued with him about it, I've argued with some friends about it, and it's like, it doesn't, they all they do is revert back to the, okay, we'll just censor the truth then. Oh, you want Eric to censor the truth. No, it's not about that. And so I do see their point of view, but again, we're dealing with people that are so fast asleep in this system, so zombified, that they will literally look for a reason to discount what you're saying, not to disbelieve it, to purely discount it, which means they're not even soaking it in intellectually. They're not even they're not even contemplating what the thought line of what you're saying at all. They're not even taking the journey in their mind, not even for 5 minutes. If they see something like that, it's just a perfect out for anybody that is looking for a reason. That's it. And again, I'm not saying censor the truth, because we shouldn't censor the truth, but damn. I'm just saying. Yeah,
I'm hearing it.
There's
It's-
so many crazy things.
it's rough. Just because he's, he was one of the first people I was pushing.
But there's just so many things with him. Like, I don't know, man. He's supposed to be this, what, Tai Chi, yoga, all this
Wing,
stuff.
Wing Chun, yeah.
Yeah, like he's supposed to be a different kind of person than what he is.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I'm saying
Mm-hmm. You're right.
I'm not like discriminating. What's it called?
And he can be whoever he wants, right? But it's just,
Yeah, but it's not. It's not your typical type of guy, you know.
Yeah. Like, how do we, how are we expected to make any progress or have a mass awakening or a mass refusal to continue the paradigm that's going on if we're worried about getting whites back in Europe and, making sure the immigrants know their place? I don't see any type of amount of positive change happening if there is no unity, right? I mean, so, and that's not going to happen unless we understand our own
I'll be
self-worth,
right back.
our own significance in this whole scheme of things.
I agree. And there's, certain people of whatever kind of, affiliation of religiosity or any point of view, so to speak, it seems to be like, some people get like shuttered out, just basically, so, they tend not to want to look into it any further if they come across something like that.
Yep, plain and simple. And not only not look into it any further, but then continue to use that against anybody that may bring up new information to them, or any friend or family or something that might suggest it later on down the road. Oh yeah, okay, well yeah, I saw this one. These flat earthers, they're just they just think everything's backwards. They're pro Hitler, pro all the blah 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 blah.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't want a label like that put on me.
Right. And I didn't either, and he kind of did that for all of us. Because not that he did that for all of us, but he did, because we live in the paradigm we live in, and that's how it works. So if you're, positioning yourself as a leader, whether you claim to not want a leaderless movement or not, whatever, you don't. If that's the case, you don't repeatedly tell everybody that you're the one who started it, but whatever. I mean, whatever. I'm just saying, yeah, he did kind of do that for us all. But it's whatever. Honestly, I think this truth is adapting and changing and evolving to be able to counteract any of that stuff. I think that's why they can't really figure out how to pit against it, and I think that's why they're starting to try to, use our own words against us. They're starting to copy what we're saying and sit around.
Got the parrots that come up behind somebody else who's already presented something.
Uh-huh.
So they may take on a point of view of, somebody who they look up to. It's, what I'm saying? That's kind of damaging in a way. And, I think it's best to share personal experiences or, just general experiences rather than one blanket point of view.
Whoa.
Oh shit! I bet that's loud, huh?
That was loud.
What was that?
Thank you, Candy.
Yeah, it was candy, like candy with candy. There he is. I'll be right.
Oh, we have.
No, don't let me do that. Gotta mute.
What?
You got to echo.
Yeah, it's echo, buddy. Can you hear the echo? I hear the echo.
Can you hear me? Look, now you tell me I pulled the blanket.
Hi, Tina.
Yo, this nigga is retarded.
Don't listen to her. Don't listen to her.
Why are you a troll?
Why are you?
You trying to get sexy?
No, it's in front of the camera now. Here's all fucked up.
Hey,
I can't.
look what you did to the blanket.
Why
You
is
got
it
an echo
blank?
from? Yeah, you're still echo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rob,
I
are
can
you
hear
not
you.
going? Maybe. Let me mute. Rob, say something.
Shut up. I was just turning it
Don't
up.
tell me to shut up.
Shut the.
You shut the fuck up.
Candy, you still there? You there, Candy?
I love you, Chris.
Hey, buddy. You think you could drop out and hop back in real quick? Give,
Yeah, because the echo's bad.
The echo on my side's bad?
Yeah.
I turned the TV off.
just drop out and hop back in.
All right, hold up. I'm dropping out.
Oh shit, Jibby's on the pen. No, wait, where's Jibby at? I just saw the names at the top.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is there people in the? I wonder if there's people.
People's chatting.
I was just gonna say that. Who's in the chat? I can't look at it. Oh. There you go. Awesome. Thick. Dun, 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 dun.
Hey there.
Okay, power.
With our powers combined.
Can y'all hear me better right now?
Well,
You can see me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Like that hat though. Damn, what happened? Somebody dropped a dead body?
That's not a Boston. That's not Boston.
Oh, fuck you, man. Fuck the Brooklyn Nets, man. Y'all took all my players. What the fuck?
Yeah, fuck you,
That's not
bitch.
Boston.
We Yankee fans.
Fuck you, bitch. I was talking about the Celtics.
Hey.
Look, I got headphones now. I had them the whole time. The whole time. I forgot.
Oh.
Yo, fuck the Nets, though. Y'all took my whole team.
Shit, I gotta go get my daughter.
You took what?
Y'all took my whole entire team.
Hey.
They want to come to Brooklyn.
Well, that's some bullshit. Only because of Jay-Z was there.
Hey. We got him.
Hey, Tina. Fuck you. We ain't talking about baseball, man.
Actually, the funny thing is, I'm not even a Brooklyn fan. I just like the hat, and it was black and white, so I
Because
copped
he's
it.
black and
And I
white.
was like, all right,
Nah.
I'm gonna take the hat.
Tina's drunk.
No, I'm not.
You're right.
I'm kind of high.
I'm gonna leave her off the screen because she's like
I'm
dead.
in
She's
between.
dead in the face.
All right, I'm going to get my daughter. Goodbye, bitches.
Yeah.
That's my best friend, y'all. That is my best friend.
Now, where's my other shoe?
Nice to meet y'all.
Okay, so y'all, this is Rob, and this is Felix, and this is Andy, my best friend's husband.
What the fuck?
He's a baller. Yo, you should have brought Derek on with you.
Somebody tell this bitch to shut the fuck up, please.
Tina, shut the fuck up.
Not I.
I love you. Look at Andy. Look at Andy.
Whenever you're ready.
Andy thinks that we have been saying the curvature of the earth wrong. He thinks that we've been. Oh, echo.
What happened?
What'd you do with your phone?
Who?
You.
Me?
Because now it's echoing again. Now it's not.
Oh, it's good.
Oh, it was when I placed my hand here.
It's straight.
Nope, it's
Oh.
echoing.
Yeah, see? That's my hand. I just realized where that's coming from. If I hold my hand over the speaker by accident, and it echoes
Oh,
into the
that's still
microphone.
presenting Rob, y'all. I'm sorry.
It stopped, right?
You present me the whole time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is in your face.
I was like, why is Rob staring at me like that? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yo, you all right?
Yep.
You all right? You look high.
Are
You
you?
look high as fuck. You look high as fuck. That's how you gonna have this conversation if you high as fuck.
I'm smarter this way.
I was just about to say.
Oh, okay.
That's
You
a-
ain't gonna understand a damn thing we talking about.
My dude, this makes me smarter. I might not can open my eyes. Hi, I love you.
No, I love you more.
Yeah, we about to talk some science.
Oh God, let me get out of here.
Yeah,
Oh, shit. Why am I calling Rosie?
you don't want none of this lane.
Oh my God. I love you, Tina.
I gotta go get my daughter.
All right, let's talk some science. All right, so check it out. Here's my first science. All right, my first little bit of science. Okay. Damn it, I don't remember the exact temperature, but iron is said to be at the center of the ball Earth core, right? Molten iron, and this so-called
I got cash.
spinning molten iron ball at the center of the Earth ball is said to be creating a magnetic field that surrounds the planet.
Love you, Candy.
So, have you ever seen what happens to iron when it gets hot and molten?
It becomes lava.
It does, and it also loses its permeability. So, at a certain degree, I could tell you right away, but I could also tell you that it's thousands of degrees less than what the claimed Earth center is actually at. Thousands of degrees less. But iron loses its permeability at thousands of, which means it's magnetic, like, you know, it's magnetic attraction. It has no more magnetic qualities after it reaches
Well,
the
how do you
temp-
know it's? How do you know what is your proof of this actual speed or temperature that the core is now?
Well, I'm not necessarily going off of proof. I'm just going off of their alleged model. So besides proving the aspects of what I think things are, I also like to disprove what theirs are as a foundation, because if what they're saying is been skewed and manipulated and can't work, well, then their model can't work. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe it can, but at least I like to put the doubt into people that, look, these people are saying these things that can't happen, like a magnetic molten core of iron creating a magnetic anything. It's impossible. It can't happen. And they say that's what's happening. So, and that doesn't prove, flat Earth. That doesn't prove much of anything except that what they are saying with the whole, system, it just isn't. It isn't possible. Hold on. I'll give you the exact
Yeah,
temperature
I'd like
if it
to give
matters.
me an example of when you say it's not possible.
All right, hold on.
How do they know what's inside of the globe? First of all, do you know how far we've dug down ever?
Well, they have, yeah.
Not just by what goes, not just by how far we've gone, but we know what comes out of the earth.
Yeah, but how?
In those depths, they have mineral deposits that they've tested, and it determines what concentration of what kind of element is in that specific area.
Okay, but Andy, I'm saying they haven't dug down farther than 8 miles. So how the fuck do they know what's 13,500 miles in the middle of the fucking globe?
Because it comes out of volcanoes.
They've only dug down. Let me just let this sink in. They've only dug down 8 miles.
Volcano.
The answer is not from digging.
But I'm saying we've only gone into 8 miles towards the center of the earth, supposedly.
Yeah.
So how can they tell me what's 13,000 miles down to the
How
center?
can they tell you?
Yeah.
All right, let's say that it's all a theory, and they don't have absolute proof of exactly what's in the center of the planet. But the EM field is not only existent, but it's measurable, and they do.
I agree.
Where
Yeah, but
they
still.
even have a north, and they have their own north and south poles.
I agree. But I agree that there is a field that is detectable. I agree that, and I
We
also
all agree with that.
So if they have their own north or south poles, that means it would have to be a globe, because a pole can't be on flat.
There's only one
just
magnetic
like a
pole.
magnet.
well,
Just like a magnet. When a magnet has a negative and a positive side, you push them together. One side will stick, one side will not.
correct, right, all right. And so, do you know how
It has
disc
to be a
mag?
3D object for that to happen. It can't be.
You know how? Do you know how a disc magnet works? Well, there has to be a 3D object. What'd you say?
Yeah. Yes, because a disc magnet. If
Well, hold on. By flat Earth, we don't mean like literally flat, brother. I mean, we know there's mountains, and we know the ocean
Oh, I know
dives
that.
down
I'm
for
just saying.
miles.
But like he was about to say with the disc magnets, if you have two disc magnets that approach each other, once they reach the reverse side of each other, they go from fighting against each other and not sticking to automatically clack sticking once they're negative in north and south poles. It works just like the Earth and the Moon. The Moon is, if you take one, what do you call one of those the marble sized marbles, and you take another marble sized marble and you put them next to each other, and they will never touch. But if they're flat models, they will flip around and touch each other. But you can't do that with a sphere. So that is the same way that Earth works with the moon. That's why the moon does not come down. And the reason why we see the same side of the moon pretty much all night long is because it takes 27 hours to rotate, which is basically a full day. So we're always looking at the same side of the moon. It's like
That's
me
not the
walking
claim
around
that
you
they
with my
make.
body facing you the entire time.
I mean, that's a cool idea, but that's not the claim that they make. They don't make the claim that the moon is magnetically locked by poles to the Earth. That's not the claim they make.
They're not making what claim?
You're saying the reason that the moon is facing the Earth and we see the same side all the time and that it stays there is because it's locked magnetically?
No, not that part. The
Like the
magnetic
poles are attracting
the opposite magnet parts are basically like the Earth keeping it at a certain distance. It's not going to come in, it's not going to go out because it's attracted to us, but it's attracted to the opposite side, so it stays a certain distance. Just like if you would put two magnet balls next to each other. They stay a certain distance, they won't float away, and they won't come together because they can't touch.
So you're just describing me what the moon does, and you're giving me an example of how to describe it.
How the moon and the Earth. So if the moon is round, and I mean not round, sphere, then Earth has to be a sphere as well for that to happen. Because if it were a disc,
but I'm telling you that's not why it does it.
If it was just a round but flat, then once that moon rotated to the other side, it would suck itself in like a.
So you're saying that it's magnetically locked. So that's what
that is. Those EM fields, it has to do with gravity. All of that works that way.
Oh, gravity! I got you. See that's what you have to get. Yeah, that's what it's not about magnetics. It's about gravity. All right, so we'll go with that.
It's both. It's both. They work with each other.
That's not what they tell us, though.
The same thing that makes gravity is what makes the EM field, and that is that core that's spinning in a fast motion.
So you're telling me that gravity is the same as electromagnetics?
Have you ever made a magnet in school?
Is gravity the
220
same?
pieces of metal.
Is gravity the same as electromagnetics?
It's similar, not the same. It's similar. It attracts. Similar
You see
as in
what I'm
it
saying, right?
attracts.
You see what I'm saying, right?
Similar as it attracts.
Okay. All right. So we'll go with that. We'll go with that. Listen. All right. We'll go with that. So,
That was my way of,
all right. No, I see.
making a vision.
Yeah, I see how that could be something. All right. So we'll take that into consideration. We'll say that's how things are working because the Earth is the ball and the Moon is the ball and it's holding it and it's EM in the EM field is you keep. All right. So we'll
Not
say
to
all that.
mention the matters of inertia.
All right. Well, so if the sun and its gravitational pull is what's holding the Earth in a constant orbit around it, then and it obviously it's strong enough to hold the Earth and all the other planets allegedly.
No, the Earth is strong enough to hold the Moon.
Okay.
Read that backwards. The Earth is strong enough to hold the Moon.
I said something about the sun and the Earth. I wasn't talking. I didn't even mention the Moon.
We know we all float. We all rotate around the sun.
Okay. Right. Okay. So, like I said, so the gravity. Why do we rotate around the sun?
Because the sun has its own gravity.
Okay, that's all I was saying. That's all I was saying, brother. That's I was saying that. All right. So, well, I didn't ask the question.
Oh, I thought you just asked me that.
No, I was saying that, and I guess you thought I was saying something else. But that's what I'm saying. We're going with that right now. So that's why the Earth is okay. So we already answered that question. That's why the Earth is there. So when the Moon goes between the Earth and the Sun, how come the Sun doesn't then take over with its stronger gravity? Because obviously it has to have stronger gravitational pull, being 93 million miles away and still holding the Earth in tow, because the Sun is actually moving 66,600 plus miles through the galaxy. So it's got to be holding the Earth with its gravitational tow.
Like a hula hoop. Correct.
All right. So then when the Moon goes between the Earth and the Sun, why then is the Moon not vary? Why does the Moon not vary in its orbit whatsoever? Why is it not even pulled out of its orbit?
The answer is the sun has its magnetic pull, of course. We're not exactly butted up to it. We're not right next to the sun. The sun is a whole bunch of miles away. And
it doesn't matter how far away it is.
And it's what?
It doesn't matter how far away it is because it's still holding the Earth in its gravitational tow.
With that being said,
whatever you want to call it.
With that being said, if it's like having a string with a weight on the end of it, if you're spinning around, that's what's called centrifugal force. When you're spinning around, that's what holds it.
I know.
Earth's gravitational pull is closer to the Moon than it is the sun at all by any distance. So it stays spinning around the sun.
What I'm saying is that tether that you're talking about, that string that you're saying, they call that string gravity. That string is a force that has to be strong enough to be locking the Earth in orbit around the sun.
Stop. I got to screen share this real quick.
Yeah.
Andy, now I want you to watch this minute video, and I want you to really think about what you're looking at. And when you think about the speeds that Rob just mentioned to you, keep all those numbers in your head, okay? Now check this out.
Numbers in my head.
Tell them again, Rob.
The sun is traveling through the galaxy at 66,600 plus miles an hour.
I know.
And then after you watch this minute video, I got a quick question. All right, so here you go. Watch this.
That's the claim. Sometimes it's 67,000.
Oh, this video again.
Oh wait. Let me make sure everybody. Can everybody see that?
I can
In the
see
chat.
it.
There we go. Oh shit! I don't think it makes a sound. Yes, it's music. That's what you believe right there? You believe that's happening for infinity and beyond, huh?
No,
check this
not
out.
that.
Well,
That
this is
some
the
computer
exact.
generated. That is
This
some
is the
computer
exact
generated
model of what the sun and galaxy does. This is exact model of what they give us.
Yeah, watch
Okay.
out, because that dude took a lot of time making that. He's very proud of that model. That's as close to exact as he could get it.
Who's saying that?
Look at it.
What do you mean? I mean, come on, dude.
What about it?
That's actually
Okay.
that is what they're saying. That's
That's the Milky Way galaxy right there.
they're saying that
This is what's
we're
happening.
doing.
Okay.
All right. First of all, let me ask you one question. The ISS, do you know how fast it is traveling?
The ISS.
Yes.
I don't remember the numbers.
17,000 miles an hour.
Yep.
Okay. How the fuck is it catching up with this right here at 66.6 thousand miles an hour? Please tell me.
It's not
Precisely.
catching up with it. Are you crazy? Who said it was catching up with it? It
Yo,
is
how?
part of
How's
it.
it?
You forget that
It's-
when you're
it
looking
works.
at that video, you saw
You're not
the
listening
sun.
to me. Yeah.
Yes.
You're
When you saw
listening to
that
me.
video, you saw the sun, right, flying through the air
Yep.
with all the planets flying around it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now you see one of those little planets was us,
Mm-hmm.
and that little what do you call it? ISS was flying around or near us in that little speck of a picture. So, what do you mean by catching up? Where he's part
Andy.
of it.
All right, listen to me one
part
more
of it.
time. It is not connected to this ball.
Hold on, brother. What you're doing right? All you're doing is telling us what they are telling us they're doing. We know what they say they're doing. What she's asking is, how could it possibly be doing that? We know what. You don't have to explain
Why
what
is
they're
that-
telling us
what
is
part of that
happening.
is impossible.
Oh my God.
Okay, if the sun is traveling at 67,000 miles per hour,
Okay.
then when the ISS goes out into space, how is it then keeping up with the whole motion of the orbit?
No, actually, you got your math all wrong. Listen, if the world is traveling to the west, what's the spin of the earth? What's the-
No, I did get that wrong, by the way. It's the sun isn't, excuse me, hold on. No, it's the earth that's traveling 67,000 miles an hour around the sun. The sun is
No, yeah,
actually,
that
no,
was
hold
the
on. I
question.
got that. I got it wrong. It's the earth that's traveling that. The sun is actually traveling between 400 and 500 million miles an hour. Sorry, got that backwards.
Okay. So check it out.
Yeah.
If we're going that fast and the earth is spinning at 1,035 miles an hour at the equator, some say
Yes.
1,037, some say
And
1,045.
we are flying with it.
Okay, so
And we-
how's the
and we are
ISS?
flying with it.
If the ISS is going at 17,000 miles an hour, please tell me how it is traveling with us at the astronomical amount of speed we're going through.
Because it's flying with us.
Bruh.
No, she's not saying.
It came from us. Listen,
I know
if
what
you
they're
have a
telling
marble
you.
in your hand,
Words.
listen.
You're just saying words, dude. You're
You're
just saying
regurgitating it. You're
Hold on, I'm going to explain
regurgitating.
that to you. Let me explain that.
All right.
Explain that.
All right.
If you're driving 55 miles an hour and you have a rock in your hand and you toss it out the window, it is doing 55 miles an hour.
Yes, perfect.
That's all the boosters are now.
Okay, so let's imagine that the ISS, let's imagine that the ISS is that rock. Then once that rock leaves the safety of that car, the capsule of that interior of that car and goes out the window, what happens to it?
That's the rock. This is a ship. I don't
Man.
understand what you're saying.
Man,
When you throw that rock outside of the
you just
window, it
use an
gets caught by the
example and
atmosphere.
it, man.
Listen, what does it get caught by? The atmosphere, the wind. We're on Earth. That is what the rock is getting slowed down by. The laws of inertia says that an object will stay in motion until an equal or opposite force is applied to it, and that right there would be the atmosphere. When you're in
Okay.
space, you don't have that stopping you. That's why comets keep traveling until they crash. Never
So-
stop until something it hits.
That's stop it, man.
We've seen them fly
What are you
across the
talking
sky.
about? Have you ever seen a
We've seen
comet
them fly
crash?
across the sky.
Have you ever seen a comet crash?
You've seen comets fly. Yes, you have. Come on now. You see, there's videotapes of them flying into the Earth and blowing up over Russia. We got dents and we got.
That
freaking
wasn't a
craters all
comet.
on Earth.
That was a meteor, and I've never seen
That's what
any
comets
meteor.
are. They turn into
I've never
meteors
seen a
once they
meteor
enter
with two
Earth's
jet
atmosphere.
trails, brother. I never seen a meteor with two solid jet trails propelling it.
No. Here's where you messed up. You
Ah.
don't understand. A meteor is once it enters the Earth's atmosphere or come close to Earth's atmosphere.
it's on
There's
fire.
a difference between a meteor and a comet. Go ahead and look it up and see the difference between a meteor and a comet. But we have seen comets in the sky. I literally saw one that stayed in
Saw
the sky.
lights. You saw lights in the sky, brother. It's just, you're
Rob,
just- Hmm.
We
look at the
watched
side
it for
test.
3
Just
whole
say yes
days.
or
It
no.
wasn't just me that saw it. Haley's Comet, there was another one. We know it coming when I've seen it come twice. So it's not like it's news.
Andy, we know what they tell you. We know what
I
they say.
saw it with my own eyes.
I'm not talking about Haley's comment. I'm talking about everything else.
No, I'm not knowing
Like
what I'm
you're
telling you. I can
regurgitating.
figure things out. It's called figuring things out. Even if you told
I
me,
see the
because I
side.
don't believe everything they told me, but when you give me proof in picture and you give me proof in mathematics and you give me, and people have went the distance and it's measurable and all types of stuff, then that's plenty of for me to say, make my own decision with the math. That's because there's one thing you can't lie about: math and science. You can
Real science,
try to
not
lie about, but
pseudoscience.
it tells you itself. Science would tell itself. Math would tell itself.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that there's nothing in space to stop that ISS to cause friction or anything. You know it's only 200. You know it's less than 250 miles up, right? That's like
What's less than 250
the
miles up?
distance, huh? The ISS.
Okay, and
Okay, so there's no there's no atmosphere, there's nothing up there to stop the ISS, give it any type of friction, nothing like that.
so it maintains the speed. It's not going to slow down.
How does it maintain its speed?
Yeah, it's not going to slow down because it's not
How?
going to slow it down.
How? Why wouldn't it slow down?
There's nothing to slow it down. There's nothing stopping it. There's no resisting force.
At 250 feet or
The
250
laws
miles
of
up?
inertia. There's nothing in front of you slowing you down. You said 250 feet?
Miles.
Miles. Okay, then what is up there that's going to slow you down?
You know they don't claim that's like empty ass zero vacuum, like nothing up there. They claim that there's like sparse molecules and all that crap up there still.
Well, you're still not kind of not answering the question. I mean,
Well, it's not an emptiness of nothing. Okay, all right. So if it's an emptiness of nothing, if that's the claim, if you're saying only 250 miles up, there's literally nothing to cause friction for that ISS. If that's what you're saying, then please tell me how there is a perfect zero pressure system like that next to a pressure system that we have here on Earth.
what are you talking about?
We have a pressure system. There's air pressure here on Earth, brother. There's a air pressure. There's a pressure system. This is a pressure system.
Yeah.
That's a zero pressure system. So what would happen if you had those next to each other without a barrier? You would have the pressure leaking out into the zero pressure to equalize, would you not?
No. The pressure is caused by the gravity. All the molecules and elements on Earth are held together by its gravitational pull. So
Do you know how
that just-
retarded
they
that
don't-
sounds,
they
dude?
don't just leave. That's the higher you go, the lighter it gets because it's all condensed to the bottom. That's just like the water. The pressure is heaviest at the bottom, not the top. It's looser at the top. You can swim through the top, but if you try to swim through the bottom of the ocean, the pressure is going to crush you, and your air is just.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. It's thin to the top of.
Gravity pulls every molecule downwards.
How come it doesn't pull a
That's
butterfly
why we
down?
have an ocean, because the hydrogen and the oxygen combine, and that's a heavier molecule than the oxygen or the hydrogen by itself, which is still in the air before it becomes combined and becomes a water molecule.
So you're saying gravity? You're saying gravity is holding?
High, there's none of that.
There's none of what?
If when you get high, like if you're on Mount Everest, the level of oxygen is way lower because it's condensed to the bottom where gravity is pulling it.
I think they're dripping or something because now my hand's like really wet.
Tell me
That's
not-
density. The lighter air rises up higher. What does that have to do with gravity?
Gravity is what pulls all the
So-
oxygen down. To
Okay,
Earth.
all right. So
That's
then,
why it's
so then
at the
where?
top.
So then what you're saying is that our pressure system just tapers off to nothing? Is that what you're saying? While we're traveling at 67,000 miles an hour, we don't lose any of that atmosphere behind us in our path. None of that. We're a pressure system against a non-pressure system, and there doesn't have to be any barrier traveling at 67,000 miles an hour. We're not going to lose any of that into the vacuum.
If somehow we were to lose our EM field and our core stopped moving, that would end gravity and we would all float away. Then yes. But as long as we have gravity, that is going to hold all the molecules that
Told you
make
the
us,
molten core loses its
all the
permeability.
molecules that make us, the ground, the water, and the air that we live in is held down by the gravity. That's the reason why you weigh something. The measurement of your weight is the amount of gravitational pull to your being. That is what your weight is.
Sorry, buddy.
Oh my God. Okay. So you mean to tell me that that gravity has artificial intelligence, basically, because you can tell me that
It's
it
not
holds
as
down.
intelligence.
No,
it's not
listen to
something
me.
that's
I'm being a
decision.
smart ass, Andy. I'm being a smart ass.
That's what I thought you meant by
have
artificial intelligence.
No, it would have to have artificial intelligence because in order for it to be real, because this motherfucking thing is really smart enough to know to hold down millions of gallons of water to a ball, and it lets
No,
it
it's smart enough. Yeah, it's smart enough to hold that shit down and then just let you float off the Dead Sea. You know, did you know
like,
that?
That's like saying if you put a spray can
What
on top of a
happens to
piece of
gravity
paper,
when you
the
go
spray can
float?
is smart enough to hold a piece of paper down. It's not that it's smart enough. It's that's how it works.
So then why
that's how
doesn't
it
it?
works? Well, explain it.
Yeah, it's not.
So then
intelligent.
listen. So then why doesn't gravity work when you're floating on the Dead Sea? A person. If you go float out in the ocean, in the Pacific Ocean, or in the Atlantic Ocean, or in the Indian Ocean, or whatever, you're gonna sink right down into the water. You go on the Dead Sea, you're gonna float.
It depends on your density. Some people float, some people don't. My daughter could
Well,
float
so what is-
all day long, but as soon as I start to let loose, I sink.
Thank you.
I'd be the
So
one
it's
to
your
sink.
density, not gravity.
My daughter's the one that'll end up on the freaking.
It's not
beach
gravity
somewhere.
then, it's density.
No,
and
no.
buoyancy.
It's still gravity because the
No,
gravity
it's
is holding
not.
you to the. Hold up, the gravity holds you to the water. And it's going to pull whichever is more dense.
No, it
Yes, that's why
doesn't,
you asked
dude.
me.
It
That is
doesn't
why
hold
you
you
asked
in water. There's air above you. There's
Hold
air
on,
above
man.
you. Listen,
Jump out of
bro.
the building.
Listen, bro. You're not
Wait,
even making no
Rob.
sense. You're telling me
making
that the
sense.
fucking
Listen to
gravity is holding you to water and not pulling you down through it. That doesn't make
I'm
any sense,
explaining
bro.
that.
You
Some
stay at
people
the
will.
water because you are the same
Some
density
people
as the
will.
water, and the air above you is less dense than you. So you're not gonna float up into it. You're not as dense as
Some-
it. You will fall underneath
some-
that.
Rob,
Some people do float.
Check
Some
your
people
messages.
don't.
Man.
So, am I right or wrong? Some people do float. Some people don't.
yeah, if you let all your oxygen out, you sink to the bottom. If you fill your lungs with oxygen, then you float on the top.
Exactly, because air is lighter than water. But once all the air is out of you and you're soaked with water, eventually you'll sink. That is true. And you'll be fish food. But that is how it works. And not everything sinks all the way down. You sink down to the level of your weight, basically. Most likely you get eaten first anyways. But that's how gravity works. Any other questions? But that only happens on a surface.
Andy, so you mean to tell me that This gravity is strong enough to hold down oceans, that millions of gallons of water. But I can jump on a jump rope.
And it pulls you back down.
No, my weight pulls me back down.
And where do you get your weight from?
Density.
Density is the weight of a mass.
Where do you get density from?
Mass.
The weight of a mass.
Everything comes down to look. What is the definition of weight?
Oh, man.
The definition.
Yeah, they're
of
gonna
weight,
say why would you use an extra force to explain something that's already explained?
what?
Why would you use another name for a force that we cannot prove, we cannot test, we cannot see, we cannot anything?
Yes,
It's a theory.
You can prove it.
How? Even Einstein said you can't prove it. So are you smarter than Einstein now? You got the answers to this?
What do you mean? Science has done proving it. That's what it's called. It's called weight.
Oh man, weight is
measurement of
weight. Gravity is what?
The measurement that gravity pulls on an object is called weight. See that gravity, gravity is the whole reason for weight. You could look up the definition of gravity. I mean, look the definition of weight.
I know, like we never looked that shit up, right? Crazy.
The
Yeah.
definition of weight is how much gravity pulls on an object.
So how does gravity know?
It's
What
not
to
that
pull
it
on what?
knows. It's not that it knows. It's like that's why I brought up the
Spit
magnet.
my food out.
That's
But they
why I
don't
brought up the
explain
magnet.
gravity
earlier.
with a magnet.
See,
They don't
that's what I'm
explain
saying.
that.
A magnet, it's not like a magnet says, I decide to pull on that one. It's not that it knows, it's just an
But
occurrence.
it uses the same force with everything that's magnetized to it. It uses the
because
same amount of
everything's
force.
made of the same 106 elements.
But you're not paying attention to what your own self is saying. If gravity pulls different forces upon different things, how does it know what to use as the force with what object it's pulling on? If you take a magnet to any magnet, it's going to use the same amount of magnetization on everything. It's not going to pick and choose, oh, this is this size and it's going to pull this much. Bullshit.
Listen.
No.
Weight isn't the force. Weight is the measurement of the force. It's the measurement of the force, not the force itself.
No, the density of the mass is the measurement of the weight.
No, the definition of weight
Or
is
the
Okay,
weight
all right,
is
all
the
right.
definition of
So then, if that's the case,
so
then
something
why
big
don't you
and
weigh?
solid, it's
Why
gonna
don't you
weight
weigh? Why you would weigh drastically different amounts between the equator and say up in Canada or something like that? You could take gold and buy it in one place and go sell it in another for more.
Yeah, well, actually, that's kind of funny. Oh, that's not true, but yeah, it's kind of funny.
It would have to be though. Think about it.
No, because when you get there, they weigh they weigh it there
Oh,
and
it's
tell you how much
different
it weighs.
accelerate. It's different
It's
inertia.
not
It's
gonna
not
make
the
it weigh
same.
more. It's not going to make it way more. First of all, second of all, if you take it from here and go over there, they're not even going to have the same dollars. So that's not even.
Oh God! All right.
I'm not lying about that. But second of all, if you weight it over here, it's going to have its weight, and it's going to have its weight over there. But either way, it's going to be costly different. If you take gold here and bring it somewhere else, it's going to be different. Who knows? But anyways, like we were saying,
You don't get what I'm saying, man.
the whole idea is the more solid an object is the harder weight. It's the harder that gravity is pulling on it because it's heavier, it's thicker, it's more dense, it's got more mass or whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
If you take a big round ball and it's not dense, it's not going to be as heavy as a big round ball that is dense.
So if that's the case, then you could have an experiment where you like hang two big, really heavy objects in a place and then measure the distance that shrinks between them.
Don't worry, they're going to weigh. Are they the same object?
Yes.
Then they're going to weigh the same.
They're not going to have any gravitational attraction.
They're going to weigh. That's going to be their weight. If those objects are 100-pound weights, they're going to pull down 100 pounds.
No. You just said that the object, because it's heavier, has more of a gravitational pull because that's how they work. The heavier objects have more of a gravitational pull towards each other. So
Not each other. That's not gravitational pull. I didn't say that. I said the heavier an object is, the heavier the gravitation pulls on it. So it's going to pull it towards the center of the earth. So that would be directly down no matter where you are standing.
So we don't have.
Yes, we do have. We have a weight. The earth is pulling me down at 197 pounds.
You know what
This
attract means?
What?
Do you know what attract means? That means the objects are attracted to each other, not one.
Oh, attract. ATTRATC.
Yeah, attracted. Objects are attracted. That's it's the definition. It's the definition of gravity. Do you understand the Cavendish experiment?
The what experiment?
The alleged experiment that supposedly proved gravitational pull on objects. This is the guy hung. It goes against what you're saying, is what I'm saying. That's what the guy hung lead balls in a shed, and because of the definition, because of the mass of the objects, they're supposed to have a specific gravitational pull towards each other.
Why would they have to pull towards each other unless they're magnets?
I'm saying that because that's what gravity dictates.
No, gravitate pulls everything towards the earth, not towards each other. That's not what they do. Unless they're both on two hills that intersect at the bottom, they're not going to be pulled towards each other per se. They're going to be pulled towards earth. If you let them both go in the air, they will both go straight down the same direction. No matter what you drop anywhere in the world, it's going to go straight down, not in an angle, not a curve, unless it's got wings, but it's going straight down because that's what gravity does. It pulls anything straight down towards the center of the earth, which is going to be straight down no matter where you stand. Because if you're on a circle or a globe and you have a core that says I'm pulling you to here, you're always going to stay on the top of that dome. No matter where you go, it's going to be a circle, so it has to be a globe.
Okay, well, Isaac Newton's law of universal gravitation proposed that the gravitational attraction between any two objects is directly proportional to the product of their mass and inversely proportional to the square of distance between their centers, which is why Cavendish performed his experiment.
Okay.
So what you're saying is not what the mainstream idea of gravity is.
They were two identical objects that had identical weights. That was the end result of that experiment.
Yeah, it's two small lead balls were attached to.
You're misreading what you're saying. When they said they were not talking, that was not telling you that they were being pulled to each other. That was telling you that they were both being pulled at the same amount of force because they were both the identical object. You misread what you just wrote, what you just said, because I understood that perfectly fine.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you just read. You read it right, but you misinterpreted it. What that's talking about is two objects that are identical will have the same pull.
So you're telling me that all masses don't attract. That's what you're telling me.
They don't attract to each other. All masses attract to the
All right,
earth.
that's all I want. All right. Thanks.
Unless they're on wheels on a hill, then they go down the hill.
You should go research what gravity is, homie.
What?
You should go research what gravity is, homie. What they claim that.
No, I think you don't know what gravity is. Can you give me in your interpretation of what gravity is?
Let me find something here. Hold on. Let me find something.
Well, never mind that. Give me your rendition of what gravity means to you.
Hold on. I'm gonna find something here.
It doesn't matter what it means to anybody.
Right.
We don't believe in gravity, Andy.
You don't believe in gravity, then how do you get your weight from? How are you sticking to Earth?
Because of the weight of the density of our mass.
But how do you get weight from? Where does that come from?
How are we sticking to the Earth?
Right.
Let me tell you how we're sticking to the Earth, because we're not on a spinning ball.
Cavendish had calibrated his instruments to determine the relationship between the angle of rotation and the amount of torsional force, right? Cavendish then brought the two large lead spheres near the smaller spheres attached to the rod. Since all masses attract, the large spheres exerted a gravitational force upon the smaller spheres and twisted the rod a measurable amount.
You take 3 strings on a
Oh,
ball,
God,
put the
dude.
biggest
I'm just
ball,
telling you
little
what
ball,
the
medium
fuck
ball,
the
and it does
Cavendish
the same
experiment
thing.
is that is said to improve gravity, bro. I'm telling you what they're
So what-
saying. Why are you telling me that this isn't right? This is what they're saying.
I don't understand why you don't think that there's not gravity with that explanation.
You just said that objects don't
Those
attract.
balls wouldn't even move.
I just asked you if you just said objects don't
Opposites
attract, bro.
attract. If you put them all on a string, they
Attract.
don't attract.
Object.
But it's not like you just put the
Man.
objects next to each other on a. They didn't just put 3 objects, just a wooden object here, a plastic object here, and a pillow over there, and all of a sudden they attract because that's what you're trying to make it sound like. And you're not fooling me into saying that.
I know. I'm not trying to
all
make you.
objects attract.
I'm not trying to fool you. I'm telling you, Cavendish is trying to fool you, brother.
No, because that's not what he means by it. You're just twisting the words.
I
know
just
what
read
he
the
means.
words word for
I
word,
do.
motherfucker. What are you talking about? I'm not twisting shit.
I understand what he's saying, though. I understand what he's saying.
Don't tell me I'm twisting shit. I am reading what they are saying. I read word for word what was wrote down in a description or physics form of the description of the Cavendish experiment. That's what I just
Does that
read.
mean the Earth doesn't exist? Does that mean that gravity doesn't exist?
It means your interpretation and what you believe is correct, sir. That's what it means.
What up, Dred?
Hey, what's up?
This is
So
my
what's
friend
your
Andy. This is
interpretation?
my best friend's husband. He's a baller.
Yeah. What's your interpretation to
Hey,
gravity?
Hey, my bro. Hey, hold on, man. I called you a motherfucker, man. I apologize, dude. I don't mean. I ain't trying to be like that.
I mean, I'm not worried
No,
about
I'm. Yeah, regardless of whether you are or not.
You're on the phone. You're on the phone.
I'm not trying to be. I ain't trying to be like that. So my
I told
apologies.
Candy, this don't even bother me. I mean, I snap back after a while, but it really doesn't bother me. I tend to piss people off.
No way. You motherfucker.
Good.
You pissing some people off. Hey, wait.
Tell her to shut the fuck up.
Oh man,
Well, he the one. He think that we live on a spinning ball, huh?
he does.
Yes. And there's plenty of reasons why to believe that. Because let's think of this. What's on the bottom side of the earth? Okay, none of you are gonna have an answer. But every time we have an earthquake, and the top all breaks up, what happens when the bottom breaks up?
Hey, where's the end? Where's the end of the universe? Where's the end of the universe? Where's the end of your universe at? What's out there at the end of your universe?
Well, first of all, I know where my solar system is. I know where my solar system basically is in the galaxy.
I got you.
But I don't know how big the galaxy is.
You know
how many
the paradigm that was
galaxies there
given.
Andy, let me tell you this one more time. You still have not answered the only question I asked you.
What was the only question you asked me?
How the fuck is the ISS keeping up with all that speed? It's only going 17,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's going with us.
How?
If you
just do this.
All right, listen. If you're sitting, let me ask you a question. If you're standing on a car, right? And that car's doing 25 miles an hour, and you're standing on that hood, and you jump forward, your little tiny legs just made you jump 27 miles an hour. Now you're going faster than the car. And once you hit the ground, it's going to run your ass over. But you see how that works? If you jump off of a moving object, you go faster than the moving object.
That don't make sense.
That doesn't explain shit I just said.
It doesn't make sense because
if you jumped off a car that's doing 25 miles an hour in the air,
hold on, brother.
And I gunned how fast you were flying in the air.
Brother,
how fast were you flying?
Brother, can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Andy, hold on.
Let me explain something to you. First of all, you gave an analysis on something that has an atmosphere. So you cannot compare that to space.
We tried to already explain this.
That's what proves.
So first of all, y'all believe
because
in
if you do it in space, there's nothing to stop you, so it maintains its
exactly.
speed.
That makes it a problem. That's not helping you.
Maintains it 17,000 miles an hour speed.
Because once you leave the atmosphere and you enter space, right? There is no explanation of what's supposed to be pulling you. You got to remember, y'all believe in gravity. That's y'all new God. Every time we ask a question, That's your answer is gravity. But anyway,
Mhm.
once you leave the ball, once you leave the atmosphere, and once you enter space, you're traveling at 17,000 miles per hour. Okay. And then you got to remember the ball is traveling at 67,000 miles per hour.
I told him, Dred. I told him.
So once you go up, everything is just shoot right past you. You're saying something out there in space, which is a vacuum, is sucking you with it. Apparently, is that what you're saying?
The problem is, brother, your idea works, but only momentarily because it's got an orbit. So once it starts heading the opposite way of the Earth while it's orbiting around the backside of it, it's not going to be going the same speed anymore. Their claim is that it is falling around the Earth, not necessarily that it's, being swung around on a tether. They're saying that it's falling at the perfect speed to continue its absolute fall around the Earth. And then they have all these decay stuff. They say there's supposed to be a rate of decay, but all of a sudden there isn't. But none of that, all that's irrelevant. If it's falling around the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour plus the 67,000 miles or whatever, once it starts going the opposite direction of the direction that the Earth is traveling around the sun, how does it then catch back up? That's the thing.
And how would you be able to land on the moon, for that matter?
First of all,
How
I
would
don't
you
know
be?
what made you think that thing is ever coming back to Earth, because it's not. But if my best way to explain it to you is that, well, like I said, there's no atmosphere in space to slow you down.
Right. So how can you slow down and land on the moon then?
How can you slow down to keep making it around the Earth? It's a ball. You got to go in a curve. You have to go multiple different directions.
When you fly off of Earth, you're going with the Earth and everything else with it the same speed.
No, but the Earth and the moon is not in the same spot.
All you're doing with your propulsions is basically, on a small scale, maneuver.
No, how do you're not answering the question? You're diverting. How do you slow down to land on the moon then?
Because you're floating with the moon. You're just going towards it.
You can't be floating with the moon because you're supposed to be floating with the Earth.
When you jump off the Earth and the moon are all going together around the sun. We're all going the same direction.
Whoa, wait, hold on.
Yeah, so are we not going the same direction around? When we go around the sun,
supposed to be rotating.
The moon goes with us, right?
We're rotating, right? Right?
Yeah, and when we go around
is the moon rotating around the? Hold on, is the moon rotating around the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead. I'm gonna let you hang yourself. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna let you hang yourself.
Rotating around the sun.
Okay, no, okay. I ain't asked you that. That's not the question. That I'm gonna stick to topic. Okay, the moon is rotating around the Earth. Once you leave Earth, right? The moon do not stop because you left Earth. It is still rotating. So how do you land on a rotating ball going at 60,000? Well, you said we're going.
What do I have to Google you the flight path? You want me?
So how can you let? Yeah, because by the time you get there, the moon will be somewhere else.
Hold on.
It's the same thing. When they aim to the moon, it's not like they point. Listen, when they aim to the moon, you don't point at the moon and start flying,
brother. You can't aim to the moon.
Listen, when they aim to the moon,
you cannot aim to something that's moving. No, bro, you can't do that.
You keep cutting off. If you keep cutting me off, you're gonna hear my explanation now. If you aim to the moon and just shoot, you're gonna miss because by the time you get there, it's gone.
Hold on, what's NASA number? We're gonna get him a job because he can.
Hey guys, why don't you just Google flight path to the moon?
Flight path.
They got pictures of the flight path and how it works.
They got pictures of everything.
Hey, hold on, real quick, brother.
It's like shooting the moving target. You don't shoot the moving target.
So he believe that CGI shit is real too.
Andre, brother, listen, man. You don't think that if we're talking about this is a deception, it's a mass deception. You don't think they're gonna have pictures and little diagrams to like kind of strengthen it's not just gonna be some magical deception that they hope you believe. They're gonna actually have some numbers and facts to back it.
No. I'm going to say this. There's no way that this many countries have been out there and they're all in on the same secret, including our own people.
Do you realize that all those countries that you don't think, you realize that all those countries,
Let them talk.
all those countries that you don't think that would work together
Thank you, Dred.
signed the Antarctic Treaty in the 50s and have never broken it.
Yeah, because that's fake too, huh?
Hold on, real quick.
Didn't even
What
be
you mean,
looked
what's
at
wrong with
until
that?
2014.
So if I drop a hold on, let me ask him a question. So you telling me if I drop bombs on in your country, right? And just start murdering innocent folks, you would keep a treaty intact with me.
Which two countries did that?
What are you talking
Korea?
about?
North Korea?
You're saying that all these countries that got treaties on Antarctica, which
Yes.
two countries drop
Every
bombs on?
country. It's
Which
not
two countries are you talking
Fifty.
about drop bombs on them?
So China,
North Korea, listen, North Korea, Japan, Russia, China, and America, for one, are all part of
we
the
don't
Antarctic
wipe
Treaty.
China out, but yet that we still got a treat. Man, come on. Are you really that fucked up?
Pakistan's involved. Like,
Oh, he didn't know.
There's not just a couple countries. Hold
Switzerland.
on.
It's fit.
Andy,
Listen
I've
to me.
already showed you the Antarctic Treaty. You must not have
You can't even
looked
go.
at
You can't fly
the
past
they're
it.
giving
We
you.
already know why.
And like you
Hey,
said,
No,
it's
wait,
the
let's get
Antarctic
back to the moon.
Treaty. It's
But
the
hold on.
Antarctic Treaty.
Did you look at
Regular
anything
people
that I've
go
been
there.
sending you the last year? Anything?
Regular people go there. I showed
Regular
you.
people go
Regular people
where?
there.
Come on, bro.
Regular people go where?
Scientists.
To the coast.
Regular people go where? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Regular people go there?
I don't know, man.
You can call them and ask them, can you go there? I bet you if you
Across
call
the
and ask them, can
Antarctic.
you go
You
there?
could go to the coast.
You go to-
Several
you
people
can-
cross it.
Yeah, you can build a
Every year.
snowball.
No, we
Google
already
it
been
right
over
now.
this.
I showed
Ain't
her. I
nobody
showed
crossed
you a
it.
whole bunch of names. Candy, when you asked me, I showed you a whole bunch of names. Not just one, not just two.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't have anything to do
Just
with
because
what we're
they've been
saying.
there doesn't mean. Have you seen the new King Kong?
That part proved that was the proof to there's no ring around the earth, that it actually you can come across it and come out the other side.
That's ridiculous. Because someone went and saw ice. We're telling you there's ice there.
Have you heard of?
No, there is ice there. It's
Richard
not
Byrd?
a ring around. It's not a ring around the
Because someone went there and saw ice. It's a 60-mile ring or greater, and you're telling me because a person went to one spot of it and took pictures.
No,
that
not a person. A whole
I don't
bunch.
care, dude. They all are only in one spot. All those people, it could be 1,000 of them. They're still all only in the spot that they're in.
Antonio.
It proves that if you travel south far enough, you come up on the other side.
It's worse. No, it doesn't. No one has ever done that.
A whole bunch of people do it every year.
No, they don't.
No,
Yes,
you're
they do.
so
Google it.
mistaken.
Somebody Google it right now, please.
I'm
Somebody
trying
Google
to.
it.
Y'all do
Yeah.
know
Can't
he,
even.
y'all do know he's
It's
fucking with
crazy to
y'all.
me.
He got to be fucking with y'all.
Google
Y'all
trans-
Not, yo, he's not.
Google
Gotta be.
transverse Antarctica. See how many people do it a year. Whole
It's
bunch.
Antarctic.
Andres,
They do it on 6-wheel mobiles.
Do
They do
what?
It on
Do what, brother? Do what?
transverse Antarctica from one side.
Andy, everybody hush.
No.
Hush. Let Antonio talk.
okay, Andres, in case you didn't know, this year is planned the first ever crossing of Antarctica. It's an
Yeah.
explorer. This year, first time ever. So what are
Andy,
you
for
talking
real, bro.
about?
I'm about to show you.
So
Would
so
you
what are
please
you
Google it?
talking about?
I'm working on it,
Somebody
man.
Google it, please. Please Google transverse Antarctica.
Somebody gotta pay my
Hey, brother, you have to understand there are certain ones that carry that name, and you have to do more research than just looking at the name. You have to look at their path and the way they went, and you will
Because
find that they are not transversing from one side to the other.
Wait, hold on.
Every one of
Hold
them
on.
with their
I can't even talk. Damn.
Hold
I
on.
don't care.
Somebody came in this chat room about a week ago and said, somebody, it was in the news today, somebody went around Antarctica. Do you know what they did? They went around one little tiny section of it. That's it. We looked it up. You can look up every single one of the people of the names that you gave me. Not one single one of them have crossed all of Antarctica.
And while you're at it, look up Jarl Andahoy. Jarle Andahoy. Andhoy. Andhoy. He was arrested simply trying to head to Antarctica on his boat. Because he kept going, they stopped him, so he tried again, and they arrested him.
You
Why
can't
would
just
they
go
do that?
anybody freely.
Why would they do that?
Freely.
Why would they do that?
Probably didn't have the license to do it.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was free. I thought it was free for
Why don't
anybody.
you look it up? Tell me why they arrested him.
Free, I just told you.
Let me know what the charges were.
No, so look, okay,
What was the
Andres,
charges? What were the charges? Really?
Andres, you were saying that people have traversed Antarctica many times. And I just pointed out to you that now, this year, for the first time ever, somebody is supposed to cross Antarctica. So, do you want to withdraw what you said earlier, that people do it all the time? Or are you happy with those two contradictory points?
Are you telling me that you found one article that says
No. It's not an article. It's a Discovery Channel. They're helping this one guy who's a professional explorer to cross Antarctica. That's the story. Nobody.
Yeah, that story. Are you talking about the guy that almost made it, but
Hi,
he
Brian.
died
No.
by the time he got to the other side? Yes,
No,
I know that story.
No,
I know that
that's not the
story.
story I'm talking
He's
about.
the only person that
Hey,
tried to
He's telling you
cross.
no.
brother,
That's
listen
not
to what the man
story I'm
said,
talking
please.
about. Hey,
I know the
Andres,
story.
That's
It's
not.
not the story. You got it wrong. If you
Yes.
listen to the
That's
man.
not what I'm talking
He's the only
about.
person that went and did it on foot.
No,
He's the
are
only
you
person that went
listening?
and
Just
did
listen.
it.
You're
Oh,
not
God.
listening.
I can't
You're
do
not
this.
listening. Okay. Why don't you, instead of asking people to Google shit up, why don't you Google what I just told you?
All right, I'm Googling it right now.
All right. First
Do you
Explorer.
know how
ever.
rockets work in
Let me get a
space?
new tab. Let me get a new tab. All
Do you
right.
know how rockets
Hey.
work in space?
What you want me to put in?
Because if you don't, I'm out of here. Because y'all talking to a troll or something.
Yeah.
What you want me to put in?
That's my family dress.
Look it up yourself, dude.
I said, what you want me to put in?
Do I have
What
to
do you
spoon
want me
Okay,
to
he get a
look up?
pass.
Dude,
You get a pass.
do I need to spoon feed you?
Tell me what you wanted me to look up.
No. You find it. Don't get spoon fed.
How many people transversed Antarctica?
No. First explorer to cross Antarctica.
Okay, same damn thing. First explorer. That's the reason why, because I wanted you to be specific with the word explorer to cross Antarctica.
I don't think anybody's ever crossed it.
Nobody.
I know. They go to the South Pole and they turn around and go a different direction.
That's right. Exactly. Thank you. He don't.
First answer I guess is several expeditions attempted to reach the South Pole nearly early
Yeah,
in the 20th century.
1914, 1905.
1911. Somebody
I'm reading.
reached it.
I'm
The
reading.
South Pole, that's
I'm
not
reading.
crossing the continent.
I was reading that.
Exactly.
I think I wanted the answer. Several expeditions attempted to reach the South Pole in early 20th century during the heroic age of the Antarctic exploration. Many resulted in injury and death. Norwegian Rolf, whatever his last name, Amundsen, finally reached the pole to December 14th, 1911, following a dramatic race with the Englishman Robert Scott, or Falcon Scott. That already names two more people.
They
I thought you said
didn't
one person.
traverse
Attempt.
Antarctica.
Attempt. They made it to
made
there.
it to the pole.
No, he said cross. Okay, I'll put transverse.
Oh my God, dude! You can walk across a piece of land without going from one side of it all the way across to the other.
That's why I asked you what you wanted me to Google,
do you
but
know
he
the
said
difference?
cross.
Do you know the difference between the word cross and the word transverse?
Do you know the difference between you said the word
I
cross, so
just
that's
asked
why I
you a
put the word
question.
cross?
I just asked you a question.
Yeah, but you being all cocky about it. You said the word cross. I literally asked you verbatim, what did you want me to put in? You said
Now you're just playing
explore
semantics now.
to
Come on.
cross.
And I said
So
no
I put
spoon feeding.
cross Antarctica.
I
Can I
said
interrupt
no
for a
spoon
second?
feeding.
Can everybody talk at one time though? Because nobody's getting anything across anybody. Just saying.
So I'm going to pull up
Carry
a
on.
YouTube video.
Can I ask
Let
a
me get
question
out of
real
it
quick?
here.
Without
Okay,
being
which
bothered?
one do you want me? Which one of these you want me to read? Because there's a whole
Antonio.
bunch of them.
Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. Are you
Hold
proud
on.
of me? Look, I've been having these the whole time and forgot. Do I sound better?
Let me see. Yeah, you do
Mhm.
sound better. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
definitely.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
What are we arguing
Go
about?
ahead, Brian.
I just wondering, what are we arguing about?
There's a guy
Oh, he
who
wants me
thinks
to look up.
that people
He wants
cross
me to look up
Antarctica
people who
all day.
transversed Antarctica. So I looked up the people who transversed Antarctica,
Whoa,
and the
stop,
first
stop,
person
stop.
that
One at a
comes
time,
up,
one at a time. I'm an old man.
the first person that comes up is Amundsen Roa.
Nobody's ever transvert. No one's.
Brian, tell him
You
we
just
just
told me to
looked it
Google
Yeah,
up.
he
it.
didn't go across. He did talk about.
Remember? Me and you looked it up.
All right, forget Google. Hold on, everybody, calm down.
See? Admiral Richard,
First of all-
Evelyn Byrd, flight over the North Pole.
Oh, isn't that
Hold
what
on,
I was
dude.
telling you about?
It's showing a whole bunch of stuff in here.
Yeah, he
But that's
also
not
said there's more
crossing
land on the other
continent.
side. So, I mean, what are you talking
You
about?
mean the guy who found the other continents in
Hold on.
Antarctica across?
Hold on, everybody, calm down. Here's my question for it.
James went all the way
How do they
around the
know that?
world, and that was one of the places. Yeah.
Hey, how you gonna talk when this man's talking?
Venus, Ranulph, how many people you want?
Dude, are you
Let him
Naming
hearing?
names out of the phone book.
Yeah, just carry on naming names. You know, hey, you know that
It tells when they did it and everything.
Armstrong went to the moon, did he?
Hold on a second. Hold a second. None of them went across the continent that talks about them going to the South Pole.
Thank you.
What?
It's like they touch the pole and run back. They don't
They don't cross it.
And first of all, my question is, how do they know they got to the South Pole?
Yeah,
Oh
they have.
my God, are you asking me that question? Are you
Because
serious?
there's a red and white pipe sticking
Yeah,
out.
I'm serious. Without GPS, how do they know they got to the South Pole?
Okay.
Yeah, Chris just put this
Yep.
in the
You ever heard of a compass?
in the chat.
Do you know where the magnetic south
Now look at my
is actually?
look at the
Oh
screen.
shit, you funny.
Hey,
Magnetic
DM?
South. See, the magnetic south isn't the same as the actual south, geographic south. So when you're at
That is
geographic south, the magnet still works on your compass. I can't believe you asked me
So
that
how do you
question.
know you're there?
So how do they know when they've got to the actual south?
You have the sun that travels around you. At some certain point, it starts to get closer to you because you're going the other direction.
At
It's simple.
some
Not to
certain
mention,
point,
you got
Closer to you. It's 93 million miles
Not
away.
to
some
mention-
certain point.
Not to mention, you don't have you got footprints behind you. You don't walk backwards.
Oh, I see.
Hold
It's
on, hold
all
on a second.
silly
Don't talk
logic.
like that's cool. That's cool. So my
They
question
surf
is,
the
how
they
do
sail
they
sail
got-
around the earth using the sun direction.
I can make a big
Yes,
U shape and my foot
absolutely.
will never cross.
Yo, are you reading this thing on the screen that Chris put in the chat?
Uh-huh.
I was looking at that same article just now. Yeah.
So now that we have a whole bunch of flat earthers saying, hey, what's this Antarctic treaty? Now suddenly an explorer crosses it on his own. How do we know he crossed it? Because he says so. That's how. Was he videoed doing it? Did he video himself doing it? No.
Even
He
if
just went there, came out, said, done it.
even if you did.
Listen to this.
No, come here.
70 days on the Antarctic ice and more than 900 miles of slogging through the snow, Henry Worsley called for help. He could no longer slide one ski in front of the other. The seasoned explorer, who had previously completed several extended Antarctic treks, was dehydrated and malnourished. An airlift took him to a Union Glacier camp base. Reports, blah, 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 who cares about the BBC? But anyway, I don't like them. Where he was diagnosed with bacterial something, an infection of the abdominal lining. He made it to Chile, but it was too late. He died. Do you see this? It's nobody's done it because you can't do it.
Hey, that's the guy I was talking about. He's the,
The guy
only
that
one
didn't
who
do it.
transversed
He
on
didn't do it.
foot.
You're
On
saying a
foot.
guy who didn't do
Are you
it.
guys are missing the
You're
point.
quoting a guy who was airlifted.
You're
Hold
missing
on, hold
the
on,
point.
No, you're quoting a guy
Hold on.
who was airlifted
Antonio.
because he
No.
didn't manage to do
I want to
it.
hear this. I want to hear this.
You're not
Let
hearing
him
what
say
I'm
his point.
saying.
Go
The
on.
guy that I said that you were talking about, that story is the first guy to cross on foot.
He didn't
Foot.
He
cross.
didn't cross.
He didn't cross.
No, that he was
He
the first guy to try.
Did you hear the
Try.
bit where he got airlifted?
He's not the
Keyword.
only person to try it.
Did you hear the part about him being airlifted?
Try.
Did you hear the parts
Okay, hold
about that he's not the only one
Hear
to
the
try
part
it?
about him being airlifted.
Stop. It's
Yes,
okay.
I
That's
did.
okay. But everybody's.
So tell us the
I heard
name
that.
of somebody who crossed it.
Give you the name? Okay, give me 1 second. I just
What about the
When
one?
you
What
do-
about the
when you
woman?
do,
What
I
about the
will give
woman?
you the name
Hold
of
on.
somebody who walked on the moon.
What about the woman that found the edge or something? Remember they found her
Yeah,
a note or some shit.
snowmobile. Yeah,
She
they
said
found
she
a
found the edge.
snowmobile.
And magically they said that the footage she had got destroyed. Whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
Yeah,
Dred, you've got somebody in your channel called Garuda something or other that's talking shit about me. So whoever it is, I'd like them to come into the hangout one time and freaking discuss whatever the problem is.
You don't want to talk to that guy.
That's the African
That was a guy
dude, I
talking
think.
about eating people
Yeah,
from Mars.
but it's just
he was in the chat. He was in the chat. He was in the chat. The one that kept interrupting everybody. That was him.
Yeah.
That's him with the saber-toothed tiger skull.
Yeah.
Oh man, that fucking clown shoes. He's got a wrench in your,
Yeah, he's a
your
piece of
chat.
shit.
No, I jumped on earlier because I wanted to talk about the moon. You guys were on the moon, and then
You keep
ran away
changing
to
the subject.
Antarctica, but no. One point about the moon, you got to think about it. If the Earth is moving around the sun, right, and the moon is going around the Earth, that means the moon's got to catch up to the Earth to get in front of it, and then slow down to let the Earth pass it by, and then quickly speed back up around it again, right?
He don't see none of that.
Because you have multiple movements, right? You're going 66,000 miles this way, but the moon's supposed to be going around the Earth, so it's got to catch up to get in front of the Earth and then slow down behind it and catch back up again. So it's constantly changing its speed relative to us, supposedly, which doesn't make any sense.
No, not if you take centrifugal and centripetal to have to be in complete balance for it to do one turn of a non-moving Earth. But now the Earth,
they always have the Earth standing still and the moon going around it. You know, it's always this two-body problem. They have a problem with the three.
Yeah.
And I've heard other people talk about that. So
yeah,
that was the point I wanted to bring up.
It's a good one. We were talking about it the other day on Candies with the Morgal and ODD. Because it's true. I mean, if you try to draw out the circuit that the moon does on a moving Earth, good luck. You know, get plenty of paper to draw it out because you're going to have to scrap it over and over and over. So were we looking at people that have crossed Antarctica?
That's true.
I didn't know I was muted this whole fucking time, man.
Yeah. And it's been heaven, Candy. It's been heaven. Hey, what's this I hear about you and Vincent?
Oh,
when's it going to happen?
Oh, the wedding?
Yes.
You didn't press 1, so I'm not telling.
I didn't see. I was, I just got up and it had all finished.
Chris said, wait, is there another chat going on? I was like, what? He's like, what was I supposed to press 1 to? Scroll up. I know there's a lot of messages there, but you'll find it. Okay, check this out. Y'all see this, right?
Google.
There are 53 parties to the Antarctic Treaty.
I'm looking at
Not
Google page.
2 or 3. Wait, what? You're not seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah,
this map?
we're seeing it.
Wait, sorry.
Yeah.
Yep, got it.
Like it.
What about it?
Where'd Andy go?
He didn't. When we were trying to tell Andy about the Antarctic Treaty, he thought we were making up that there's all these countries that are so allegedly at war with each other and hate each other for decades upon decades, have actually all been in league and signed into the same treaty that's held standing firm this whole entire time since the 50s.
Yeah, that means the whole Cold War, Korea, Vietnam.
And that means whoever it is that's going to cross there is going to need permits in all of these different languages.
That's right. And they just extended it to 2040 or something like that. 2040 something, I believe. I could be wrong, but I think they've just all which means that they stayed in it, which means they all continued on. This is the longest standing treaty by far in the history of our known.
Never been broken.
And you really don't need to patrol the whole thing, right? So you
Here
just
it
need
is
to
right
guard
here.
the areas from South
This
America
area-
and New Zealand, right? And then maybe have buoys. You still got jets. You can buzz jets over almost.
Yeah, and then they turn the whole ocean into that preserve, so that now you can't even travel across that water.
Right, but I mean, there's only 2 good entry points into Antarctica from.
That was the land outside of the land that's encompassed in the Antarctic Treaty. So then
Exactly.
If somebody wants to go and do any kind of big adventure there, they're going to have to take equipment and supplies. So the guys that are patrolling, they don't need to be, hot shots. They just need to wait. Just monitor. There you go. There's a bunch of people over there. Let's go over and tell them to get off.
They got buoys out there to detect anything going on, and then they just get airlift.
That's it. It's
What the
controlled.
hell?
That's the whole point of a control treaty, and this is what this is. It's a control treaty to control humans not going there. That's what it is for. So I don't know what Andres was talking about earlier.
What is this?
It's a webpage.
Yeah.
Outer Space Treaty?
Yeah.
The fuck?
Yeah.
Hold up. We got to dig right now.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Because look where I got it from.
Yeah, no.
Hold on. Now look where I got it from. The
That's
International
Wikipedia.
Ownership Treaties. There's 4 of them. International waters, which we know exist. The Moon Treaty, the Outer Space Treaty, the Law of the Sea. I've heard of these 2. I did not know this existed, and I got to check this out.
Yes, can't claim property to the moon.
That's right. Yep, exactly. That's exactly what it was.
This has been since 1967.
That way, the United
As
States
of
couldn't
January,
claim the whole moon.
105 countries are parties to the treaty, while another 24 have signed the treaties but will not complete ratification. What the fuck? I want to see what it talks
These are
about.
the people that know. These are the people that, they got to be a part of it because they know. That's basically
It bars states parties to
All
the
right.
treaty from placing weapons of mass destruction in orbit of Earth.
Just
Okay, well,
sorry, Candy. Let me just ask Dredd something. Dredd,
Go ahead.
can you write? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you write Brother Sanchez's email? I sent him an email, but it came back returned. So I must have written something wrong. Can you give me his email here?
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, he shouts it out. It shouldn't be no problem. I think
Yeah,
it's
I wrote it. I mean, I don't know if I'm fatigued or something, but I wrote, talk to Brother Sanchez at Gmail.
he doesn't come to my hangout.
Talk to Bro Sanchez.
yeah, bro
Just
Sanchez.
talk.
Okay, here we go.
Talk to bro Sanchez at gmail.com.
Yeah, that's it. Talk to brother Sanchez.
Right, that's what it is. I wrote bro instead of brother.
Yeah, talk to bro. No, it is. It's talk to bro Sanchez at gmail.com.
Is it a number 2 or 2 TO? There you go.
Yeah, T.O. I'm going to post it. Hold on. Let me copy and paste this for you.
So, real quick, here's my question about that article that was put up about the guy that went 900 miles.
Mhm.
Pretty sure Antarctica is a lot longer than 900 miles. I'm
Mhm.
trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Well, it said he was 30 miles short of his destination when he had to turn back.
I see right
Well, I'm
now.
sure it's bigger than 930 miles. I
Right.
could be wrong.
Well, you have
No,
Captain Cook. Captain Cook's expedition. He allegedly traveled over 60,000 miles until he finally stopped. I think it took him over 3 years. And
Yeah.
all he was trying to
But
do
that-
was go. All he was trying to do was go around the shore of Antarctica.
Yeah.
The ice wall, some people like to call it. It's tough when people call it that because I'm sure there's places of it that aren't I know there's portions of it that aren't a 400-foot wall, but none of that's even necessary. People get so hung up on that portion of it, like, oh, it's not a wall, it can't be a wall. Like, are you kidding? Like, it's the same. You wouldn't even be able to tell whether it was a flat Earth or a ball Earth by going south and running into ice. It works the same exact way on a ball Earth as it does in the flat Earth model. You go south, you run into ice. The only difference is that in Antarctica, on the ball, it's a continent on the bottom, and in the other one, it's some type of barrier. there's allegedly there's portions of it where, what do they say, after they went for a few hundred miles, they hit a 10,000-foot cliffs. You get 2 mile high where they had to go above it. That was Operation High Jump. where they didn't at first have a way to make it over those cliffs because they were 2 miles high. And then once you got to the top, it was a plateau that continued on going. That's what Byrd allegedly flew over, and that is when he stumbled across more land that was lush and had vegetation, and the mountains weren't full of snow. And that was hundreds of miles south of the South Pole.
But again, how did he know he was going south of the South Pole?
Well, if he went the same way, like if he didn't, I assume once, you know, like I said, I don't think he necessarily knew he was going south of the South Pole, but according to their Antarctic, they have to, the South Pole is at a certain, it's at a certain distance. So it kind of has to be roughly at that distance. And so what he did was flew past that. He headed south, which he could tell. And then once he hit that portion or whatever, he just continued on.
He's on a plane. He was a pilot, so he's going to know if his plane starts veering off course. This is what pilots do. They keep the planes on course.
With gyroscopic instrumentation, the compass isn't necessarily going to mess their flight up if they're looking at multiple instruments to make sure that their direction is staying the same.
Yeah. So are we having nothing about these explorers who have crossed Antarctica? Has that gone away?
Well, I think the problem is that he's satisfied with finding the people instead of actually looking into each trip individually like we have, because I've done research on every last one until I figured out exactly what they did. And 90% of them, the ones that have claimed a trans-Antarctic expedition, have only gone to the pole and then turned around and came back. Some of them turned and headed another direction, but
none of them have just continued that line.
No.
And come out the opposite coast.
Exactly.
Even
That's
that
right.
car that just did it a couple of weeks ago didn't even cover a quarter of the continent.
That's right.
He went to the pole and turned. Went southern direction of the pole and then turned, for lack of better words, west.
And here's the thing, guys. This is the main thing about it, I think, because there are hundreds. I mean, there are thousands upon thousands of people that have transversed, crossed over, went from one end to the other of the Arctic, of the northern regions. They have done that, and they do that. They have flight paths that go that direction. Now, I'm not saying directly right over the center, but over that area to where they're starting, you know, in Canada and ending up in Russia or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like they do this.
Yes.
If the Earth was a ball, you wouldn't have thousands upon thousands at the top of the ball and none that we can actually confirm went from one side to the other. Not even one. And even if by chance that you could, but you can't. But even if you could, there would be more than one. There would be thousands. Think of the trip, the help of flights going from, you know, South America to wherever, Africa or whatever. You know, it would just make things so much easier just to loop right under the ball, pop out on the other side. But it doesn't happen.
The notion that people have crossed across Antarctica, gone in South America, and come out South Africa.
Antonio.
Yeah.
Check your Skype.
Oh, okay. So this notion, this is a notion. This is just something that's put out there for people to repeat, to run with as if it's actually true, and repeat as if it's true. It's called propaganda.
Yeah. And that's what I was trying to explain. Like, I understand some of this stuff sounds crazy, but we have to change the mindset of, if we have a question, then we're supposedly supposed to be questioning the mainstream or the government or whatever you want to call it. We're supposed to be, you know, the accepted narrative. We're questioning that. Then we don't go and ask the people we're questioning if they can prove what they said. We go look for and research ourselves to try to prove it. We don't say, hey, NASA, we think you're lying to us. Can you please explain this real quick? You know, of course they're going to have an explanation for their deception. It's their deception.
But hey, you know what?
Yeah, we can hear you, Brian. How you doing?
I'm
No,
good.
that was actually me. I'm back.
Oh,
All
you're
right.
back.
Oh, we were just
Yeah.
reading that article. Yeah,
This one here.
Yes, they just read it.
Candy was
All right.
reading it.
Now, I was listening the entire time, but I couldn't get on for some reason. And I just had a question. It seems that you're not looking to prove that you know that the Earth is flat. You're just disproving what.
No. You're basing that statement off of our conversation so far, and we've only been talking about specific aspects. If you want us to prove other things, we can.
Across Antarctica, you mentioned that, and NASA.
Dude, so why? How are you going to say we're only looking to do something based off of our current conversation?
Rob, let him finish.
All right.
Don't get triggered. I know you're passionate.
You got somebody that has an article here that says people cross Antarctica all the time. It's still crazy hard, and they start talking about these people that have done it. And you think that things are like that are just made up. It's like no matter what, nobody tells
Read
you.
the article.
Well,
people
look,
that-
dude.
No, we don't think they're just made up.
Andres, look, okay. We live in a world where we know that NASA's full of shit. Okay.
That's not NASA. This is the Antarctica.
Wait, just bear with us a second. We know that there's an arm of the US government and military that works with NASA and that they are full of shit. Okay, we know this. Now,
You know there's an arm, but you're saying that everybody in NASA.
One
is full of
second.
shit?
1 second.
No, that's not what he's saying. But
No.
I'm saying we know NASA's full of shit, but the majority of the world thinks it's respectable. Now we are listening and watching stuff going on in Antarctica, and we're hearing the same kind of shit about Antarctica. People went there. Look at this 24-hour sun. Look at this footage. And we compare it with NASA, and we compare it with the moon, and we see the same hand at play.
It's the same thing with 9/11 or any other thing that we know that the government.
So, well, look, hold on a second. Let me interrupt for a second. So on the article you're looking at, Andrews, how far did they cross? How, like that one article you showed with the guy that got airlifted out, he went almost 930 miles. Antarctica center is a lot bigger than that from the globe perspective. It's a couple thousand miles. It's not 900.
And that's what they say, brother. They say things like we crossed it or they were the first to whatever. But all you have to do, they're not really lying. They're manipulating and they're deceiving, but they're not really lying. They say they're doing the things that they're doing, and the things that they're deceiving you about, they put it right in front of your face. So if you go look, they'll tell you where it took off from, where he was airlifted, or whatever. They tell you where they started, where they went to, where they ended up at. You can find all that out. And when we do that, we find out that they're not going straight across their so-called continent. They're going in odd trajectories. They're hitting alleged supposed South Pole, and then they turn and go in this different direction. And then in the article, they say they crossed it, and they're not lying because they did cross it, but they didn't go straight across it. It's semantics. What we're saying is if you look closely and you do your research, you find that none of these people have actually gone from one side to the other, which means you would have to start at like Argentina and pop out at South Africa or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so what about all the people that's been around it?
What about other people?
Around what?
What about?
Okay, no. That's good. So lots of people have quote circumvented it or whatever, gone around it.
Yeah.
But look how long it took.
Hold on.
Yeah. Listen,
Hold on, brother.
listen. So the yacht race, because I just did that a couple weeks ago. Great yacht
Yeah,
race.
they do a bunch of
But-
stuff around it.
Dude,
Listen, brother.
listen without interrupting, please.
When they do the yacht race, we calculated, because they said how the fastest time in the world record for going around there, that yacht was moving at about 4 miles per hour. to go the quote distance they did around Antarctica. You've seen those yachts. I'm pretty sure they go faster than 4 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So that's how they
average.
change.
You said an average. Don't forget, at some points that wind is not behind their back, and they have to go zigzagging, which means you're not gaining many forward motion per
Dude,
motion.
but
These are racing yachts. These are racing
These are
yachts.
yachts.
You're not going directly forward the
I don't
entire
think
time
so,
you are
yeah.
sailing. Don't forget that.
You're right, but 4 miles per hour average, maybe a 10 mile per hour average.
Average. Which
Yes,
means sometimes
dude.
they're going backwards.
Oh,
Sometimes
okay.
they're going really
You're not
fast
even
forward.
trying. You're not even. You're not even coming at this.
Trying to listen, are you?
You're
Average is the middle.
Yeah,
That's the average.
no.
That doesn't mean that they were
Average is-
going 4
average
miles
is
an
not
hour
the-
the
no,
entire time.
Listen, average is not the middle. The middle is the mean. Okay?
Exactly.
Average is not the middle.
Average is not the middle.
You take
Okay.
the slowest
listen,
speed and the
listen,
fastest
listen.
speed and all the
Listen,
speeds, you add them
for
up and divide
average
them by
to-
the amounts. I know how to
For
come up with an
average to be 4 miles an hour, you have to have a very short period of fast speed and a huge period of reverse speed in order to bring down that
Reverse,
fast
slow,
speed down
slow
for
or
4
no,
miles.
slow or no forward motion speed.
Yes, these are racing yachts.
Yes.
I don't know if you know about racing yachts or about yachting at all, because
Yeah, but do you know what racing yachts do when the wind is against you?
behind them. It's like you think they have to have a wind behind them all the time.
That's not how they work. Right.
Yeah, but if
Thank
you're
you.
going around the continent, you're not going to have the wind behind you the whole time.
Doesn't matter. That's
Yeah, hold on. Everybody, calm down. Calm down for a second. Let's get through this.
These things are going
The
40
purpose,
Wait, Rob, wait. Go on.
wait, Rob. The purpose of the race around the Antarctic is one, quote, because of the way the globe is, there's always a wind blowing from west to east, or in other words, if you looked at it from the bottom in a clockwise motion. Very strong wind down there, supposedly. But at an average speed of 4 miles per hour, to take, I think it was 60 days they took to get around that thing.
Brian, their current average is 46 miles an hour, my brother. 46 miles an hour. That's the average.
Yeah.
Of a yacht in the ocean, I know.
Speed of a racing yacht in the ocean. Yes, sir.
Right. But the average speed around it, because they gave the time distance, the distance they traveled, supposed to how long Antarctica is, and the time it took them, that I did the math and came up with the average of 4 miles per hour, which is ridiculous.
And the guy that won stayed close to the 45-degree parallel.
Correct.
He spent most of his time up to the 45-degree parallel, which on the flat Earth model, the closer the parallel, right, the smaller the distance you must be circling.
All right.
So that's
but
why.
So the point is, Andreas, the point is
if on a ball you would go closer. That was my point.
Rob, hold on. I know, but the point of the whole conversation is as you read these articles and discover these great things that we've done, you have to actually go through the math, go through and actually what they're saying and look at it, and you'll find a couple things that contradict. Okay? I'm not a flat earther, by the way.
You have to.
Brian's not even a flat earther.
You need
I'm
to
not a
engage
flat
with critical thinking. You have to engage with critical thinking. Take the article and deconstruct it, pick it apart. You have to pick it apart and
let me
and
respond
think
to him real
about
quick.
it.
Let me respond to him real quick. When you're talking about this traveling around Antarctica in the average of 4 miles an hour, the only reason why the average becomes 4 miles an hour is, for one, sailing every single day, and you're not going to have the wind behind you the entire time. Definitely
He explained to you about the wind already.
Stop. I'm not done.
That's not how yachts work.
You're building a straw man. No, you're building a straw man.
They're not traveling. They're not traveling at a. No, let me finish.
He
Let me
explained to you
finish.
about the wind being.
Let me finish.
Let him finish. Let him
The
finish.
wind is not constantly behind you. If you
Doesn't
go outside
happen.
and you fly a kite, can fly a kite, that kite can blow from left to the right in a heartbeat. The wind does not blow one singular direction. So don't push that on me. The wind does not
does
blow
blow
one
down.
direction.
Dude.
Okay, I agree. Then why does the science say it does down there? That's
What does?
that's the other
Science
piece.
does not say that
Science of the globe. The science of the real world says that there's constant wind down there.
The science to the real world does not say the wind blows the same direction
Yes,
every day.
it does. Yes.
No,
in
it
the
doesn't.
south, in the Antarctica.
It doesn't even do that outside.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't even do that outside. In fact, there's still such things.
You don't live in Antarctica.
Hold on.
You're not in
Hold on.
Antarctica.
There's also such thing as a nor'easter, where a storm can move completely the opposite direction.
Dude, you're
Not to
talking
mention
about
there's a
the
difference
northern
between a
hemisphere.
cyclone and a tornado, which is spinning the opposite direction.
You're talking about
We're
the northern hemisphere and how the wind can change from east to west and north and south. And we're talking about Antarctica, where it moves in a continuous motion.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Why are you saying it doesn't? Do you want me to,
You're making that up.
you want me to
Stop,
prove
stop,
to you
stop.
right now that it
You're
does?
making that up.
Stop,
Do you
stop,
want
stop.
me to prove? One second, Brian. One
Tell me.
second. You just
I got
said
the
that I'm
article.
making that up. Andres, you just said that I'm making that up. I'm going to show everybody right now, and then when you see it, you're going to apologize.
Well, you better
I've
get
got
it from
it right here on
credible
the screen.
site.
When I show you right now, are you going
From
to
a credible
apologize?
site.
Are you
From a
going to
credible site.
apologize? When I show you
From a
right now,
credible site.
like Nullsoft,
From a credible site.
like Nullsoft.
Who's that? North
Yeah,
Soft?
you don't even know.
Did you? I couldn't understand what you
You
said.
don't even know, dude. So I'm going to show it right now. Because
Brian already has it pulled up. Brian's got it pulled up, I think.
Well, but that's a Wikipedia one. Let me find the
Oh.
NOAA one or something.
Oh, okay.
Because I agree Wikipedia is not credible. And I will give him that. I agree. Credible one.
True that.
And also, he's going around the continent, and he's talking about what the wind is like on the North Pole. You said around the continent. You're not
I
on
did
the
not say North Pole. I said the South Pole. I'm talking about Antarctica
Or
only.
South Pole. You're not even on the South Pole either. That's in the middle land.
No,
You're on
the
water
current
going
around.
it.
Yes.
In the area. Why are you arguing semantics, dude?
The air does not blow the same direction all day long. That's not true. It's not
It
behind
does
your
in
back the whole
Antarctica.
way.
It does in Antarctica. According to, let me find you a credible one. I agree with you.
I've got it right here.
Yeah.
Put it up.
Yep.
I'm on my iPad.
And the point of that was those boats don't need the air to be behind them to go in the same direction the whole time. They don't need to zigzag.
It's called a straw man. What he's doing is he's building a straw man so
I
that
know
he can
that.
demolish that straw man.
I know.
Really?
Yes, really.
Are you saying
That's
that
why
the
you
wind
tried
blows?
to break down.
The
That's
wind
why you
blows from
tried to
behind
break
you
down
on the.
what. That's
And
why.
not to mention,
That's
you know what
why
you're trying to do
tried
too?
Hey, dude.
You know
you
what's
just asked
funny, too?
really. You just asked really,
You know
and I'm
what's funny,
telling you.
too? You act this
You just
this
asked
same race
really,
happens
and I'm
twice a
telling
year.
you. Okay, you just asked really, and I'm telling you. That's why you tried to minimize the average 4 miles thing. That's why you're
So
now
you're
trying to.
you're trying to debunk that they have a race.
No,
You're
no,
trying to say the race doesn't exist.
no,
Like they're lying about
no,
it.
we're not.
1 second. I'm talking about you.
You saying they're lying about
I'm talking about you building a straw man. You
it?
understand?
Whatever. Are they lying about the race?
Do you
Are they lying about the race?
understand? Do you
None of them
understand?
exist.
No, the race is absolutely real.
If you would have been listening,
people
we're not
definitely
trying
go
to say
around
that,
Antarctica.
brother. You are so cement-headed. You're not even listening to the words we're trying to tell you. You think we're trying to say the race doesn't exist when none of us have even mentioned something to that
This-
effect.
Rob, this is a straw man. This is what the straw man does. Okay. Can you see this? Can you see the winds here?
I'm seeing that.
Yeah. Look at the 45 degree. Do you know what that means? The 45 degree. Do you know what that means?
You talking about the
45 degree
green?
latitude?
Roll your mouse
Talking
around.
about the green?
Yeah.
Move your mouse around it. So we
Okay.
can,
Can you see? Can you? I don't know if you can see my mouse.
I'm on a phone, so I don't.
Right,
But I do
okay.
see the wind whipping in circles going around it.
Yeah.
They stay
So
above
and
that.
what I'm doing is I'm drawing where those winds are joined. Okay.
Are you seeing that those winds are circular?
Where
You
those
seeing that
winds
they're not blowing in the same
are joined.
direction?
Where those
Did you see?
dude, I'm gonna fucking
Not
use
listening, dude.
Look at them. Just look at them with your own two
listen.
eyes.
No, you
I'm
look at
showing
them.
you. I'm showing you where those winds join. Where
Not
they
the top of
continue
them.
in the same direction, not where they go in a different direction. Yachtsmen are not going to pick a wind that takes them in a direction they don't want to go in. So I'm showing you the winds where the yachtsmen are going to pick up those winds. And yes, they do go the same all of the way around. Now, you have to unmute yourself, but will you apologize for what you said, that I was making shit up? You need to unmute yourself. I just said you need to unmute yourself, but you keep talking.
I don't think he can hear us.
Okay, listen, that's why.
He's talking. He's too busy talking to hear. You have to unmute yourself. We don't hear you.
You're muted.
Wow.
Anyways,
Can you hear me?
there he goes. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
I said that I was sorry about the wind going around the Antarctica deal like you just showed me. But that picture right there proves that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah,
Okay.
no. Wait 1 second. I wanted you
Because
to
now
apologize.
Antarctica is not an ice ring around the planet.
Hey, just a second, guys. I'll sort this out in a
You're
second.
looking at it from the bottom. Thank you.
I'll sort this out in a second. First, I asked you to apologize for saying that I was making shit up. That's an allegation.
And I said I apologize. I already did that.
Okay, so you
Move
apologize
past it.
for saying that I made shit up.
Yeah.
Right,
Now
cool.
move past it. You see that picture you put
All
up?
right, cool. Now I will
That
show
proves the
you.
Earth is a globe right there.
Watch. Just watch.
Just keep
Watch.
watching.
Just watch.
You see what
Just
Antarctica looks
watch.
like?
Just watch.
Yes.
Keep watching.
See that?
Watch.
Keep watching, dude.
You ready?
Okay. Let's see. Which one should we pick?
Oh.
Which one should
Nope.
we pick?
Oh. Wait.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
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 Damn it.
That's not going to work.
Oh.
He's proving all. Oh, look, he's proving the Earth is all of that shit.
It's a
Look at that.
butterfly. Look.
Look at all those pictures.
The Earth is a butterfly.
The Earth is a butterfly.
Yeah. No.
He just proved the Earth was a butterfly.
No, the direction that you travel proves that it's a globe.
There. Now look at the wind. Now
The
look
Earth
at the
is-
winds.
Like you said, if we already
Look.
know what the
Just look.
That's flat.
Look,
That's
hold on,
flat. That's
Whoa.
flat
Pull
Earth.
up the model.
Go back.
Whoa. What happened there?
Pull the
Just
model of
did.
the flat Earth again. Pull up the
They
model
keep
of flat
changing
Earth.
it on him.
Somebody
He
please
is.
do it.
He's doing it right now.
Somebody please
Watch.
do it.
Oh.
He's just did it. Watch. Now, watch. He's going to put it on the North Pole. Watch.
Keep watching.
Relax.
Can you
I know
see?
you got it. I know you got it in there somewhere.
It's right
There.
here now.
Now, notice where the winds are going.
Oh,
There
go
you
back.
go.
Go back.
Oh, look at the
That's it.
wind.
That's it.
That's the flat Earth.
That's the flat Earth.
That's a
That
representation.
don't look
That's
like
the flat Earth.
Antarctica.
The Antarctica is
That
happening
don't look like
outside.
Antarctica.
This is Antarctica
That
here.
don't look like the picture you showed me.
This is
Right.
Antarctica.
Antarctica
here.
I'm
is
gonna
the
tell
ring.
you.
This is
That's
Antarctica
the flat
here.
Earth model.
And the winds are moving
That don't
this
look like
way.
Antarctica. You showed me a picture of a mass.
Wow. Dude,
You showed me a
you
picture of the mass.
understand what we're trying
Now,
to say?
Right.
Here's how you know that's the same.
Are you being that stubborn right now? You're not even hearing what we're saying. You're gonna tell us that we just showed
I
you
hear
that
what you're
picture.
trying to say. I hear what you're trying to say. You're trying to be slick,
No,
but you forget. You
Not
forget
even.
that the distance around Antarctica is a lot shorter than the distance around
we're
the
telling you
No.
it's not.
Look.
No. That
They've
is
already
why it
proven
took
it.
them so
They've
long
proven
to.
it. Those race
Right.
people aren't the
Look.
only people who've done it.
Listen. You need to pay
You're
attention.
just discrediting it.
You need to pay attention, okay? Look.
No.
They
You're
took-
trying to fool.
They,
You're trying to
they
fool. I'm gonna
took,
show you
they,
something.
they took around 60 days, was it 45 days, however many days, to go around this at an average speed of 45 miles an hour, 24 hours a day. These are yachtsmen. They don't take a break in the middle of the night to just chill. They carry on traveling. They don't lower anchor, okay? So the speeds will have been slower for sure. They won't have been traveling at optimum speed all of the time. But we're talking 24 hours a day.
Average 46 miles per hour. That means sometimes with the wind directly behind them, they could be going up above 60 to 70 at least.
Like this area here,
Yeah, okay.
this area
Alright.
here, all of this area here, all of this area here. Here they'll pick up a
And
wind
the
here.
point now,
come
listen,
across.
brother. the point is that they stayed up towards the 45-degree parallel. The reason being, on the flat Earth map, that is a much shorter distance. If they were on a ball Earth, they would have traveled down to the 55 or 60-degree parallel.
This is
In
what I'm
fact,
drawing
it's-
now. The
they're
circle
just-
I'm drawing now is what Rob's describing.
See, with that circle that
He ain't
you
even
put up,
looking. He ain't even looking. He ain't
I'm
even,
looking right
he ain't
now.
even trying to
Look
hear
at
what the
that
fuck he's
face.
saying,
All
man.
I see is the guy's face.
All right.
Yeah, he's not
All I see
interested.
is the guy's face.
Well, quit the map.
You're not interested, dude. What are you doing here?
Now I see another guy's face.
What are you doing?
With that, where's that flat Earth picture?
It's gone. What are you doing here? What's your intent here?
My intent to prove that the Earth is a globe, not flat.
You're gonna prove something scientists haven't been
Okay,
able
wait.
to
No.
prove?
Cool. Let them. Okay, I like that. How do you prove it's a globe?
Mathematics,
I'm interested.
travel, people's stories.
Okay. I got mathematics.
Let's put it this way.
Give me
I
an
have
example.
a family member. His name is Claude. He's in the military.
Guess
He
what?
ranks-
The guy you're talking to is a master gunner. The
Is a
guy
master
sitting
what?
next, the guy in the window next to yours is a master gunner.
The guy Brian.
Brian.
Gunner, Gunner.
Guy with the
Yeah.
He's a master gunner. So go on.
Okay.
You were saying.
Yeah. What am I supposed to be scared he's gonna shoot me or something?
No. Carry on. Carry on about your
Come
friend.
on,
who's
bro.
in
I
the
don't know what the
military.
point.
I
What
wanna-
the hell is the point of that?
What's
Carry
the
on
point?
about-
You
what is
mentioned
he
in
in
your
the military?
military, dude.
Yes.
Say what?
You have a friend in the military called Claude.
what's he
Okay,
do?
well, I'm an Oriental rug designer, so
So go on.
I don't understand.
We
No,
have
you were
our
going to
same
say
Brian.
something.
I will understand what you're saying with the military.
Like what I was saying, yeah, it was just a throw out line for him, but whatever. But what I was saying is, if Antarctica were to ring around the Earth, it would have the same circumference as the sun, like as the size of the Earth, because it would
Yes.
circumference the Earth.
Yes.
But the circumference of Antarctica is nowhere near the circumference of Earth.
And they went to the moon.
What is the circumference of the Earth, and how do you know what it is?
What was that? What's the circumference of the
What
Earth?
is the circumference of the Earth, and how do you know what it is?
First of all, they proved that with a Pythagorean theorem.
Oh.
I mean, that was mathematics proves
They
it.
proved the
Okay.
diameter.
Hold up. I'm not done. If
Let
you
him
want to
finish.
prove it the simple and easy way, anybody who travels to Hawaii and then goes to China goes around. Anybody who travels the other way goes around the other way. So obviously you're going around something and you're not making left turns,
But-
so it's not around the disc. Number
Well,
two.
You're
Number
assuming
two,
it's the
here's a
ball.
real
Nah,
easy
hold
way
on.
to prove
Now,
it.
why not let someone address your specific argument instead of going on to number
Okay, go.
two? How would you
Okay,
not
go
let
to number
someone
one.
address that? That's the point we're trying to say. You're not even trying to listen to the alternate theory or the alternate explanation.
Answer it already. You're talking.
All right. Now let me. Okay. First of all, you would never know you're making a left or right hand turn because your compass always points because they're flying off their compass, right?
Thank you.
No.
Oh, they're
That's not
using
right.
gyroscope. Okay. No, I want to hear what he says.
You're
Then
always
correct
flying
me.
straight. You're not flying in a left hand or a right hand turn.
How do you know you're flying straight?
Are you serious? How do you know you're walking straight? It's the same
No,
way.
how do you?
The
He
plane
has
doesn't
Yeah.
tip.
Okay. I'll play that.
The plane
Okay, how
doesn't
do you-
tip. The plane stays flat. What do you want me?
Why?
They have a
The
gyroscope.
plane stays flat.
They
Did
have
you say?
rudders. They have instrumentation. There's a whole bunch
it
of
stays
reasons why you know
flat?
you're not going turning.
You mean it stays flat?
No, I mean
Plane
you're
stays
flying in a
flat.
straight motion from back to front, not making a
So-
left, not making a right.
So
There's no
why-
tip.
Not
if
making
it's
it
a
up,
globe-
not making it down. Not making it up, not making it down.
So how
What are you
why wouldn't
talking
they go up
about?
or down?
I'm
on the
talking
globe?
no lefts, no rights.
Right?
No lefts,
ups,
no
downs.
rights.
Okay.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
Right. So if it's a globe, wouldn't they have to change their pitch, or
You
the
stay
ground
at
would
the
come
same
up to them?
altitude. If you stay at the same altitude,
And
you
how do
can
they know what
fly right off the
altitude they're
ground.
at? How do they know what altitude?
You have you have a meter for that in the plane.
And how do they do
It
left
works
or
by radar.
works by radar?
It shoots radar to the ground.
How
and
do they
when
stay
it
at
comes
that
back,
No,
gives you a
it
signal.
doesn't do that, my brother. I'm sorry, it
What are
doesn't
you
do
talking
right
about? The
radar.
altitude?
He's so
Altitude?
The altitude does not work off radar.
Okay, how does altitude work?
barometric.
Hold on a second. Altimeters usually work off barometric pressure, not radar. Okay, and you can use your level and
So
you
you know
know
how high you are on
all
the ground,
Earth.
right?
Listen. Carry on,
Listen.
Brian.
So yes, in a ball Earth, for the plane to keep the same altitude, they would use a barometric pressure, which would tell them that what altitude they're at. That is the theory on it. Yes, agreed.
Theory,
However,
that's not a theory. That's the proven science. It's a fact. A theory is a guess. It's an idea.
How are you saying that's
Theory.
proven
Oh.
science when you thought it was radar 2 seconds
Dude,
ago?
it's a theory. Do you know what a
You
definition of a theory is?
Now you're right. Now you just said
Gyroscope is
it's
not a
not-
theory.
you
It's
just
a fact.
said it's not a
proven. It's in
theory.
use.
hold on.
Dude,
Stop.
you just said.
Tell you. Let me do this. Let me do this. All right. So a gyroscope now maintains its position in space no matter what. Correct?
Above the in the atmosphere. Yeah, the gyroscope keeps.
Oh, it doesn't work in.
That's like,
It doesn't work
you
in
said that's how they
the
make you
atmosphere.
turn left and right.
It doesn't work on the
No.
water.
I'm sorry. I'm misunderstanding the question.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to, because if you can prove this, I'm all for it. Because like I said, I'm not flat Earth, I'm not ball Earth, I'm open. So if a gyroscope maintains position, okay, let me back up real quick. Oh, he dropped. Oh, okay.
He'll be back. He'll be back. He's already dropped like 3 or 4 times, so he should be back.
Dude, this man,
But that's the thing, yeah, it is. It is aggravating because that's a perfect example. Like you just I mean, and it's okay to be wrong. We're all wrong. That's the thing. We've all figured out and discovered that we were fooled or deceived on one thing or another. We've all figured that out and accepted it. The thing
All right, I
is,
missed it.
when you're openly wrong about something that you just said, you thought it was radar, and then when he says it's something else, and then he says, "How do you know that?" and you yell at him, "It's scientifically proven," because it's what do you like? You didn't even understand how it works. So all we're saying is we've done extensive research into these aspects, and we've come up with alternate explanations for what is happening. That's all. So all I'm asking,
So what's
I
the
don't know
proof of
about
the
them, but
plane
all
then?
I'm asking you is just to give us the actual courtesy to intake the explanation and be able to decipher whatever your rebuttal might be towards it, instead of just skipping back to that's what they said because they proved it.
Hey, can I get to
What's up, guys? Hey, what's up, guys? Sound
We were talking about the plane in the air, and then I lost you. What did we prove?
Yeah, hey, Brian was
Hello,
talking to
hello,
you, Andres.
Antonio.
Yes.
Yeah, what did we prove?
Yeah.
Because last I left the
hold on, no, no.
conversation, last I heard was planes.
Hold on,
all of a
hold
sudden, some reason they make left turns to keep going
Okay.
around the circle.
Give us a quick second.
Yo, 1 second. I just wanted to give up or just an idea when we're addressing this, because I think we kind of hit a good thing on the other day on a podcast I was doing. Is that we have to decide: is this conversation about the globe, or are you asking us to explain alternative models? Because the thing is that right now, really the only conversation that really I think we could limit ourselves to is that we've got conflicting stories coming out of the proposed model, arguing about whether or not there's an ice wall. We could look at the model that we have and look up and kind of pick it apart. But if we're going to do that, and then people are going to ask for alternative explanations of the sun, like we're not there yet.
Yeah.
To deal with the idea that we're dealing with a model, and so it's either one of two directions. Are you wanting us to explain to you alternative things? Because there's a myriad of things, but the point is that you have to understand that you can't have too many things at once.
The problem here is that he has preconceived notions and an unbiased attitude towards what we're talking about. So when we do propose an explanation, he just skips right over it.
No. But that's the thing.
I don't think you understand me at all.
No, you address some. No, I'm not saying you skipped over all of them. I'm saying, just like what just happened just 2 seconds ago, you thought it was something completely different, and then when he explained what it actually was, and then asked you a question, you said, because they proved it.
Yeah, which is you dismissing it. So what I propose is that Rob, you and me, we mute our mics. We let Brian discuss it with him.
Agreed.
Cool.
Okay, does anybody have that flat model, Earth model?
All right, let's hold a second. Let's forget the flat Earth model for a second. Seriously, here's the big argument. Okay, a lot of the mainstream stuff, I won't even say theory or whatever, stuff that comes out, we have contradicting stuff to go with it. Okay, so the question isn't whether it's flat or round or whatnot. I think for at this point, your question is, why are we getting contradicting information from the government or NASA or whoever you want to call it? Okay, whether it's flat, a diamond, butterfly, or whatnot, the main point you need to look at is what is the information coming out that doesn't make sense, that's contradicting. Then from there, that's going to lead you to other things. Most of the people have led to a flat Earth. We can't prove an actual curvature. We can see hundreds of miles, 60 miles across the Great Lakes. How?
For instance, anything, if you're 5 feet tall, let's say you're 5'4" tall, your eyes are at 5 foot level. If you're standing on the water's edge, anything that is over that edge by, I think it's 6 miles, you lose that bottom 1 mile, you lose the bottom.
Check this out, though.
Not
Check
true.
this out, though.
Not
How
true.
can you, hold on. Hey,
And
hold on.
you know
check
how
it
I
out
know
like
it's
this.
true?
Hey, brother, okay, good. We're gonna give you that, okay? So you have to agree that when they teach plain sailing navigation and they teach to treat 600 nautical miles as flat, that's a lie, is what you're proposing?
Square miles,
Yes, how
not
about
straight miles.
Hold on.
Actually,
Yes, 600 square miles, which is
not square
a
miles,
radius
dude.
of yes.
No, it's miles.
That's what
squared,
miles
dude.
squared means.
Different things.
If you have
Squared mile, brother, go look it up. Miles squared and squared miles are two different things.
Okay, hold on.
No, it's
So
not.
why do we have?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Wow.
All right,
No.
you know
Do you know the
have you heard of
circumference
PEMDAS?
of the Earth? Hold on. Do you know the circumference of the Earth?
Oh gosh, not by heart.
Of the Earth. Okay. Do you know
Not
what
by
it is?
heart.
Okay.
Not
Then
by
what the
heart.
fuck are you doing here?
I said not by heart.
This is
Am I wasting my
I
time?
was
Okay.
talking about. I was
who
talking
doesn't
about it
even know,
before.
bro.
I was
gotta
talking about it
study
before with
first.
someone else, and we did the math.
Yeah, bro. You need 101,
No,
dog. This is
I
too
talked to
advanced for
somebody.
you, dog.
You tell me what the circumference of Antarctica is, and
What
tell me it's
the
the same
fuck
as
should
the
I tell you
circumference of Earth.
shit, dude? Go look it up your damn self. Are you just gonna ask me to teach you how to fucking do other shit too?
yes.
Because
And when you tell him,
that is the science right there that you don't
sound
believe.
like
When
you
he-
don't know shit is what you sound like.
he
You sound like a
doesn't.
bro
It
that
sounds like you don't know
shit.
shit.
Isa,
You don't know
I might know a
shit.
little more than you though, right?
Isa,
You might not.
Isa,
You
don't
might
get
not.
triggered. Don't get
Apparently I
triggered.
do, bro.
Isa,
Yeah. I don't think you do.
Don't
It's been a
get
couple
triggered.
of days
think you
since I've
do.
been online.
Isa.
Forgive me. I don't suck as fools, dog.
Isa, don't get triggered. This is like the lowest of the lowest common denominators.
You know, tough on the freaking line and shit.
Bro, we've been doing the same dance for over. Trust me, Isa.
All right. I'm
I
scared.
feel you,
One thing.
brother.
One thing, real quick. So if your formula is right, then why do we have video of the Chicago skyline 50 miles away?
Oh, there we go with that same question. You don't see the entire skyline. The rest of it is buried down below the horizon.
You don't.
And
That was
it's
the
not
answer
buried
to that
far
question.
enough. I've done the measurements, and so a bunch of other people do the
Do you
measurements.
know how-
It should be
do you
further
know-
down.
Do you know that you should only be
You see the-
seeing the
you see
very?
the top of the
Hey,
skyline.
stop talking all the time. Do you know that you're only supposed to?
You
see
only
the very
lose
top?
8 inches per linear mile.
How do you know that you're only supposed to be seeing the very top?
Mile
of those
squared.
mountains?
That's a slope, dude.
No, you only lose 8 inches per
no,
linear mile.
no,
8 inches.
No.
All right. All right.
You don't PEMDAS. Parentheses first, exponents second.
Oh wow.
You got to do the exponent.
Okay, so muted. He's not going to hear this, but this is for the people listening. Okay, he's going to continue talking and not know he's muted.
Fucking
Okay,
talking about it
So
slope.
what's up? Yeah, very slow. So what's happening is when we're pointing out, you're only supposed to be seeing the very top of 5 of those towers, if that. Okay, never mind that. Forget that. There's 10 meters missing at the bottom.
No. Well,
That's
Antonio,
what he's doing.
at 50 and 60 miles, like say from Michigan or from Indiana at 39 and 40, you shouldn't see any of the buildings.
Yeah. And when you've got a Sparrowhawk missile instructor saying that they paint targets that are 80 and 100 miles away, and these are from ships. So they're on a ship that's pretty close to sea level. Now they're not aiming from the water, they're aiming from one of the towers, but the towers are going to be 120, 200, however many hundred of feet up. That's still not supposed to be able to go round the curve to paint the target that's 100 miles away. But all of this stuff, this guy, it's not going to go in there, guys. I'm telling you, we're dealing with one of those guys where you say, look, this is a picture of Santa Claus. Santa Claus doesn't exist. And he would say, yes, it does, because I've seen a picture of him.
Hey, yo, new rule. Hey, yo, look, new rule. Question number 1. Do you know the circumference of the earth? If not, get the fuck out of here, because you don't know anything. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Well,
I mean, because there's the reason that people would propose that it's flat is because the circumference doesn't add up with the mathematics. And if they don't even understand that, he's over there talking about boats going over the horizon. Like, I had a great moment with Gem Panda. Granted, Gem doesn't concede, but there was a pregnant silence. I'll just leave it at that. He was showing us that there was, the earth is just too big for there to be a curve and, for you to detect it. And so, in a concession, that if the earth is so big, then we can all agree that boats are not going over any freaking horizon. And we did. There were videos, and he was showing all this stuff, and that's fine. Well, I'll give you that the earth is just so big I can't perceive it. But then you have to concede that boats aren't going over the horizon. And I think that boats not going over the horizon is pretty much the first thing someone will tell you when they're learned about the shape of the earth. And if we take that argument away from them, knock down dark matter. Our dark matter's already gone. What do you call it? I mean, well done, gentlemen. Really, because we've knocked down dark matter. We've knocked down the curve of the earth. The boats. If they're going to say that it's so big we can't perceive it, then they have to give us over the horizon. And if they're not going to do it, then they're not a worthy adversary or logical thinker. And this is where we need to
I've seen it myself.
Welcome
to
the
I've seen it myself.
You've seen
right here on Ocean Beach. We have
circumference because you looked it up on Google. Did you look up the circumference on Google? Did you see?
Hey, let him talk.
Isa, don't worry. He's gone. I've booted him. Like, with all due respect to everybody, I've booted him because what this guy is going to do is all he's going to do. The only person here that's going to keep his blood pressure is going to be Brian, because Rob, Isa, and me, our blood pressure is going to raise.
I've already flipped a couple times, and I almost the gentleman is obviously not even. I mean, look, he heard everything that you just said. Obviously, didn't hear it, but I mean, he didn't know the difference. He had to have heard your words, and then after everything you said he saw it.
Hey, yo, first off, no, yo, look at it like this. If he doesn't understand there's a difference between square miles and miles squared, it's done, kid.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, that too. And then,
But, yo, again, we need to just set up, like, hey, and you know what? This is where I kind of want to make the case for a lot of people. There's been a lot of people that don't like talking to certain other ballers that are out here. But the reason that those gentlemen that are out here arguing for the ball are our worthy adversaries is at least they know the arguments. They know the counterpoints to what we're talking about. And for the purpose of informing people, they're great adversaries because they really do know the other model. It's not like your average day person who doesn't know the circumference of the earth, but wants to enter the social confrontation part,
Issa, earlier you missed it. He didn't even know that the sun was traveling at the speeds that it is. He didn't even realize the earth was traveling at 67,000, let alone the sun, because I originally messed up and said the sun was. I immediately corrected myself to the earth traveling at 67,000 miles, but he agreed that the sun was, and then had to agree that the earth was because he hadn't the slightest clue. And that's the things, like those are the types of things that are supposed to make you stop. We're not saying believe us. We're not saying, in anything like, okay, you just got to drop everything and start from square one even. But we're saying if you don't already know these things, if you don't know the earth is allegedly traveling at 67,000 miles per hour, if you don't already know that, and then you find it out and don't even have the slightest hesitation to question, wait, hold on. we're doing.
How would you dare come and argue a point where you don't understand the premise of your, like, you know, of your own?
Well, to
And that's-
in his credit, he was invited by Candy. It's Candy's friend. It's Candy's best.
Yo, forgive me then. Forgive me, brother. I didn't mean to come off so rude. I just,
Yeah,
as
it's
soon as I
Candy-
hear that kind of stuff,
you
yeah.
weren't rude. Issa, you weren't rude. He was rude. Every time Brian was making a point, he was breaking. So this is what happens with the short minds. They can only take very short little ideas, and when an idea is a little bit longer, they have to interrupt it. Okay, and that's what it was doing with Brian. Every time Brian was bringing up a point, he was interrupting it with a counterpoint that was not an actual counterpoint.
The problem is that he's already convinced that nothing that we say that's alternate to the actual given theory is even remotely has any chance of being correct. He's convinced of that, obviously, by his attitude. You can see that. And so when we're explaining, when Brian is saying something, or you are, or Issa, or whatever, that's just background chatter until it's his turn. So that's why it's a constant interruption, because it's not important that you're in the middle of a description of an alternate theory to a well-accepted paradigm. I mean, that should be something of some type of worth to these individuals who are coming into this, who have, you know, who are saying, well, what the hell is going on? If we have a valid explanation to the actual accepted scientific, you know, hypotheses or theories and the one of the given paradigm, like, there has to be some kind of I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Respect for that, I guess, to put it simply. Like, to say, like, these guys here that have put, you know, hundreds, if not, well, thousands of hours of their time into researching something for various reasons. Mine happens to be because I think we have the chance to possibly save the world by waking everybody up, but that, you know, that's just me. But, you know, if we've spent all of this time and then actually are telling you that we have valid explanations for each one of these, I think that deserves at least some type of level of respect, to say that these guys came out of left field and actually have valid explanations. But
you know what though, Rob? I think, let our explanations be a secret to those who would not. I'm not going to explain what could and couldn't be. It's like I started deal with, there's two ways to go about this conversation. One of them is we're going after the proposed model. The other one is that we're going to provide alternate explanations. What the trolls want you to do is to wind up in the fanciful world of your imagination, telling them what you think might be an alternative so they can call you fucking crazy.
Yes.
Leave that conversation, like, you know, sun tracking experiment. Well, what do you guys think the sun's doing with the sun tracking experiment? Well, ask them why. With you. What business is yours?
Like, why are you at the level of trying to understand?
Why would I?
No, listen.
Waste my time.
Why are you at the level of trying to understand an explanation or an alternate theory that we might have if you haven't come to the understanding or overstanding that the model has an issue?
Just look at it like this, man. Pearls before swine. So look, we're doing what we're doing in our background. We're doing, sun tracking. We're doing our own experiments. That's for us. Okay. When we're talking in the conversation for these ballers, come up against this, especially with the wall of ignorance that we see, I think we just have to recognize that, like when someone says to me, how does the sun set? I merely say beautifully. Tell you how the sun sets over a flat earth. Like, I'm not going to be like, oh, well, it's an electromagnetic universe with a dielectric plane and it could all be like, you're going to think I'm nuts. I want to show, hold on. I want to show that. I want to show how nuts their idea is.
Yes.
And so once you take away their foundation, then they're looking about them. What the fuck next? And you go, well, have you heard of a dielectric plane?
Yeah.
But you know, guys, when we're talking with a guy like the guy that was in here before, where he tells us that planes keep their altitude by radar, he gets corrected and told, no, it's not radar. Okay. He then moves on to something else and has been doing this continuously without actually listening to what it is.
I just realized what we could call this. you ever seen the Stolen Valor videos where the guys chase down the guys in military uniform that never served?
Oh no, I've
Yeah.
not seen those.
Oh, you've never seen?
Oh, those are hilarious.
Oh, dude, you got to, bro, because like it's usually some chump who's wearing something wrong on the uniform, and some guy who doesn't look like he was, was a badass motherfucker is like, hey, and he'll start picking them apart, and then before you know it, they're like, yo, you shouldn't do that, fucking wearing that uniform like that, kid, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
So what are these called?
Exactly. Stolen Valor, man, and they do it. There's Navy SEAL guys and there's Army guys.
That's why I wish you and told him that I was military. I wanted to hear what he was going to go with that.
Yo, hey, bro,
Yeah,
I heard that open up. No, I heard that open up. I thought we were about to have a Stolen Valor video on our hands.
I wanted to hear what he was going with it.
Well, he knew. Once he saw you with the realness, it was a wrap. But what I'm trying to say is that when they're coming
he didn't
with
notice
their
at first.
globe,
The reason I brought it up, Brian, the reason I brought it up is that he was bringing that in as if he had some kind of ammunition. And when I called him out on it and pointed out that you are a master gunner, he dropped it and he actually said something like, yeah, that was just kind of like hot air or something like that. I forget.
Yeah. But no, but check this. Well, we've got our Stolen Valor dudes for the globe, Valor scientists on our hands out here. Is there like, no, you got to be wrong because and it's like, wait a minute. Well, no. They don't know anything about what they would, the Stolen Valor globe arguers.
Yeah.
The science they're proposing.
No, you're exactly right. And then we're not asking them to know, and we're not mad at them for not knowing. That's the thing. All we're asking is for you to admit, oh damn, wow, you know what? I didn't know that, and maybe I should factor that into my beliefs and see if it still works. But these you wouldn't even do that. It's
Have
like
you ever watched those Stolen Valor videos?
If we proved any of our points, it would be immediately on to the next thing. Okay, yeah, but anyway, but anyway. Miles squared is not. It's not the square.
Bro, go watch those Stolen Valor videos. These guys will swear up and down that they did serve, that they were there, and all their shit's wrong, and they're just still lying. And the guys are like, dude, I'm gonna whoop your fucking ass. Get the fuck out of here. With someone that's just at some point, you're dealing with it goes all the way to the genetics, maybe. I don't fucking know. But it's like, it's that like people aren't fucking thinking to think or to honor thinking acts. Or they're just fucking trolls. I don't know. But them Stolen Valor videos are a great point. Them boys will lie to someone who knows.
I've got a whole bunch queued up for it.
You're gonna have a fucking blast.
Yeah, I know I am. I love it.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a debate. I have a
nice.
debate with Flat Earth Math coming up soon, and I'm going to have a trump
How do
card.
you guys do it to yourselves?
Oh well, it's just listen, Isa, he's already
Charles.
He's already conceded. Well, he's not conceded.
And he's a worthy adversary.
Yes, and he has obliged to move his computer to the basement. I said to him, would you at least do us the honor of being distraction free?
Right.
I did point out that really
he's gonna be like, well, this is where I keep their games.
I'm almost positive. Positive during one of his debates. I think it was with Jared, but I'm not sure. But I'm almost positive I seen him kick Mars while he was on mute. While he was sitting in the chair, just reached out and boom, kick him real quick.
So he's gonna do that. So no distractions. That will be good. Okay. So no distractions for anyone, including us. The people debating. So I'm going to have a really cool trump card. I don't want to say who it is, but I've got a really cool trump card queued up. And what Charles wants to do is put 5 points across. He wants me to put 5 points, either pro flat or con globe, and or mix and match. And he wants me to put the 5 points to him beforehand so he can prepare, and he will do likewise. He will put 5 points to us.
Cool.
So that's going to be really good. It's going to be in a month in a month's time, though. He messaged me. He's had to delays and whatnot. He's got a young family, so but that's going to be cool. So that's going to be in a month's time.
It'll be interesting because, you know, he's like, you know, professional shit talker. He's like, he can talk in spirals. Forget talking in circles. That dude talks in spirals and never concedes. I mean, I literally made him break down how the Sierra de Uyuni salt flats in Bolivia, the salt flats in Bolivia, how they are formed and how that is why they are known as the flattest location on Earth. Even him saying that just because there's an extremely flat location doesn't mean that, you know, there could be an extremely flat location on the ball. And then I bring up that the elevation is the same exact elevation, 11,900 something across the entire plane with less than a 3-foot variance. And the 3-foot variance is only for the little spires of little salt mounds and rock mounds that stick up out of the levelness. Right. So yeah. So once I got to that part, and that if that was the case and it was a flat spot on a ball, as he was saying, then there would have to be at least a 2,000-foot difference in elevation from one end of the flat to the other end of the flat. This is a must. You can't have it both ways, one or the other. And then he went back to, well, I already told you, level doesn't necessarily mean evenly flat on a ball. I said, wait, no, Charles, you just told me, you just explained to me how the salt flat was formed evenly and completely flat because of the way it was formed, because of the gradient, the pressure gradient, even over time, and how no water, not even a drop of it, is able to seep off of this plateau up in these mountains. It can't go anywhere. And that a constant even pressure gradient throughout the entire thing makes that the flattest place, measurably the flattest place on Earth. So you can't say that it's the curvity place on Earth because it's flat. And I made him describe why. And then he went back to, well, level doesn't mean flat on a ball. And I said, yeah, thank you, Charles. Have a good day. Click. Hung right up.
Got it. No, just because I want to clarify, and I forgive me if I got it wrong when I was brother before. I feel bad about it too. But the miles squared and the squared miles. Are you guys familiar with that? Because it's miles squared, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, miles squared.
For like, you know, 20 miles by 20 miles, like, you know, as a square. So right, if I'm not mistaken.
That's square miles.
Mm-hmm.
That's square miles. So one is a ratio and the other one is land area.
Right. So we're talking, or explain it even. Let's go into this. This is something we could discuss. You know, this is something where we can educate ourselves about it. You know what I mean?
Square miles is where you've got
apartments, like apartments. When you do it, square footage, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Square. So footage squared is a distance. Be like, let's say whatever that length is.
Right? No, it's part of a math formula.
It's like
so
like 24 miles by 24 miles square is the square. It's like 24 out, 24 over, and that would be close to 600 square miles. But 600 miles squared, I believe, would be 600 by 600. Correct?
Yeah. So one is ratio. So one is to do with ratio, and the other one is simply to do with field. So one is land size or size, and the other one is a ratio. So feet, the rate at which a body falls, that's a ratio. There's a ratio to that. And the distance, that's a space. So that's a field. So with land, you've got square miles and miles squared. Square miles is, you're talking maps, plans,
area.
Yeah, I want to.
And the other, you're talking
yeah, because I had looked this up, and I know that when I referred to the idea of the 600 miles squared, I believe is the nautical miles for that idea. You know what I mean? Because you're dealing with that always trips me out, like the idea that you would treat miles as flat. Now I've talked about this in certain regards with bearing being a point, but the point is that like if they're treating 600 miles as, and my point at the time has been that if you're treating 600 miles nautical miles as flat, regular miles as flat, then no boat is going over any horizon, going over any curve.
That's it.
So
That's right.
So clarify that it's 600 miles in any direction. You know what I mean? So it really essentially now. Adam, I'm not going to make the claim that it's miles squared that you would navigate it, but I think it is.
You wouldn't navigate with miles squared, though.
Wouldn't, you said?
No. So
yes, you're right. You wouldn't. You're saying
miles squared is just using a formula if you want to figure out a slope, curvature, things like that.
Well, you're right.
So you would use it if you want to figure out how low. No, because 600 miles, they're just counting it as a curve, whether it's flat or not. It's a 600-mile curve. Now, there's a formula to determine how big a radius of if you go 600 miles and it's curved, blah, 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 blah. But the point of it is square miles is how you determine an area.
Yeah.
The miles squared, feet squared, whatever, it's just a math formula of just saying anything squared, Pi squared,
so
2 squared is 4, but it's not an area.
Well, no, but that's not. I don't know if that's the case because I've heard of a story in Connecticut where there's a particular piece of land, and it was drawn out, and they were, it was miles squared, not square miles, and there was a point of contention over it. So the miles squared made it I think in the case it was 40 miles. So it was 40 miles in one direction, 40 miles in the other. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's square miles.
Yeah, square miles. So you've got. Say you've got 40 square miles. Within that 40 square miles, you've got a point where there's 40 miles squared from one end to the other if you want to look at the curvature. So this is where the confusion happens. One is space, is land, size, and the other one is a ratio, which is the squared.
Right. So So we've got miles square is just, yes. Okay. Forgive me. My head, I guess.
Just think of it.
You never call anything miles squared unless you're doing math.
Well, no, there is a term. That's the thing.
What he's talking about. Listen, what you're talking about is literally 600 miles squared. He's talking about the area that is covered over 600 one way, like out, 600 over. So 600 times 600. That is what he's talking about. It's called the run line or something like it. It's for calculating. You use there's a whole formula for it. And what he's talking as applied to sailing along the run line for distances less than 600 nautical miles, this formula is applied. So that means 600 miles, nautical miles, excuse me, 600 nautical miles.
Which is 690. That's 690 statute miles.
Yeah, it is treated as a run line, an even datum line all the way out. That is how that's how the formula has to work. It's called a run line. If you RHUMB.
But this is where it gets magical. Within this 600 miles, you could travel halfway across and establish a further 600 miles that are also flat.
Exactly right. And that's where most of these ships, it's like that's how I'm citing it, is that first off, then these international interested companies is traveling more than 700 600 nautical miles, I would imagine, unless you're going to Hawaii and stuff like that, which is up for discussion. I'd love to talk with in regards to how they did it, but if you do talk to them, most of them will say they just used GPS and just went across. And so it's like we weren't thinking about it because it's like too far. Cool stuff, man. I think there's two discussions that are simultaneously happening. One is like those of us who are already very well peaked into flat Earth, and there's conversations for that, and then there's conversations for when people come in, because I really think what I've seen is that we're trying to explain our ideas and concepts to people that don't even know their own.
Right. Yeah. Because literally after everything we said, well, then how could you go one distance and go the other distance and come back around in the same spot?
So he said, if you were traveling east, you'd be having to make a big turn. And Brian says, no, you will be traveling east. You will be following your compass, and you're going to do whatever.
My boy Spiritual North just did a video on the only true direction is north.
Yes.
Everything is based off of north. I mean, yo, big up, yo, everyone check out my boy Spiritual North, his channel. And he's been doing, he actually was studying that story that Jaron mentioned before Jaron did. And he's like calling it, he's got a very interesting take on that PhD out of Tunisia, I believe, or something. And
Oh, yeah.
There's like, yeah, so he was covering that like 2 weeks ago. He's been on point with that stuff, and you know, very interesting dude. But the only direction is north. To north.
Dude, I'm already subscribed to him. I've just pulled him
Yeah,
up.
cool, man.
Yeah.
He looks familiar. He looks like someone.
He's yo, dude. I'll tell you what, man. That guy is a very magical dude. He's a very magical dude. I'll leave it at that. He's a very cool dude, man. I love him. He's funny because I know him from New York City.
Really?
Private, yeah, dude. He hit me up privately one time, like, I see you on this discussion, asshole. Like, you know, and he knows like I'm the worst. I've always been a dick. I'm just no fun if people aren't fun. And like and, you know, and so it's cool, man. Like I love seeing him out here. Video is a great point of view. You know, he knows how I feel. Like I love the brother. So everybody check him out. And the only true direction is north. North.
Mm-hmm.
90 degrees, 180, you know, whatever it is. It's fascinating. You know,
Hey, did you guys see that I caught Time and Date red-handed?
Yeah, dude. With your hello, I caught you.
So I'm not joking, guys. I'm making a video in response to Flat Earth Math. Whilst I'm making the video, I think I'm comparing Time and Date with SunCalc, and I'm comparing the various different data that each is saying.
Mm-hmm.
So as I'm making the video, I think, oh, wait, I just realized I can check the angle at solar noon for each, and I hadn't done in the video that I've been working on. So I go back in, and lo and behold, they've changed the data for the day I was looking at. But luckily, I just recorded it. I just recorded the data on the 28th of April that they had up. And the new, which now correlates more with SunCalc.
Well, you know why, Antonio? Because they're so good at predicting things.
Dude, it's like, but the truth is, like, we know that there are buildings, there are ancient buildings that are aligned correctly. Okay, we know this. The only way they can be aligned correctly is if the cycles repeat every year, which they do, apart from the lunar and solar eclipses that have their own pattern.
Well, no,
rest,
March 21st or whatever, all those dates seem to line up.
Yeah, they repeat, okay? So they don't have to update their system. They would just simply write down the data for all of the times, and there you go. But they can't, because if they do this, then they're supporting a stable Earth, and the globe is not a stable Earth, because part of the whole ethos behind it is the possibility that an asteroid could hit us and destroy us, that Nibiru could swing by, all kinds of stuff.
Oh, yeah, just while you're talking about that, shout out to Ed talking about that earthquake that changed the tilt of the Earth by 6 feet. Did you hear about that one? Shout out to my boy Ed, 118, man. Big up, you've been exposed. All them brothers.
Oh yeah, brother Ed. Yeah, I love it.
No, but yo,
man.
he's fucking dope. Make your point though, Antonio. I'm just saying, earthquake changed the tilt. It's like everything's chaos out in their world.
Well, this is it. Everything's based on chaos, on precariousness, on there could be changes. But if the days are regular and the seasons are regular and the angles of elevation to the sun, if it's all regular, then they can just print it out in one go, and that's it. Have it there on time and date, which they could. They genuinely could. This is how SunCalc works. The guy's not updating it all the time. He's just set it all down, okay? But they have to change the details because they're not working on a stable Earth. They think that they're working on a precarious Earth, okay? And I caught them red-handed changing the details they were showing. They were showing details that were false. I'm looking at SunCalc, seeing details that are more correct. And as I'm doing this, they changed the freaking details they were showing. And it's like, okay, either you're monitoring my freaking computer and you know what I'm looking at, or you're using SunCalc to arrive at your data. And SunCalc is using time and date for various different things. So the whole shebang, the whole geophysics is so fucked up right now that they can't accept that there are things which are regular, like the
Antonio,
cycle of the sun.
You know what I was thinking, Antonio? You're probably the man for the job. If anyone could do this, it's like, or would even like whatever. I started thinking of this idea. What we want is we just want a notarized someone at NASA saying that it's all legit.
Yes.
And if it's not, guess what? If we don't get and if they're just going to come out with a notarized, because I could literally go make an affidavit saying, hey, I think stealing our money and that everything you've done is fake. Please respond under notary seal, penalty of perjury, or else it's agreed that everything you've done for the last 50 years is a lie.
It's not going to happen, though, is it?
Failure? No. Hey, I'm just saying. Hey, but I'm saying no. But look,
there's a
they're
big problem.
Compliance. Notarized document. I know
Listen.
compartmentalization. I get it. Compartmentalization.
No. It's much deeper than that. What I'm proposing, and you know, for who all may say what they want, but shout out to my brother King Wayne. But anyway, I got kind of got this from him. And I've been thinking along these lines, but he really drove it home for me. We had a long talk. But anyway, I don't think NASA's lying anymore. I think that they are telling the truth. The things that they say are ritual. They are saying exactly what they're doing. All these things that they're finding, they're there for so you have to ignore the blatant to continue accepting what they're putting forward. So if you see what I'm saying, so it's more of a manipulation and a deception than a lie, because what they're saying is that they're in space. Well, they are in a space.
No, but what you're not getting is that now you're off into fairyland. What I'm talking about is I want a freaking notarized statement from somebody over there, or else by the look, okay, fine. It's okay. Then how about
that they're not lying?
Okay, well, what I'm trying to say is that if you don't get a notarized response, the rules of court.
I see. I understand what you're saying.
Dictate that, because we can, it's not that they're not. I mean, I could actually explain it to you and justify exactly what they're doing, because all human beings are monsters. Half of they've sold 98% of the population with movies and Disney, and they've got actors in front of you every day, and you believe it. And probably because you believe it, you deserve it. You may not deserve freedom. Even it may not be something that you're interested in. Out the lip service of it because of a Disney movie. The point is that it's very difficult. And if we understood and rose up really and truly, I think something that, those of us who understand will learn how to individually execute diplomatically with this system. Who would fall victim to this? The law of conquest, it is legal. I can justify what they're doing, but my point is, and I'm trying to open up people's heads here, is that, look, if they wouldn't respond with a notary seal under penalty of perjury, would you believe them?
No. Well, this is the thing. It's just not going to happen. You can go to them, but
just another nail in the coffin in the collective consciousness of those who would look, because when we see that they wouldn't respond in a notary seal, they go make a claim against NASA because, frankly, I understand the game. Times, just trying to say they're not going to come under. Could come under seal. Do you see how they've done it through compartmentalization?
Well, even Bolden, when he was in front of the congressional hearing, being asked about first class flights that he took on NASA's budget, they're not supposed to fly on first class flights unless they're upgraded by the airline. Yeah. So, which means that they're not paying for it. If they pay for first class, that's abuse. Okay, they're abusing their authority. And he said I don't fly. I have not flown first class. And then they pulled up the records of how many first class flights NASA had paid for him to take. So the guy will just barefaced lie in Congress in America. He'll just lie.
Yeah, no, of course he will. But dude, Congress, you ever know the original 13th Amendment to the Constitution was that?
I mean, I live in England. Come on.
Yeah, but check it. No one would hold titles of nobility. But all the congressmen are esquires. They're lawyers. They're the executors of this game. And esquire has a title of nobility. And so the thing is that these people are titles of nobility, and they are holding down the message or whatever. They are diplomatically immune. Look at Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State. Everyone tried to go after her when she came out of that position as a U.S. citizen. When everyone tried to go after her, what people don't understand is the expatriation. You have to expatriate to be the Secretary of State. They went after her as a U.S. citizen. The FBI had to step in and said, "Look, y'all are retarded. Can't go after her." And everyone's like, blah, 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 and they're under no obligation to tell you why. But the truth is that she was expatriated, and she wasn't in the capacity that you were attempting to sue her or file charges against. You don't understand that much. Imagine how much else we don't understand.
So if she's expatriated, that means that she's patronized somewhere else.
Well, she's no, to the Republic. Remember, secretary, secret. The Republic, and this is what I call upon when we talk about court and stuff like that. Now, I say this, okay? Flat Earth could have an economic platform. That would be to discharge all the debt. But in order for anyone to understand that, they've got to come on this understanding of history and all this other thing. But I don't say, or whatever. I would like to think that we are, but I don't want to waste up Candy's airspace spending 10 hours fucking trying to explain it as I do every time and everywhere that I go. So
Isa,
I don't want to bore you guys, you know.
Isa, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire right now. Okay.
Where's my book? Is that what you're going to ask me? Where's my book?
Yes.
I'm working on it right now. Check it out. We're going to do a book. Well, I have a friend of mine, right? We're going to call it Sex and Law. What do you call it? And it's I'm gonna have I already have a couple chapters, and it's gonna be because we were just gonna just go all whatever with it. It's traffic stops and one night stands, to break down the monotony of it, because my friend is really, that's where he would want to write any of that stuff. And so, but a way to just introduce these ideas as playful, and also as to get away from maybe the seriousness of it all.
Mm-hmm.
But that's an idea we're looking forward to come up with, but also I've written this whole story about this whole. I started trying to write a law book. I ended up writing a fairy tale about everything I've experienced out here.
Right.
And I love it, and I think it honors the players.
Cool. So you're gonna publish this? Are you gonna publish it? PDF?
I feel like Vegan Warrior. I saw Vegan Warrior a little earlier. It's like I got 5 books on my thing. I never published them.
Okay, but listen, you have a platform which is YouTube. Why not just read chapter by chapter by chapter?
Good idea.
And just put it out there?
I've been liking I've been reading the other books. I always, when I feel it's ready, I will, man. And Antonio, honestly, it's something I'm like, you're like a coach. Like my old coach, he's like, "Oh, where you been?" I'm like, shit, I'm not doing it."
Yeah.
So, yeah, brother, I definitely with finishing that. Yep.
I look forward to it. Hey, dude, somebody passed me a PDF of a book that they're writing. I'm going to tell you the name. The person, I forget the name of the channel. Okay, the writer is called. Just give me a second. Wolfgang Alexander Lennox, Esquire. So Wolfgang Alexander Lennox. I started reading this book. It's like, dude, this guy's a good writer, and it's an unpublished book. And he passed it to me just to have a look at and maybe find some typos. It was like, wow, this is a freaking interesting book. So I'm going to try and get him to, maybe, if he's not going to take it out there for publishing, then I'm going to ask him to just start reading it on his channel. That's
Right.
it. Just read it. Just calmly, cup of coffee or tea or whatever,
Yeah.
and sit there and read it and put it out there.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing with. I've come across some old books that I have, and I've kind of been like, you know, reading the books. And then I read As a Man Thinketh by James Allen, and Khalil Gibran, the Prophet, and little excerpts from these dervishes books from Idris Shah. And then I had a hangout, and I've kind of been running that like that, you know, reading the book a little bit or reading parts of stuff out afterwards. But yeah, I like reading.
Yeah, I saw the other day you were having a hangout. I saw the other day just before I closed down. I thought, oh, dude, he's just having a hangout, but I was beat.
Oh, dude, I can only. I've never. I call it free. You know, it's funny. I call it free chanting, like staying up too late and talking about the earth.
Yeah.
Like because you know, I'd never done it before, and I'm like, you know, my screen share is all wrong. You know what I mean? And thankfully, everyone that came through. I mean, I'm so honored that everyone that they come back. I mean, I couldn't think of, you know, and really, you were missing. You're probably the only month. You know, you get on maybe Patty and you know, all the rest of the crew that I came out here with. I had freaking Gem Panda. Gem Panda had to concede.
Yeah.
I believe. You know what I mean? But we got what do you call it? And it was just beautiful for me to like have and host everyone who I love out here. And you know, yeah. Next time, I hope you come on.
Yeah, I will do. I will just drop me a link on Skype, dude.
Yeah, forgive me, I will. And you know what, too? I heard, I got to get my Skype situation sorted out, too. I got like 10 Skypes because I freaked out.
Yeah.
So I got and then I got locked out of one of them. I'm like,
no, but listen, sometimes when Skype locks you out, all you have to do is close. So you've opened it. It's asking you for passwords and stuff. Just close it and open it again. Because sometimes it does this. You close it. You say, no, thanks. Close. Reopen. And it's like, yeah, there you go. Open. You haven't put in your password. It's just for whatever reason, it's got this bug. So when that happens, don't open a new Skype account. Just say, no. I've got it. I know I've got an account. I want into this account. So
yeah.
I
got to figure that out. You know, I just it's weird. I've always been like that. I'm always just like boom, 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 get a new one and just keep it rolling. I like to keep the people. It's like, 'cause, you know, I don't want to dilly dally with, you know, like I don't know. Like I always
people that
like
send you friend requests, you say,
I'm the worst. Yeah, like, you know, I'm like I'm like, you know, I know the people that I love and like the people that are in my life, and I fucking love everybody. I don't know. I should probably check my emails too. I don't even know. You know what I mean? Like
I have a Gmail account associated to my YouTube, and when I go in there, I have hundreds of emails from people that are obviously communicating something, and I feel so guilty because the reason I don't go in there often is that I have 2 different Gmail accounts, and I never know which one I'm going into because I'm shit on internet stuff. Like, dude,
I know.
Dude,
what an awakening, right? We all had to learn the internet and how to operate computers, and and then some people are better than yours, and you're so like, some people are, you know, you're vulnerable. It's like, it's just like, damn, I didn't know it was all that now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the I like that Candy's out here. I like seeing all the new faces out here, man.
Yeah, it's good.
And
she has some good flat Earth ideas, not just, you know, hangouts, and she has some good observations. You know, it's like, dude, freaking cool.
Nah, man, you know, you'd be surprised. Like, I gotta say, I've had some really good talks. 118. Yo, check this one out, man. This cat, I love the way he thinks, man. Like, and I don't know, maybe it's, God knows, man. But like, you know, take like the, you know, or he had raised it the other night and it just tipped me up, was the whole idea of the procession.
Yeah.
Right. Over 26,000 years, right?
Yeah.
Well, right. The only way you could verify that is if you did it twice.
Yes. Otherwise, you wouldn't know that it's a pattern. Yeah. Otherwise, you
So
wouldn't know.
it's like,
that
you
it
know,
would be.
it's like, you know, I just found that question. I was like, damn.
Uh-huh.
Fucking point, because I have a real hard time. Like anytime someone says to me, like, "Oh, 10,000 years ago, this, and this," I'm like, this, because you know, you're gonna try to tell me you know what the fuck happened 10,000 years ago. Stop.
But do you know what, Isa? I'm with Michael Tellinger on the age of this place. I really am. I don't know. Let's suppose that at some
What did he
point
say
in
now? I don't really know his thought on that. How long has he said he proposed?
Michael Tellinger. This is their
John Anthony West too is on that too.
All right, cool. Well, Michael Tellinger's he's a flat earther, but he's an archaeologist and a anthropologist, and he's in South Africa. He's in the south of Africa, not South Africa itself, Botswana, that region, and he studies the stone circles and ancient civilizations from that region, like advanced ancient civilizations. So, and this is in the ruins, in places under the desert, places under the forest, you know, where they've got the signs of advanced civilization, you know. So the way he's dating things is by looking at where things are and by looking at the discoveries from those people or about those people. Because I don't know if you've listened to Ray Hagen's, the black non-Christian pastor, explaining stuff about stuff. Now, when he talks about the type of civilization they had in Africa, if we think that Africa was this backward place, and all that it appears that we get the illusion that it is now, because we're always shown images of like the Maasai warriors, you know. We never see like the inner city of, say, Nigeria, you know, with the skyscrapers and stuff. You don't see the technological side of Africa. So we always have Congo and rebels and machetes and AK-47s. We have those images given to us about Africa. But there are paintings in Africa, there are structures in Africa that say that they had a much older history, a history that parallels the Mayans and the Indus people, you know. So it's like all of this stuff is just not part of the narrative because it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the story.
They say even like this concept. I don't know if you've ever heard of like the idea of the Ark of the Covenant
in Ethiopia.
Have you heard of the Kebra Nagas? You know,
yes.
And I'd recommend everyone go learn about Haile Selassie and about the history of Africa and all. You know, like the idea that there's so much more. Yeah, definitely, man. I agree 100%. Like
there are two histories of Africa. There's the genuine history that's seldom spoken about, and then there's the Middle Age history, where we had a medieval era in Europe with knights and all of that, and you know, churches killing people. So the period after the Romans and the Renaissance, you had this period where there seemed to be not much organization going on. Well, at that same period in Africa, they were having a great time. You know,
but then look at it like this though. They often say like at that time it was the Muslims, and like some people, you know, if I'm not mistaken, around about that time, right? You know, you're talking time of the Renaissance. You had like Islam in effect over there, and you know, varying opinions about how that went. Like, you know, and also, you know,
well,
there's so many things that have.
Well, this is the thing. We're discovering pyramids in Europe and pyramids in the Amazon jungle, in the jungle pyramids, not in the mountains, not Machu Picchu and Chichen Itza, not there, in the freaking jungle. And you've got areas of the Amazon where you see how communication has happened for centuries between tribes. You've got areas that are allocated by each tribe as meeting points for other tribes. You've got all kinds of stuff that's just not discussed and described to us because it doesn't fit the model. You see, the model has to say, we are at the forefront of everything, and anything that isn't us is worse and is smaller and is shit. But the truth is like, no. If you look calmly and you look conscientiously at the past, you see advanced civilizations all over the place. But those don't fit the narrative. So they're just like deleted and ignored. But there are ancient civilizations from all over the place. And we know this because the buildings are still there.
Yeah. Even this year there's like a man that, like, they say that guards the Ark of the Covenant, and whoever holds that position, like, winds up with like tumors.
Yeah, because it's radioactive.
Yeah,
Yes.
man.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's freaking radioactive, and like, whatever it is, it's just one of those.
I mean, God knows, and even then, I don't know what, who knows what's real. And I love what David Weiss has proposed. He says, yo, name one thing that's real.
What, for
event
me?
one real event, like, that has happened, like, where we could know. Like, think one thing, like one thing that you could think that is real. Philosophical idea, like, I know it sounds a bit absurd in a way, but if you can consider it and think of it.
Yeah, with me, it's something like the birth of my children, something personal and private.
Right. And now,
Well,
outside
I don't
of
mean
that, though.
Yeah, so
like, in the let's say the newsland of,
yeah,
in that
something far-reaching. So something far-reaching that we can agree.
Something impactful, maybe even. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. That I'm not the one to ask, because I'm going to say I can't accept whatever it is that I'm told as if it's true. If I don't have access to seeing whether or not it is true. So, yeah.
That's the craziest. Like, Weiss proposed that to me, and I thought, wow. Like, just think to your own self. I mean, I'm not trying to get anyone to prove to me something. I'm just saying that, it's like, what is real, man? As we come to this understanding that, let's say, if you're new to, or I don't even know, I want to say new, but like coming to this idea of flat Earth, like, it's almost to me like we have to realize that everything is inverse to make us feel weak and little and all this stuff like that, when in reality we could be the pinnacle of the pinnacle of power as a matter of law. On top of that, the Earth might be flat. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, there's this.
Well,
we have to
underneath
like,
that,
as we learn all these cool things.
Yeah, you mean underneath that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Well done. Listen, guys, I'm going to leave you, but Candy asked me to look after the Hangout. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass controls to you guys.
Cool,
if that's okay with you.
Are you on your laptop? Who else got controls?
You have to pass it to Brian because we're on our phones.
I'm about to leave too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm cool. I mean, shoot.
Well,
I'm
Rob,
feel like I'm glad we got to talk, and we can end it right here, brother. I'm chilling.
Yeah.
I
don't mind.
I don't know, guys. Rob, what do you think? I can pass you controls and you can do whatever, or do you want to drop too?
Well, I mean, I'm straight. We had a good conversation. I think there was a lot discussed. Sometimes it's good to not have them, 8 hours long, so other people can,
I'll play a little music, maybe.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so listen, I've passed you controls, but I'm going to drop. I'm going to be listening, but I need to get on with a few things here.
All right.
Cool.
Okay.
I got early morning, so I'm dropping too. I'll catch y'all later.
All right,
Catch you
brother.
later.
Cool,
See you later, Brian.
Appreciate you joining, brother.
Bye, guys.
What it is. That was awesome, man. Fantastic.
Thanks, bro.
No, I like that. When you tickling them motherfucking ivory, brother.
Friend, he's a real good singer. She can sing real good. To myself, said I feel like coming down. Said I don't feel like coming down. Said I don't feel like coming down. Place I found. I said I climbed up to myself. There's nobody for you. The bottle in my hand. And the trick I just couldn't understand. I said, yeah, I'm knocking on my door. Please don't knock no more. Cause I'm so tired of being around. And I don't feel like coming down. Said I don't feel like coming down. Feel like coming down. Said I don't feel like coming down from this place I found. No. Said I don't feel like coming down. I don't feel like coming down. I feel like coming down. This place I found.
Always good to see you out here, brother.
Yeah, it's nice to get back on.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, boy, it do get aggravating though when some of these brothers and sisters just don't want to hear what you have to say. That's the thing that's frustrating, because it's like we hear it, we see it. It's, you know, just, you know, all we ask is for the respect that, you know, hey, we have valid explanations. You know, if we're postulating that we have them, then why not listen? You know, that's all. But just, you know, don't just sit there and wait for your next turn to interject, you know, because you're convinced that the people you're talking to are crazy. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, because, you know, I mean, who said it? You know, who was it that was going around and figured out he was the smartest man because all the philosophers kept, you know, postulating that they knew more than him, and that he realized that he was the smartest man because he understood that he knew nothing, and by that it made him the wisest man in the land. Who was that? Is that Aristotle or something like that? I don't know.
I don't know, y'all. It's kind of like every wise man has said that, man. He who knows nothing at all knows that he knows nothing.
Yeah, they just put it different ways.
Yeah, and I would say like, yeah, but I don't know. I've been like dealing with this whole. It's like, you know, moving forward. It's like whenever we enter into dialogue with people about this, we have to know like the idea that you have, like you have to pick which way you're arguing. You know what I mean? Like, are you, or not even arguing, because I don't even like argument. You know, we have. I want to find agreement with our brothers and sisters over it. The more we find an agreement, and this is where I think the first agreement I think we could stumble across is really that, like, hey, what you believe contradicts itself. Contradictions, and then like, so are we trying to talk about the shape of the earth, like, or you know, like as they believe it, and kind of pick it apart, trying to explain another model? Down into the model conversation, you're gonna get led into like, I'm willing to talk this stuff, you know, with people like that. I have my own stuff, and I'm willing to talk alternative ideas. However, appropriate to talk about something like that with someone who is adamant about what their questions in regards to the shape of the earth. But then to decipher whether or not someone is really actually questioning it. Because if someone would come out here on a hangout, back to the brother, because I think he was invited, you know what I mean? And and I don't want to make that the case. There's enough gentlemen out here that can argue for the ball. But if there is someone, well, there isn't enough for them, maybe. Or maybe, because I haven't seen
hypothetical if they're
but hold on, like those people that are there are good, but it's surprising how they're the ones that are there. There's not more of them,
right.
And so, like, and as I've cited it, like, we have Candy's hangout now. We have all these other fun hangouts. Vegan Warrior. Future was just on Nathan Oakley's. Everyone should go watch that.
Yeah, I checked it out. That's one of the
And
only ones of Nathan's I've checked out in quite some time.
but like,
But
there's all
anyway.
these. That's it. There's all this stuff happening, and it's awesome, man. But I think we just need to know, like, hey, if we're getting into not confrontation, but we're talking to other people that are new out here. If they don't know the shape of the earth, they haven't done like the generic studies of, or if they don't know their own, because what we're proposing is that the shape of the earth, 24,900 miles circumference, problems. And there's some contradictions in it. And it's like, but if they don't know even the shape of their own earth, I think it's wise for us to point out that, hey, why are we talking subject? And really, like, drive that to home. Let them know they have no business what they think they live on if they don't know the proposed model. And we're only trying to, in that particular vein or walkway of conversations, that the academic model as it is proposed, radical alternative theory, just what NASA and what we've been what the official academia has given us, if we're so inclined, you know what I mean? So if we were to have the conversation, not to even go, I'm not trying to disrupt, you know what I mean, anything. I'm trying to that's it.
Yeah.
In this republic, and all these nations are built upon a principle: unalienable rights of man, not human rights. Monsters,
Right.
So like in Black's Law Dictionary,
Natural, right?
And in Bouvier's and Valentine's as well. So like, then we can understand we don't want human rights, which is what they want to propose. They want to propose some UN platform of human rights. Is not what people, I think, really want.
Well, that's why you have nations like Saudi Arabia in charge of those human rights.
I mean, just we face it. We live in a cool little system that actually. What's up? Is that you, Big Al?
Peace to the gods.
Yo, peace, my brother.
What's up, Ace? How you doing, brother?
Peace too. What's up, brother?
Yeah. What's
Hi.
up, Big Al?
What's up, man? Hey, Ace.
Hi.
I love you.
Hi.
So,
Ace, you sound like you're tired, brother.
A little bit, yeah.
I'm right there with you, man. I am too.
Word. I'm with you guys.
You tired, Big Al? You tired too?
I got the energy sucked out of me today.
Oh, I did too.
Whoa. Sounded sexual.
Whoa. Not until you
Whoa.
said
Whoa.
that. Not until you said that.
Is Candy still awake?
No.
Hell nah.
I think Candy went on a journey somewhere.
Yeah.
Another land, far, far away. You know what I don't hear talked about very much, and all this other stuff is really great and everything, but I think one of the killers to the whole model is the zigzagging sun that we don't see. Have you ever heard the zigzagging sun argument?
Well, you know that video taken from the Arctic Circle where it circles around following the sun. On a
Which
spinning
one?
Earth, you would actually see the sun go left and right, then left and right as you rotate on the Earth, looking at the sun. Feel me?
Precisely.
You can recreate that by just taking your cell phone and mimicking the rotation of the Earth and pointing the camera at a fixed spot, which would be, say, the sun. Watch that video back and you'll see that fixed spot go back and forth across your screen. The only way to get a video of you following the sun going around you is if the sun is going around you.
Another really great way would be like on a playground, on a merry-go-round, if you put yourself on the edge of that and then just picture that you're actually on like the 45-degree latitude on the northern latitude, right? So just picture that there's a small hump or a dome or whatever dome is shaped that's coming up out of, from where you are to the center of the merry-go-round. And then picture underneath you that ball continues to get bigger and then curve and then go back in like a regular ball would. You just happen to be at the 45th degree latitude, and that's where your circle that you would be making around the ball, that's where your outside of your merry-go-round is. And then you just look up at the sun or a light. Well, I wouldn't recommend staring at the sun if it's, high in the sky, because that might hurt your eyes. Low in the sky, that might help you, but anyway, that's another story. But if you do that and you just sit there and look at a light, street light or whatever, and you go and spin around the merry-go-round, and you'll watch that light go to the left and then to the right, or to the right and then to the left and then back to the right. As you spin around and around, it's going to just zigzag back and forth in the sky. If you're on that merry-go-round and you're spinning, it's not going to make the sun or whatever do loop-de-loops around you. And I think it's a killer. I think that's a killer argument to the globe. But and a lot of people don't talk about it because it's hard to really explain. And the fact that we have ridiculous amount of footage of this phenomenon of the circling sun around the northern points in the Arctic Circle. You have the sun stays above the horizon for over 2-3 days. It doesn't even go below the horizon at all. And it's daylight for longer of a period of time. I know that, but I know for a certain specific time, it doesn't even go below the horizon whatsoever. It just makes a big circle around whatever point or location you're standing at. If you have a 360 spinner camera, it will follow the sun and make one big circle all the way around the position of the camera. It'll look like it's kind of setting and then rising and then setting, but never disappears. And it stays in view the entire time. And then, like I said, if you're on a spinning ball and you're looking out into space at that sun and you're making your rotation, that sun is just going to drift to the left for 12 hours, get to a point, slow down, and drift back to the right.
That's what the stars should do too. Instead of making perfect circles, they should make arcs back and forth across the sky. Getting more distorted the further south you go. So from America, and I've filmed star trails before I even knew what the North Pole, the Polaris was such a thing. I was filming the Big Dipper and accidentally caught star trails and then started doing it. Wondered what the fuck that star was that didn't move. Looked into it, didn't even really think that was weird at the time. And then it all clicked, when I started putting it all together a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
The true cosmology.
What a journey, dude. It has been quite the interesting journey. Never would have imagined I would have even questioned it. And I think, and that was the point I was making earlier. Like, this is so, like, according to the mainstream narrative or paradigm or whatever construct, whatever you want to call it, according to that, this is so outlandish. The suggestion that, what we're submitting here, that as if we're not being satirical and we're not sitting here key and laughing, making a big fat joke about it, then shouldn't that strike some type of curiosity in people to try to at least, soak in the explanations that are being presented, and then kind of decipher them, rip them apart, whatever, but actually intake them. That's the problem we're running up against, is a lot of these, they are convinced that we're wrong, and so they already are thinking of all these ways that they know they're right, these little things that they've thought of, and so they just, when we get into these debates, they just wait for their time to talk so they can say their next thing. You end up showing that they have a complete misunderstanding of something, and they just dismiss it and try to move on. Oh, okay, yeah, but that doesn't mean the Earth's flat or whatever. It is certainly frustrating at times, but I think what we're doing is amazing. I think for those of us who have the righteous intentions or whatever, or just searching for truth, I think this is an incredible thing to go against. Some of us, our families think that we're crazy. We have our, friends that don't talk to us anymore, or that have made
Man,
fun of
it's
us.
such a bad thing to be open-minded and want to prove stuff for yourself. That is just looked down upon. I mean, that shows. Oh God. Like, just when I got my first sales job, like right out of college, I didn't even use my degree or anything. My grandma was all like, "Oh my God, you gotta get it to do your job, and where you get a salary and derp." It's like, whatever, lady. And then I'm like 21, pretty much balling. And, it's just people's mentality is fucking, God damn. It's just stick to supposedly what works. Do you have the link? There's a couple people that wanted to get in.
You're a little quiet, man. I have a little bit of a rough time hearing you. Just a little bit.
Oh, that sucks.
Just a little
I don't
quiet.
have my headset.
I pretty much
so-
heard you though.
I looked
Yeah,
up that
people
tune, but
wanted
I
the
can't
link.
figure it out.
People wanted the link in chat.
People wanted the link in chat. I jumped in chat for about 2 seconds to tell you to go look, and then I had to say hi to everybody that was in there. Who wants the link in chat? Ace? Should we give whoever was asking the link?
Yeah, they seemed respectable for the last 30 minutes.
We ride. Got the truth. Changing life. Living life.
Yeah. Yeah, just
Denmark, I can't just shoot you the link. It's up to the panel host to pass the thing to she feels the most is discipline of the link. Kids in the panel, what they think. Got to tell them sweet love. But let me give you a little bit of this guitar. I'm just joking, I ain't got no strings. Things.
Or did you pass the link or not?
Okay.
I
So
was
when
planning
it's
to pass the
flying,
link.
you constantly have to turn to stay going east or west. Well, see, the distance is so far. You don't have to turn too much. Going really fast. Gotta turn a bit to the left or the right. But you wouldn't notice. It's only millimeters over thousands of feet. Centimeters, you really wouldn't need a bit. Spin it, you can see it. So the thing is that your compass, it tells you direction. It determines east and west. That's how you determine where you're going. It's the compass points to the north. So if you go 20 feet, you're not going to notice. If the compass moves it, fraction of a fraction of a hair of a fraction of a degree. So the farther you go and the bigger the circle, you know. Now the only place you might notice something like that will possibly be up towards the North Pole, maybe around the 90-degree mark. Then you'd see yourself banking to turn sharp. But I don't think too much farther than that, because it's all completely flat and using compass.
You have to make the same turn on a globe. It's
And
the
that's what they
exact
don't
same turn on a globe. Closer to the North Pole you are, you're still turning as you go east or west. And you're going over a curve.
I don't see why they don't get that, brother. See, because check this out. If you take a point on a ball and you move it up to the top where it's tall, and you get your east and your west, it's not going to make a circle that wraps around to the west. It's just not going to happen. East to west would be a straight line. So if you put a straight line on your stinking ball, it's going to go out into space. It's not going to curve at all. East to west constantly changes, no matter if you're on a globe or a flat earth. Just say.
Sid, I don't think I'm spinning on a globe. Sid, I don't think I'm spinning. I don't think I've lost my home. Sid, well, I don't think I'm moving in some fantasy. Said everything I know, said well, makes God real to me. I said well, I don't think I'm spinning, and I don't think I'm on a sphere. Said if you want to get all kind of way, then get out of here, cause I don't think I'm spinning. I'm not living on a globe, said I don't think I'm spinning, and I'm right at home. So tired of your arguments. You want come fuss and fight. Said you know the wicked never be right. I said I come with all the truth and the light, and the wicked wanna come. Said you know say they'll all have a plight, an excuse, an entertainment value and excuse. Said I watch out for I sit down. Getting so tired of this dissection. We've got to be careful of all their misdirections. See that, cause I don't think I'm spinning, and I don't think I'm on a road. See that, I don't think I'm spinning. See that, I'm at the center, I'm right at home. Say don't bother me. Say that just to give my thanks. Send my praise, I'll be grateful. Don't bother me. Sit down, give my thanks and my praise, I'll be grateful. I'm grateful. Sit down, time to be grateful. Time to be out for the simple things like shoes on your feet. Say, but walking, gliding, and take them off so you know that the nature is here for you. I sing about lyrics for that one. Say my God is real. On the battlefield, say my God is real. Say my God is real. Intellectual battlefield. It's an intellectual battlefield. Sit down, sit like you. The battlefield, it's an intellectual battlefield. Did I know you feel?
Isa, brother. You breaking up, my brother. You're all the way out. Isa, brother, can you hear me, man? There you go. He heard me. Yeah, he was breaking up there. Can't be missing out that on that beautiful piano playing. Even if it's simple and melodic sometimes. I love it, man. Get down on the music. Music moves, you know. It's always good to have a little music on the panel. I'd like to address a question that Paul in the chat said. I normally don't look in the chat too much because it distracts me, but Paul has made the statement that he doesn't think that anyone thought to question the globe until now. Yeah, that's cool. I'm not even trying to attack Paul or anything like that. It's just a good question to ask. And a lot of people are under the impression that this is a recent happenstance that we stumbled across something, this deception, and now we're exposing it. And the actual truth to all that is that it's honestly been going on forever. It actually has never, the argument or the discussion, the debate has never died down since the heliocentric model was actually being pushed as the accepted mainstream scientific narrative. You had guys like Nobel Prize winner George Bernard Shaw. You heard Bernard Shaw? He was like I said, a Nobel Prize winner. He lived in the 1800 early 1900s, and he was part of the Satanic Society. And he would, literally go. They would have open forum public debates, kind of like what we're doing now, digitally
with Hangouts on YouTube, but they would do that in the middle of the town square, and they'd set a date or whatever, and he would show up and challenge anybody to an open debate in the middle of the town square. You know, he's quoted as saying, "The average man can advance not a single reason for thinking that the earth is round. He merely swallows this theory." You know, and this is not just, I mean, he was an incredibly brilliant man. His influence on, I mean, not, you know, I'm not praising, just to add some type of validity to his intelligence. His influence on Western theater and culture and politics extended from the like the late 1800s until today. Like the way that he brought his way of doing things. It's just, I mean, from Academy Awards to just over 60 plays. Is just an incredibly brilliant man. And this society that he was part of basically was a society of questioning everything. It was a skeptical society, and they questioned everything. And this was one of the mainstay debates that was constantly being hashed out in this type of manner. And that's 1800s. I can continue to go back, of course, and I will. I mean, if you want me to, but it's just one example of a very notable individual in today's society. If you go back to then, I mean, I think he got an Academy Award for writing that Pygmalion, and they note him as like basically Shakespeare, like or second only to Shakespeare. He's just someone that it was looked up to, and yet he was doing these debates. He was, let's see if I have some quotes by him. He said, "We are more gullible and superstitious today than we were in the Middle Ages. And an example of modern credulity is the widespread belief that the earth is round. The average man can advance not a single reason for thinking that the earth is round. He merely swallows this theory because there's something about it that appeals to the 20th century mentality." And I believe he had a good point there. It's something appealed about it. It was new and edgy, you know, to the people that were, you know, learning about gravity and all these, you know, magical things that had to be happening to support this, you know, rocketing through space ball theory. Issa, brother, if he's still out there, you come back in there. You was just breaking up real bad. Anyway, this is the reason that I think the Pythagoreanism really got a lot of notice when Pythagoras came back to Greece. He developed his own religion, which was very similar to Orphism, but he enveloped his religion in 9 temples of the arts, or whatever, mathematics, geometry, art, music, all these different subjects, and he wrapped them all up into one. And the culmination of the study of each one of these was this alternate cosmology that he suggested, which included a round, a ball Earth and a heliocentric system. So a system of planets that revolved around a central fire. And it was the first time that this was brought. Now, he used the mathematics that he learned from being a priest in Egypt, and for over 20 years he was an Egyptian priest in the temple. Diapolis, I think, was the temple. But he was also he was taken into captivity in Babylon, and he was so intelligent and learned in the arts that he was inducted into the Order of the Magi and became a Grand Master of the Order of the Magi. So so when he came back, what he was doing by proposing this alternate theory of cosmology, he wasn't saying that he believed that it was the case. It was like the pinnacle of his religion. It was the new, edgy,
no one had ever heard of such a thing before. And he used all of the numbers, the important, pi. He used all the ancient, numbers that he learned about through, through his studies, with the pyramid. They say that the Egyptians knew the earth was round because, the same dimensions, you can find that in the Great Pyramid of Giza or whatever. Well, no, maybe the dimensions that were used to formulate their theoretical ball were taken from there, and used to formulate that, not the other way around. So, I kind of guess I went off on a tangent there. But that being said, Bernard Shaw had a point, because people accept it because it's so like, as a child, we don't really remember what we all questioned it. We did question it, but we had parents and what, so to believe that we're stuck to a sopping wet rocketing space ball, it takes, you have to go against everything. You have to go against what you know to be true. What is part of your paradigm and your existence as a child is taken away from you, and you're told that it's something that you would have never thought of, that's absolutely outrageous. If you're starting from square one and you're saying, just from what you see, what you look around, you're not going to think you're on a spinning ball rocketing through space. You're going to think you're on a big area that's flat. You wouldn't think it was anything else other than, level across it, and that you had some kind of that was revolving, moving above you. Like it's just, the simple starting points, so when you have to accept that it is something absolutely what you knew to be true, that opens the door for an easier acceptance of further deception, because you've already accepted something that to you at first was probably crazy, hilarious. I remember thinking some of the things were just wild. Like, I loved the whole space thing because of that. Because it was so crazy. Like, it was so cool, rockets and space shuttles, and I've been to Cape Canaveral. I've seen freaking rockets go up live, man. There for them. I saw John Glenn. I mean, it's kind of aggravating when people, come at you like, like you have never heard of the actual mainstream explanations for these things. Like, well, didn't you know that was this? I mean, come on, guys. How could there be circumnavigation? It's like, we didn't think of that. Come on. Bernard Shaw says, in the Middle Ages, people believed that the earth was flat, for which they had at least the evidence of their senses. We believe it to be round, not because as many as 1% of us could give physical reason for so quaint a belief, but because modern science has convinced us that nothing that is obvious is true, and that everything that is magical, improbable, extraordinary, gigantic, microscopic, heartless, or outrageous is scientific. Does that sound familiar? This is a quote from over 100. Well, I'm not sure exactly when the quote was from, but around 100 years ago, he was making this quote. We don't believe this stuff because we have senses of it or have any reason to believe it, but because modern science has convinced us that nothing that is obvious is true, and that everything that is magical, improbable, extraordinary, gigantic, microscopic, heartless, and outrageous is scientific. It's the same as this dark matter. Esau always goes into, dark matter. What a joke. To believe in a model that is 97% unsolved. Come on. Here's the last George Bernard Shaw quote, "My way of joking is to tell the truth. It's the funniest joke in the world." I like that one. You know, and that's just one example. I mean, you can go back farther than that. You know, when Foucault invented his whole pendulum, you know, proof and his gyroscope proof of our supposed, you know, spin. You know, when he, you know, when there was this big crowd and it was a whole, you know, published event, a spectacle, that he was doing this. If everyone believed it and there wasn't a debate, there wouldn't have had to have been this big spectacle of, look, I invented this device to prove the spin of the earth. They wouldn't have been trying to prove it if it had already been proven. They wouldn't be trying to invent these devices that could demonstrate this spin if there was no debate, if it had been proven hundreds of years prior. You see? So this debate has continued. I mean, even back in Kepler's time, you know, we kind of, the model that we accept now is similar to Kepler's. That's kind of where we get ours, and he'd come off of Copernicus. But, you know, and this is just somewhat speculation on my part, but I'm of the belief that he killed Tycho Brahe, because Tycho Brahe had the best description and mapping of the whole system, the whole luminary solar system, whatever you want to call it. He had the best way, and it was done off of a Ptolemaic, you know, model. It worked perfectly on a flat Earth model, just like let's see, the Mayans, who, you know, that's how they lived their life, was by the stars, and they had mapped them. They much of their, you know, superstition, whatever you want to call it, they were a culture that really paid attention to the stars, and they had them mapped. They knew where everything was. They were predicting eclipses, all of this, but they did not believe or even consider that they were on a spinning ball. And so all these arguments about how could this be in the sky if we were on a spinning ball and that be on the sky. I mean, these are people that were aligning massive structures that we still can't even figure out how they put them together, how they constructed them. I mean, we have theories, of course, but there's no actual, this is how they did it, you know, and aligned with the stars. And still aligned with the stars. These people all knew the stars, and yet they all knew that they lived on a stationary plane, on a stationary flat Earth. I mean, I feel like the word flat is bugging people a lot lately, and I do agree. I kind of don't like it, but you know, that's the name of the whole thing, so you know, whatever, get over it. I mean, there's not really one part of this whole Earth that's flat, if you want to get technical. Even a perfectly calm lake is going to have, you know, little ripples here and, you know, whatever. It's a variance because of barometric pressure, you know, from up towards where it's shallow to where it's deep, you know. So, you know, whatever, it's flat. What's up, Pillbox? Crack, brother.
I think I might be lagging a little bit. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, if these people haven't realized something's wrong yet with their magical monkey ball, I mean, that's, you know, there's not much more you can do for them. I mean, this isn't about evidence. This is about admitting that your pseudoscience doesn't make sense and that maybe you should unravel your imagination and come to reality, because all these excuses about looking at the stars and looking away from the Earth are not going to help anybody understand the thing they're looking away from. You see how that works? So if they can't figure out the ground they're standing on, well, then they can't figure out anything. So
yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't see how they can look past that. You know, I mean, a lot of them really do hold that whole stars thing as like hear it in their voices. Like that's what's keeping them from even trying to really dig into this at all. The stars, the stars, the stars. Oh, well, the stars do this, and that's impossible on a flat, and yet all of these other, great civilizations that map the stars, incredibly without all this digital, technology that we have and all this other, they did it just fine on a flat plane. But,
Can you see my screen, Rob?
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna do it. See, there you go. Hey, check this out, Paul. I know you're out there. Check this out.
So I'm going to simulate a sunset. I'm not going to tell you what the shape is of this object I'm operating this light. All I'm going to do is move this light away about 10 inches, and we're going to see what it does. Let's put it back. Sunrise. So is the elevation of the light changing? No, it's not. The light is staying at the same height. As it goes away, it becomes smaller. And to your perspective, it appears to be going lower because if it is higher than you, it's going to appear to be going lower. If this was underneath the glass table, it would appear to be going higher. It's really simple perspective. And all you need is a flat surface like this. This is a flat surface. This is what I'm doing this experiment on. It only works on a flat surface, guys.
Yeah. And then
Thanks for playing.
And then consider sheets of, magnification, minimal magnification, but, hundreds and hundreds of, sheets, every time he gets farther, there's another little sheet added to that. Now, as that seems to be setting as it gets farther in the distance, and you add these sheets of magnification, which I'm referring to the atmosphere and the water within it that creates atmospheric lensing, which is described, then that would be why the sun seems to remain about the same size. Although we do find variation in size, especially over dry plains, arid places like, Africa, when it's dry and hot, Serengeti, Sunset, it gets pretty small.
Yeah, and size never mattered to me anyway, because I right away when I knew something was wrong about this Earth, I no longer could assume that I know what if the sun and moon are even physical. So as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter if they get bigger as they go farther away. It's not going to change the shape of the Earth. And again, if you just strictly stick to a scientific standpoint, you can't even touch anything else to even stay within the parameters of science. I can't even talk about stars. In science, you can only talk about the object you're trying to understand if you want to understand that object. It doesn't matter if there's a trillion other objects right next to it or floating around. That's not going to affect the object that I'm trying to determine the shape of. That's what science says. Science says it doesn't matter anything but the object that you're trying to investigate. There is no inspection, investigation, repeated things, whatever, tests, scientific, extrapolation. It doesn't matter. If I want to find out the shape of a basketball, I don't go to the basketball court. If I want to find the shape of the basketball court, it has nothing to do with the basketball. Their shapes are not related, even though they both have the word basketball in the front of the title. They're not related. So you got to figure out what the object is that you're standing on. It has nothing to do with anything else. They're just excuses anyway, bro.
Right. And what we're postulating is, hey, the sky isn't what we think it is. So use what we're on. Like you said, use what we're standing on. Use the object we're trying to discover its actual, shape, form, whatever you want to call it. Use that object. We are saying the sky is other than what you think it is, being projected. It's the light is coming at different angles through whatever refraction, all these different things. But we're saying that the sky is not what you think it is. So in that respect, don't go there anymore. And they just can't help it because that's what they hold. That's what they're all holding, these people that we continue to see over and over and over again. That's what even old, you got to hand it to him. The man is relentless, boy. He is persistent. But good old Timmy boy today, sniping Bro Sanchez, hangout. They stick to things like the moon is, opposite, and it's like it's flipped upside down in the southern hemisphere. And well, I mean, I don't know. I know I've seen you do the representation of it a couple times, Pillbox, where you just put there it is. Right there. See the smiley face?
I mean, it's just so easy. I have it on tap. I mean, how stupid can you be if I'm looking at an object like this from this angle, and I'm and I'm above the equator, the imaginary equator. If I go south to South America, here's the South American jungle, and then I turn around and look at the moon, it's gonna be upside down. I mean, is this really complicated? Is my floor a ball? Am I standing on a ball? Is that how that works? I mean, what is this really a serious, a topic? I mean, you can't be this stupid. And you think this is going to change the shape of the Earth? They just prove it for me, bro. If you're still worried about this upside down moon thing, I mean, you got to be on crack by now. Why doesn't the sun look upside down? That's going to be the next question.
Yeah, why doesn't it?
Let's look. I'll try to do a simulation with my simulated sun right here, Ace. If I let's see, I'll look away. No, I can't see. It looks the same. Sorry.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm under the impression that the moon is not even rotating. I don't think it's rotating. But we see it rotating. I'm not saying that. But I think it's just rotating due to our perspective as it goes, around its path. We would change our view of it as it's going farther and farther or getting closer and closer. It would seem to turn as more of, came into our perspective because we're looking at the bottom side of it. So as it's going around its circuit, it would seem to be, turning in a, fashion. And then once it got past you, it would kind of look like it was going back the opposite direction a little bit. And I'm pretty sure there's lots of videotape of this happening.
Well, I think that's
an impossible object on a globe.
It's curious. Yeah, the spin or the turn, the slight gradual turn of the move is curious. But the biggest problem is that no matter where you are, you're seeing the same exact face, which is a hologram quality. That doesn't make any sense at all. If you're in two different spots and I'm looking at the exact same face, that's the biggest problem. And that's obviously a very big problem for the heliocentric model. It doesn't answer any questions to a flat Earth model, but just so you know, it doesn't change the shape of the Earth either. But that would be the one thing that if people were just honest with themselves, they'd stop talking about the moon. The moon doesn't make sense in a physical world.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I do agree. In a manner of speaking, because I do believe it is somewhat physical, although I don't believe it's a big rock. I think it's more than what our immediate reality, can present us with. I think it's somewhat of a holographic nature, like a projection in a manner of speaking, but that the projection is actually I believe that the actual object is some type of object, but where we are seeing it, how we are seeing it through the atmosphere, like we're seeing a projection of it. Like if you're at, like say you're at a lake or ocean, whatever, and the sun's setting, across the water, and you have that trail of light that comes all the way to you. If you run 12 feet over to you, to your left, that trail of sunlight is still going to be coming right to your eyes. And if you put your friend 20 feet over to the right of you, the trail of light will be coming to your friend's eyes as well. See what I'm saying? And if you put another person 500 feet down the way, the trail of light is still going to be coming to their eyes. So I think it, has something to do with that type of it's a real thing, but the light of it, what we are seeing, because everything's light anyway that we're seeing, but the light of it is being, it's being projected over us through that, field, that, electromagnetic field. And
What about the fact that these stupid Hebrew goat herders knew that the moon made its own light? They say the moon makes her own light. They're literally describing that. So how did these people, these stupid Bible authors, know this 5,000 years ago?
yeah, well, when the holy texts are telling you, I mean, that's the whole point of the heliocentric model, right? It's whatever, it's basically the opposite of whatever the Bible or whatever the holy scriptures.
Oh man, you just nailed it.
I mean, that would be the point, in my opinion.
Amen. Are you a Christian, Rob? You don't like the title.
Well, no, I'm not. I guess I can't say I'm a Christian because dude, and I've heard.
It's hard.
It's
It's hard.
Arguments, Pillbox. I have.
It's hard, man. I wasn't ready either for 10 years. It's hard, man. I know.
I grew up Christian. I grew up Seventh Adventist, and my parents were very, very heavy in the church, as was I for quite some time. Like I read the Bible multiple times. I was like one of the head kids in my youth group. Like when I went on mission trips to Cancun, not like the party Cancun, like the brick slums of Cancun, building churches out of sticks and stuff. Yeah. So I mean, like
it's hard. That name is hard to call yourself. I mean, can you admit that it's hard to say that you could be a Christian again?
Well, it's not even that. It's if I'm going to be a Christian, then I have to believe in Christ and to believe in Jesus, right? Because that's what a Christian is a believer in Jesus.
Yeah, you got to believe this guy came down of a virgin birth and eventually came, not only a virgin birth, but came back from the dead. Yeah.
Yes. And so like I said, I grew up in the church, so I've seen, I haven't seen all of it. I would hope I haven't seen all of it, but I have seen, mounds of teachings. I've seen all of that. But when it comes down to like the actual, and this is honestly, I mean, I don't know, whatever. We can take the chat wherever. I personally, I don't really care. So we can talk about that. If I was, people always, get their panties in a twist.
Well, no, I find it I find it
really
just,
care.
yeah, no, I find it fascinating because I hear you defend the Bible. Right? I mean, am I wrong?
Well, I defend it to a certain extent. Like, I think the King James is a tampered version of the Bible.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, well, yeah. So in that respect, like, but I know it's been tampered. I've seen evidence that it's been tampered with. So
we already know it's been. Even Knowledge Scavenger, the best Bible scholar you'll ever meet on the internet, Knowledge Scavenger admits it's been tampered with. That's not an issue.
Right, and so in that respect, I don't defend it as the Bible is 100% God's word because it's been tampered with.
Right.
And not only it's been tampered with, but every single version thereafter it got worse and worse.
No, 1,000% true. Yeah, I agree 100%. But here's my point. I agree with everything you're saying.
Can he not preserve his word?
Here's my question though, Ace. Is some of it God's word?
Right.
So, I mean, that's, you know what I mean? When you say, is it 100% God's word? Well, that's a nice statement, but is it 1% God's word?
Right. So that's why I don't, when it comes to this whole, awakening, I'm not going to push it towards that direction because I'm not strong or I am not convicted in that direction. So I'm only going to be real or true to who I am. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not.
So your answer though, if you have to give an answer though, it's I don't know. I'm guessing, right? It's I don't know.
For what? For the question what?
The Bible being the word of God, 1%.
100%? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
one. I'm saying you said it's not 100% God's word. I'm asking you if it's 1% God's word.
That's a good
See, it's tough. A lot of people don't think of that because then wait a minute. If you say it's 1% God's word, wow, now you have a big problem because why
Well,
would God,
who are
start a
we- who
Bible,
are
start a
we to
book, and then
figure
let
out?
somebody else finish it for him?
I think it's distorted. So who are we to figure out what percentage of distortion is really there?
Well, you have to go back to the original Hebrew anyway. I have to. I still, for the last 15 years, I've had to go back to the original Hebrew. What I'm saying, though, is that if we were to get rid of all the bad versions and go back to the beginning, is it safe to say that God helped write the original Bible, or at least had men do it for him? Because, he kind of there's got to be a point to this. If God just came down and did everything for us, there wouldn't be a point, which I know a lot of people don't understand that. But if God inspired this written book thousands of years ago, that's the most important thing in the history of this world.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. If the creator inspired this book to be written, then but it wasn't that. That's not how it happened. Like, the Bible wasn't written. There's many different texts and passages by prophets and other individuals, and then it was culminated together to form the Bible. So
Yeah,
those
there's
were
nothing
written
else
at
like it.
separately
Yep.
at separate times.
Yeah, there's nothing else like it. Never in history has anything happened like that, ever. It's just one thing in history. The Bible is the only thing that has ever done this and stood the test of time and survived somehow. And somehow I'm able to, here I am 5,000 years later, and I can go back to the original Hebrew
Okay,
and
but
find out
playing-
what God had people write down.
I guess it's a weird, not playing his advocate, but you know what I'm saying. I didn't even want to say that.
I know,
It
it's
sounds
tough,
horrible.
yeah.
But
Right.
anyway, playing the other side, I would say you said that it's been handed down, blah, 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 on, and it's made
Survived.
the test of time, survived
Yep.
the test of time. But I would almost submit that it hasn't maybe, look at how.
But you have to admit right now,
all right,
before
let
you
me
make
ask
the
you a
claim,
question.
Rob, you have to admit that you can't make the claim, though. We can't say that we know this happened to the Bible, or that. All we know is that it's not the same as it was. We can all agree that it's been changed, but is there a way to find out the original words?
Well, what I'm asking is,
You don't have to make all this. We don't have to spill this out right now. I don't want to pressure anybody to
that's
talk
great.
about it.
I was just thinking of the right way to phrase it. But would God allow his word to be tainted?
No, and I don't think it is tainted. I think that's the point. I'm still able to find out what the original word is. So how is it tainted? You see, I had to put the effort in. It wasn't just a freebie. He doesn't come down to all of us and hand us a Bible personally, does it? No, that would be way too easy if God just visited, 7 billion people tomorrow and said, here's our Bible, this is this, and then explained it and held everybody by the hand. That would defeat the purpose anyway. There has to be some sort of challenge for me to overcome. If God just made a Bible and it just stayed absolutely perfect and we weren't ruled by a satanic government of reptilian weirdos, whatever you want to believe we're ruled by, then there'd be no point anyway. That's why Satan has to ask God for permission when he does things. So it is not understandable. I know 1%, Rob. I only know 1% of the Bible is what I'm telling you. I only know 1% as far as understanding.
Excuse me, that's a call. So then it would I don't know. We would almost have to concede that the Bible, as it's described, is not the word of God. Because if you're saying that he did preserve it the whole time, throughout
Yes.
the ages, and you can go find that out, you can look it up, then that means you're having to go somewhere other than these books that they're calling the Bible, be it. Because what I'm getting at is all these different translations that just keep coming out, and just men's interpretations of what they think these scriptures meant, and it gets so ridiculous in some of them.
Oh, I agree. That's why it's up to the individual. It's up to me. I'm obligated to find out what the truth is if I care about the truth. I certainly can't somebody else tell me what to believe.
Right. So what I think maybe is that if I just don't see. All right. What I have a hard time seeing, honestly, because when I started actually considering all of this, what I had a hard time seeing or getting was that God, this all-powerful creator God, would put his words into a book. I would think that he would write it on our hearts.
No, he
and
did.
that we would have
he did.
the choice to accept that
or deny it, but that we would know what the truth is. We would know what right and wrong is, moral. We would have all of that compass inside of us originally, and
He did.
then have the choice to either.
Yeah, he did.
Listen or
Everybody
not.
has it. Everybody has it written. Everybody has it written inside of them. Everybody knows it's written inside of them. The problem is that we are in a deceived world, and we have been forced away from what's written inside of us. And God knew that was going to happen, and it probably wouldn't have make sense to hand out notebooks, laptops, and iPhones 4,000 years ago. And the only option at the time was a book, and that's how the world worked. That was the internet. That is the news. That is the information, television, entertainment. With everything in the world back then was books. And that is the only way it would make sense to me, is if God had man write it in a book and then tried to make that survive for thousands of years. And it mentions things and talks about things that I can't even describe right now. And it touches your heart, and it explains how the world works. And it knows things about science. It knows the moon makes its light. It knows the earth is flat 5,000 years before we woken up to this. I'm sorry, it's still by far the most credible. And if I know half of 1% of what I know about the Bible, it's still by far the most credible source in the history of mankind. And anything you hold up against it is going to be put to shame. There's no other option.
Sorry, I was going to the bathroom there.
Yeah, and it's other things as well. Listen, there's many different tools that have helped me understand the Bible absolutely is the final word, period, end of story. And it's not just the Bible, it's the way the world treats the Bible. It's the way the world treats God, treats Christians, treats Christianity, makes fun of our Creator, makes fun of Jesus Christ, and everything they promote is satanic, and everything they want to destroy is of Christ. It doesn't take a lot of math to figure out what's going on here if you realize what is going on. Once you realize what's going on, it's kind of obvious.
Well, I would definitely have to concede that the whole overarching scheme of the Jesuits spread heliocentric model, because that is who spread the model
Yes.
throughout the entire plane. And,
Right.
You know, I refuse to even hear arguments.
Right.
Otherwise, there is just an incredible amount of evidence. You know,
Right, exactly.
ridiculous to even question, you know, anyway.
So what I would say to you, Rob, is that you don't have to I'm going to ask questions, but you don't have to answer them. And also, I don't want anybody to feel like they have to answer these things. I'd rather have you and anybody else actually think about this with God and talk to him about it, and then walk with it. Because again, it took me 10 years to do that, and I still can't explain how to do it. And I've been doing it for a third of my life, and I can't even give you 5 minutes of an explanation how to do it, because again, God is not going to let me find out how I do things with him so that I can just give you the secret. Of course, it doesn't work that way. I'd rather not pressure people. The same thing with the flat earth, Rob. I meet people all the time that I know that are absolutely just indoctrinated and don't know up from down. They're so ignorant. And I often tell them, listen, don't answer me. Just stop it before you just sink yourself into a hole and lie to yourself. Instead of lying to me and yourself right now, think about this for a while. I have to tell people all the time, listen, I'm going to tell you some stuff. I don't want you to flip out. I don't even want you to say anything. And I don't want your stupid responses. Here's the fact, here's a picture, or here's this clue, or here's this thing. I teach people all the time that. And I'd rather have them just remain silent and think about it before you speak. And it's with any subject. If I don't study something and someone comes to me and points it out to me, Rob, I got to go, you know what? I got to research this. I have no idea how to, build a electromagnetic spectrum machine or a 0 point energy manipulator. Like, I'm sorry, no idea. I'm going to have to research this, so I can't give you my opinion. And it's just like that with the flat earth. If you notice, everybody you'll talk to about the flat earth, Rob, and Ace, is that they have no idea. They've never heard this in their life before, and their first reaction will be, but this. And they didn't even think about what they're talking about. And actually, the but this is proving just how stupid they are. And their actual claim that they're making is just proving that they don't have the slightest clue of their own belief system. So I just have to tell people all the time, listen, like it's okay not to say anything. This is more important than anything you'll ever have to deal with. This is your creator. And sometimes we need to slow down and think about it first before we say anything. Because I've had to think about it for 30 years. I had to watch my father die for 10 years straight. As a 12-year-old kid, I used to go out and make sure his chest was going up and down so I could make sure he was breathing. And then I'd go back and play my games and hang out with my friends at 2 o'clock in the morning. That was probably not something that I should have done as a 12-year-old child, but it put me in a position, Rob. It forced me to not have the option, but to accept only reality. And I was stripped of the option to have a door number 2, door number 3. No, I had door number 1, reality, or you're dead. Like that was my option. So I've been honed and I've been forced, I admit this, I've been forced to kind of look at these things maybe a little bit differently. And I think we all look at things differently. But I tell people, you don't have to answer them. It's better just to sometimes think about these things, evaluate all the possibilities. But when you ask somebody that, wait a minute, is 1% of the Bible the Word of God? You'll be shocked that unless you're an absolute atheist, it's almost impossible for anybody to say no. But they did just get done telling me that it's not 100% the Word of God, which of course opens that door for me to say, well, is it any God? Did God have any? Because if God has anything to do with that Bible, that means you have to rethink the entire thing and start over from scratch. You need some station identification. Listening to Candy's Flat Earth Radio Show. It's 11:34 West the Rockies here. How's everybody doing, Rob?
Did you hear me? Did you hear me just talking? Was I talking to myself? Was I on mute?
Yeah, I didn't hear you at all, bro. Yeah, I was like,
Damn
what's
it.
going on? I felt stupid. Yeah, I was like, oh, got dead air.
My bad, dude. I was talking.
Hey, yo,
Hey,
Rob.
hey, what's up, bro? Hey, check it out. All right, so this is to go towards your point, honestly, about heliocentrism and the point we were making about it going against Scripture. This is a letter from Saint Robert Bellarmine. He was a very noted and revered individual of his time in the early 1600s. When Galileo was coming out with his stuff, and in 1613 he wrote a letter to Friar Paolo Foscarini. In it decisively and prophetically cautions the 16th century world about exactly what we're talking about, just about the dangers of heliocentrism and why. So I mean, and this guy was so like basically famous across that, you know, circle of people or whatever, that Pope Clement the Eighth actually said that the Church of God had not his equal in learning. So this man was a part of their church. He was a part of, you know, that whole paradigm. So this isn't like some outsider talking shit. This is one of the most revered men. I mean, he acquired the title of saint. This is no ordinary dude in their system. Just wanted to say that. So, all right, in their system, this guy was the guy who men went to for advice, for you know, anyway, important dude to them. Okay, and this is what he wrote in this letter to this friar about Galileo. He says, I say that it seems to me that your reverence and Galileo did prudently to content yourself with speaking hypothetically and not absolutely, as I have always believed that Copernicus spoke. So did you catch that so far? He was congratulating or applauding the fact that this friar was speaking about heliocentrism in a hypothetical manner, as that he believed Copernicus did as well. So this man, this Saint Robert Bellarmine, he believed that Copernicus actually was speaking of heliocentrism in the hypothetical, as am I submitting that Pythagoras was, as a type of magical hypothetical construct to think about, not that it was reality, as a hypothetical. Okay, so continuing on, he says, for to say that assuming the earth moves and the sun stands still, all the appearances are saved better than with eccentrics and epicycles, is to speak well. There is no danger in this, and it is sufficient for mathematicians. So he's saying basically, it's okay. It's cool to talk about this, you know, for the highfalutin eccentric class and all you, you know, mathematicians, all that. It's great. Entertain the model, speak about it amongst yourselves, you know, pour over it, you know, all that. Talk about it, decipher it, do whatever. Now, continuing on. And this is where he makes the statement that I really wanted to bring. But to want to affirm that the sun really is fixed in the center of the heavens and only revolves around itself, turning upon its axis without traveling from east to west, and that the earth is situated in the third sphere and revolves with great speed around the sun, is a very dangerous thing, not only by irritating all the philosophers and scholastic theologians, but also by injuring our holy faith and rendering the holy scriptures false. End quote.
I guess that guy knew what he was talking about.
If that's not a prophetic warning, I don't know what is. Just think about if you could take that guy and bring him to now in a time machine and say, Mr. Bellarmine, well, have a look. You were right. You know?
Well, yeah, they would just call him the clown car posse driver, just like they called Noah. And 4,000 years ago, they called Noah the clown car posse driver, and now the clown car posse driver is Rand Campbell. If this guy was still alive, he'd be the clown car posse driver, and that's how this is, bro. Yeah, they're gonna think we're quacks.
Well, honestly, at this point that this letter was written, the heliocentrism was still not a widely accepted model in the early 1600s. It was still basically a hypothetical, eccentric type of off to the side belief system that people were backing around. Basically, it wasn't.
It was the Scientology of the time, huh?
Yes. But it was a Scientology that was starting to be, accepted or spoken about by, high-ranking church officials and highly revered mathematicians of the time, things like that, which was making people look at it as a possible reality instead of just a hypothetical mathematical construct that was, thought up by mathematical geniuses.
Yeah, hypothetical mathematical, right?
Mathemagical.
Right, yeah. Newtonian mathematical, non-Euclidean mathematical, pseudoscience mathematical, spontaneous generation mathematical. Yeah, it's all the same. And without these people, how could Charles Lyell come around and say, hey, I'm going to help these people out. I'm going to free the people of Moses. Why would Charles Lyell say that? And of course, he invented the idea of uniformitarianistic principles, and that everything just over time, magical things from nothing create everything, and that's how we get everything from nothing, and the virgin birth of nothing. And people fell for that, and it's all tied to the heliocentric model, and it's all antichrist. And again, if it's all antichrist, why do they hate Christ? Why do they hate Christ? Every single thing from their breath is antichrist. That is why I'm a Christian. If it turned out that Jesus Christ never existed, bro, I'd still want to be a Christian because it's the absolute polar opposite of everybody in history that's been a habitual satanic liar.
To tell you the truth, that's why I got back into this as heavy as I did, because once, and I'm not talking about this as in flat earth. I mean, like this whole movement of exposing
your awakening
and bringing
your awakening, Rob.
Yeah, the awakening. And I'm talking about years ago, but it was when it was really the music industry. When I saw the demonic practices and the rituals that were conducted in front of everybody, and satanic rituals, once I realized that they were actually worshiping this darkness and then dug deeper into that, that's how I knew there was the light. But when I looked at it objectively, Pillbox, man, I found that there's been, I don't know, man. There's been more. What about Buddha? But what about these other Christ, Christ figures that have,
what about them?
History. They were pushing the same ideals to a different, people, set apart from us.
Right. Well, we that's the thing, though. If we're going to claim that we can't trust man, we can't trust any of that anyway, for one. Number two, none of these people hate any of these other religions. And I don't, so no, they're not attacking Buddha or Gandhi or Muhammad. They're attacking Jesus Christ. And again, people don't even, let me just make my final statement on this, Bob. People think the Quran is old. The Quran's not even as old as the New Testament. And 90% of the people on the internet think the Quran is as old as the Bible. The Quran is based off of the Bible, and it's younger than the New Testament. So, I mean, if you want to go back, we can go back, and it's going to go right back to Genesis. And it is the Job, Genesis, the Bible. That's it. That's the beginning histories of man. That's the only thing that has credibility. All these other false doctrines are a ripoff or an antichrist, a fake. Buddhism was invented in the Garden of Eden. It's probably the oldest religion in the world because Jesus Christ is not a religion. Do you think that Adam and Eve were religious?
I agree,
Do you, let me say this. Do you think Adam and Eve were religious? They walked with God. They were not religious. And then Satan came in and taught them a form of Buddhism, basically, and they fell for it. And that's probably the oldest religion in the world. And I'm not pro-religious. I'm anti-religion. My vision is my religion, but my knowledge is with my Creator, my relationship.
Yeah. And if this church was so worried about, was worried about this this Jesus and this person, this Christ, if that's who they were actually worshiping or worried about, then they wouldn't have Catholic priests coming out with theories like the Big Bang.
Exactly right. They never listened to Jesus Christ. The Catholic Church is probably, obviously, one of the largest satanic organizations in the history of the world. And it's antichrist.
Yeah.
And they come in the name of Christ. They even, what does God say? Many will come in my name. Well, here they are.
Society of Jesus. That's what they changed their name to.
There's only two belief systems in the world, Rob. The two belief systems are that you can save yourself or that you need your Creator to save you. That's it. There's two belief systems.
What about saving yourself? Because some
you can't do it. Can't save yourself. Exactly. There's either man can save you, including you, or you need your Creator to save you. That's it. There's two options: man, including you, or your Creator. I know I can't save myself. I tried to save myself my whole life, and everything I did was wrong, and God showed me, and I finally had to say, "You're right. I'm done. I'm done with this world. You are everything to me, my Creator, my Jesus Christ, my Savior. That's it. Period. End of story." He's been walking with me for 10 years, and he's been giving me so much information these past 2 years, Rob. I just look at things, and I get the download right away. I mean, I'll say something crazy, and you're probably going to think I'm full of it. I'm a big car guy. A lot of people in Flat Earth are. I walked by a can of oil the other day. It said 5W30, and I had something go through my mind. I said, that's not really 5W30. It's actually 0W30. And I did some research on it, and I found out that the oil temperature viscosity levels were actually not of a 5; they were of a 0. How do I constantly look things, and I'm downloaded with information? That's just a stupid comparison, because who cares about something so frivolous? But these things happen all the time, and they're just accelerating. That I've been just literally getting knowledge. When I saw no forests on a flat Earth, I was downloaded with knowledge, and I was told immediately, not only is this a scam, you're going to lose friends over this. And within a month later, as I was exposing this scam, I was losing friends. I was losing Flat Earth friends. I knew that the moment I saw that title. Is that because of me? No, it's because my Creator, he starts giving us a little extra hints. The more I give to him, the more he gives back to me. And that's why it's so obvious to me that Jesus Christ is God. Period. End of story. I can't explain. That's just a 1/1000% of all the things that I've realized in the last few years as I was walking with him. And I can't even explain how to do it. And I've been doing it for years. I can't show anybody how to do it. It's an individual process. I wish I could.
Well, you know what? If all that is what you're saying is true, then I'm glad you only need the faith of a mustard seed, brother.
That's what it started out as. That's all I had. And you know what? I thank God for all the tribulations. How would I, people think that life is so horrible and unfair. Well, if it wasn't unfair, how could it matter? How could I able to overcome obstacles? When somebody creates a video game, Sonic the Hedgehog, doesn't Sonic the Hedgehog have to maybe collect coins, avoid enemies, and when he loses his coins, has to regather them and recuperate and go to a funeral? I mean, there's got to be a point to the game. There has to be a purpose. There has to be an obstacle. Who's ever played a video game with no obstacles? Is that fun? I mean, what's the point? There is no point. Just think of how you want to interact in sport. I mean, who wants to play a sports a challenge or athletics without a challenge? Doesn't there have to be a point? Isn't there an obstacle for me to overcome? Well, God knew better. He knew that we were going to fall. He knew Adam and Eve were going to fall. He knew Satan was going to fall as well. And he was going to use all of it to make a creation that is beyond our understanding. And that is what this is.
What
It takes a lot of self-therapy, a lot of self-thinking to unravel your own spirit, to be honest with your own spirit. Just like flat earth, I had to think about it. It had nothing to do with anybody else. I just had to think about it in my mind for a couple hours, unraveling all the pseudoscience I was indoctrinated with. And by the time I unraveled it in my own mind, I realized, wow, it was all a lie and we're not on a ball. And then it was my job to find out what we are on. But it had nothing to do with talking to other people or being a retarded troll and going around to thousands of flat earthers and asking them, can you please explain how my toaster works on a flat earth? And that's my life story. That's what these people do. Well, they're in no danger of learning anything because they haven't even questioned themselves. The same goes for any truth. You got to start with yourself. So you can use yourself to get to Christ, but yourself cannot save you.
What if our purpose of being here is to understand pure love and reconnect with nature?
Well, God is the designer, the father of nature. So if we are going to reconnect with our creator or the creation or nature, like you just said, that either way, you still have the exact same goal. No matter what, you're going to have to go to your creator to understand nature. So the option never changes. It's still the same thing.
Well, we're trying to understand the creation by using the creation.
Yes, correct. Yes, it's exactly right. That is science. You have to use
Maybe
the creation.
that's why we can't quite figure it out.
No, that's exactly right. And I was just reading Isaiah tonight. It says, you can't understand my things. God is basically telling you, like, stop trying to figure me out. You can't even figure out my creation. That's exactly right. Do we even know what a rakia is, the firmament? We have no idea how the firmament works. Are the windows of heaven? If you meet someone that wants to pretend that they know what the windows of heaven are, they got a problem. You cannot know that, so there are things we can't know, but some of us can't even know that the floor we're walking on is flat. So there is a level of deception that is great. And eventually, you got to be a man and man up and say, okay, wait a minute, I'm not going to let Satanists think for me anymore. Maybe I'll be able to wear my own pants and think for myself, and I'll stop asking everybody else to tell me what to believe. Because it is written on your heart. The information has been written on your heart. But God was so gracious, he gave us a book to back it up with and said, okay, if you're unsure, read this. And here it is. And it absolutely coincides and perfectly aligns with your soul, with your spiritual being. And that's why he gave us the Bible.
God never gave us the Bible.
What's up?
I said God never gave us the Bible. Man did.
Well, God gave me the Bible, and he told me that you were going to say that too, bro. so it's pretty easy.
Hey, check your message.
Let me get a cigarette, bro.
Yeah, suck that cigarette down while you're thinking about man's Bible.
But he said God gave you the Bible. How he give you the Bible?
He's pretty good. I'll be honest with you. He's pretty capable. If he can create a world and a flat earth and living organisms and a symbiotic relationship between plants and animals, I'm sure he can make a book. Just a hint. I'm sure that's an easy part. It's like people ask, well, how could God? I understand the God thing, but man, this talking bush is really confusing, right? God can create all the bushes in the world, but he can't make one talk. Yeah, that's okay. I'm convinced. Yeah. Yeah, God can create all the seas, but he can't part the seas, but he can create it all. You got to realize, wait a minute, who is God? If God is God, he created everything. What do you think he's limited to?
A damn book.
Seems to be working just fine for me. So it's all good. I mean, the book showed me the earth is flat. The book showed me I was going to my family and friends were going to fall away from me? How did it know that? How did these goat herders 5,000 years ago, Mistral, know that the sun and moon make their separate lights? How did these goat herders know that 4,000 years ago?
I'll probably get some in the morning.
Smoke a blunt. It'll help the thoughts enter your mind.
But my question is, so is God to you?
Here we go. So I'm the one who's going to help you realize reality. You have to come to me. You can't figure it out for yourself. You think I'm going to solve all your problems? You got to come to this guy named Pillbox on the internet that you don't know. I'm going to solve all your worldly views and confusion.
Well, I want to know if does everybody believe in the mess, like it's creation of God, but is y'all still referring to God as Mother Nature?
I don't know anybody on the panel that did that tonight, so I'm not sure who you're talking about.
No, I'm just saying in general, is that the same word as Mother Nature?
No, it's not. You see, Mother Nature implies that nature is a female. Well, nature is a system. Nature is an ecosystem, a symbiotic relationship between trillions of living organisms. How can it be a mother? It is trillions of things. God, the Father, made the creation. Okay, if you want to refer to sexes, you can look at the sun and the moon. The sun is referred to as a male. The moon is referred to as a female, but I can't really go much farther than that. How can I say that the earth is a woman? I mean, that to me, there's a billion different living things here. How's this a woman? How's it
So
a
you
man?
don't believe it's a woman, but you believe it's a man.
No, it's not. It's not a sex. It's a creation. Okay. The creation is not a sex. It is a creation. It's a plane of existence. Does it have to have genitalia for you to understand it?
Then we need a goddamn mixed diverse word, not a god or a goddess or Mother Nature. But that's where everybody gets their creation messed up. So I'm just saying.
Well, the terminology, if you're going to use terminology as an excuse to not believe in God, that's not God's problem. Terminology has nothing to do with truth. Do I want to call it a cat or a panther or a cougar or a tiger? I guarantee it's still a little fuzzy animal with sharp teeth and claws. That's the fact. It doesn't. The title, the title doesn't matter. Yeah. Do you think God's name is Yahweh, Yeshua, things like that? Yeah. Do you think it's Jesus Christ? Well, I'm assuming that you don't believe in God anyway. But do you believe in the flat earth? Do you believe in special creation, or do you think you're a monkey on a ball?
Oh, I'm more of a I go with my common sense truth, so I'll go with flat earth.
Okay, so you believe in a flat earth.
Right.
Now, is there anything else that you know in life besides the flat earth?
Yeah, a lot of more things that I don't really bring up with people.
Are you satisfied with your knowledge?
Repeat that again.
Are you satisfied with your knowledge?
It's not that I'm not satisfied, but I know there's more to it. But I'm not, I'm not gonna really say that I'm not satisfied or trying to get more, but I know there's more to it. So regardless of or whether it goes, I still want to know more.
Well, that's good. As long as you want to keep learning, that's probably one of the most important things. But Jesus Christ says he is the truth. And what that means is that if you want to find out the truth, and if you don't ever give up, and that's all you care about, you're going to find Jesus Christ. There's no way around it. I've proven that myself. I've seen other people do it. There is no limit to your own ambition, to how far you want to go. And that's what's going to lead you to truth. And then once you get to Jesus Christ, all the other puzzle pieces come into play and you're going to be walking with God. Is that going to happen tomorrow? No. It's going to take you some time. You're going to have to work on it. This is not something that I can help you do. I can just tell you it is up to you to walk with God. And that's how he's going to show you things. And I always tell everybody else this too, Mr. 28, that it's better for us to remain silent and appear stupid than to open our mouths and remove all doubt. So what we should do is think about what we're doing, think about this entire creation, realize that it's much more special than we can even understand in our puny little minds, and that somebody much smarter than us had to make it, and we have to start there. Somebody much smarter than us made this creation, and my next step is to find out what he wants me to do. Or, you could just go back to whatever you want to do. It's, it's not like tomorrow you have to change your life. This is something that I have to do. I'm obligated, but I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you that's my point of view. But I don't recommend going to a lot of other people to find out what your worldview should be. I think you should find your worldview walking with God.
Yeah, that's what I started figuring out from learning from what's his name? From King. I don't know. Oh yeah, that's one I wanted to mention. Hey, yo, Rob.
You see, you learning from King, or you just writing it down and repeating it somewhere else?
Nah, what King? I can't write down what King say, man. That's too much.
Oh, I don't necessarily mean specifically writing down. It might be a recording device or something like that.
But no, he's just pretty much mentioning like the truth is you. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta find yourself. But
that's what I was kind of talking. That's what I was kind of telling Pillbox as an alternate option, because he was saying there was only two, and I was saying our purpose could actually be just to discover who we are, and that we are all creating this reality, and that we can make it better. That might be, there's an alternate option. Just, I think that could be a possibility.
yeah, like we all just gotta stop what the hell we doing, and this was gonna stop all this bullshit. But yeah, I just go with this universe truth. So when it comes to that, I understand. But creator or not, man, it's all about you, bro.
Oh man, that's what Satan wants you to think. He wants you to think it's all about you, bro. But that's not true. It's not about me. I don't know what makes you so special, bro, but it's not about me. I've been trying to help a lot of people for a long time, and it's still not about me. I mean, I teach children music, and parents hand me money hand to hand, and I can't do enough for people in certain ways. I'm never good enough. I'm never satisfied. I'm my biggest critic. I can't stand to listen to my own voice. I don't know if you guys love yourselves, but it's not about me. So.
It has to be, man.
It has to be? Are you sure? Well, it sounds like you work for NASA. It doesn't have to be. You were created. You have a creator. That is something you absolutely know right now. I don't care if you want to deny it. You were created. Where do you go from there? You were created. So it's your job.
Right? Here's how I look at it. The creator made water. The creator made air. It made it for me, the animals, and left me on this planet.
Plain.
To live, not to solve things. Not to sit here and solve things like making spaceships and a school system. Because the creator already gave me knowledge and information within myself. So it has to be about you, because the creator left it the way it was.
Oh, no. That's why he left you a book, so that he told you it wasn't about you.
But man created books.
Well, how was God supposed to? So do you think God, what kind of 5,000-year-old ancient tool would God have left you physically to read his words?
Well, when I say book, I mean the first books I go by was a tomb, a stone.
Okay, well, you're talking about your imagination. We're talking about books, right? You haven't read off of stone lately, have you? Have you been reading off of bricks? Have you been reading off of stone, or what? I mean, because I don't do that. The Bible is obviously a book, right? Well, how would God preserve his message besides putting it on your heart? Because you don't listen to your heart anyway. If you notice, Rob, we don't listen to our truth in our minds. So God had to give us a book because we don't even pay attention. We've all committed sins our whole lives, knowing this truth in our minds. We're all sinners. We've all done bad things. I don't want to know what you guys did. I've done some terrible things, man. I was a terrible person, and God has given me grace and forgiven me. And I'll tell you, there's nothing better than realizing that even though I made some huge mistakes, I mean terrible mistakes, I'm a terrible person. I might be the worst Christian flat earther you guys will ever meet. But the fact of the matter is that with Jesus Christ, he has graced me with his blood, and I am forgiven. Now, does that mean I'm perfect? No, I'm going to screw up tomorrow. There's going to be a nice lady in a red dress that walks by me 28, and I'm going to have to just shake my head because that is not what I'm supposed to be doing. I have to focus. There, even though I still have problems, I'm going to still struggle with sin. There's a massive difference between the way I am now and the way I was. Once you repent, once you walk with God and you repent, you're reborn. That's why they say you are born again. It's not supposed to happen overnight. I'm not trying to, my goal isn't for you guys all tomorrow to become Christians. That's not going to happen. And if that did happen, I'd be really worried because that wouldn't make any sense. It's not supposed to be easy. It's not. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. There'd be no point to it. It has to be difficult. It has to challenge you. One side of your mind or one side of your spirit is being pulled by demonic forces. And the other side of your spirit is, of course, being pulled by angelic forces. That is the reality in our minds. We know this. We have evil forces within us. We've all had that time where we stopped and said, should I do this? Or should I not? And sometimes we made the right decision and sometimes we made the wrong. You all know when you made wrong decisions. You knew you were making the wrong decisions when you were doing it. And just because you thought of something to give you an excuse to do it doesn't change the fact. Because I remember doing that. I thought, well, I'm really just a monkey. And, space is really big and I'm a monkey. So does it really matter if I do this? So you can't tell me that, you're that much different than me. Are you a genius and I'm an idiot? Am I the only person that's stupid to fall for it? I don't think so. So I asked, how was God supposed to do it? Was God supposed to just come down here 2,000 years ago? Okay, guys, listen, I really screwed up making everybody because you're all a bunch of losers. So what I'm going to do is just forgive everybody and don't worry about it. Go about your business and just realize that I've removed the law. That's not what he did. He came down in the flesh and died, and we killed him. He came down in the flesh so that we could kill him, so that he could prove a point and say, see, you think you can save yourselves? You just killed me in the flesh, genius. So what were you saying?
So you believe now he was a real guy that came?
I wouldn't laugh if I were you, buddy, because I understand you want to know this, but I walk with God, bro. God shows me all of these things, bro. How long have you been a flat earther?
That's about like a good, 3 months.
Well, some of us a little bit longer, but I'll tell you what, Jesus Christ had a couple people come to me 2 years ago. And these two people by the name of Rand Campbell, which you might know, who spends time on, he goes to You've Been Exposed here and there, and then Rose Patton, which you probably don't know. These two people came to me, and they were talking about something. I'm listening, and I heard them say, yeah, they don't even know what the shape of the earth is. And then she replied to him, and she said, yeah, it's flat. And I said, what? And I'm in this three-way call on G+, and we're talking, we're having a private conversation. I just shut up for a minute, so I was just starting to listen to them. And I think I asked them a question like, well, but I think I actually made a comment and said, I think I've seen the curve from a plane. I literally was that dumb idiot because I've been in a lot of plane flights. And of course, we're always told you can see that. So I lied to myself and then immediately thought, wait a minute, what is Jesus Christ going to think of me right now? Because I'm pretending I know something. Jesus Christ put his hand on my shoulder right then and said, shut up. Think about what you're going to say and don't say anything about this again until you know what you're talking about. And the next day I knew that we're not on a spinning ball. And then the day after that, I knew we were on a flat earth. And that was 2 years ago. It's because of Jesus Christ, bro. Maybe you don't realize that. Like maybe you think, oh, you figured it out on your own, but every single fiber in your body of knowledge and strength is given to you by your creator, whether you know that or not. So everything you haven't possessed.
Christ, dude, how do you know?
Yes, go ahead, Rob.
How do you know Jesus is the creator, brother?
Because it's written in the Bible. Yep. And it says it right there. It says, do you not know that he made male and female from the first day? He was there at the beginning. He created. I mean,
Let's introduce Justin came on the panel and
Justin Bernard.
I think Mr. Infinite Plane Society.
Thanks for having me on. This is an interesting talk.
What's up, brother? It's nice to have all points of view,
Yeah, I'm of the point of view that arguments from the Bible have no place in the scientific pursuit of the truth that is the flat earth. We do not need supposedly divinely revealed texts What we need are maps, better cartography. We need good info. We need the motherlode of all WikiLeaks dumps, from the Vatican, wherever it comes from. But we're not going to find the truth in some sort of conversion to a religious worldview.
IPS, I got to be honest, you couldn't fight your way out of a wet paper bag. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how you have 120 viewers 5 minutes after you start your hang up, but please, you got to stop pretending you know these things. I would suggest getting some acting lessons if I were you, IPS.
Well, there's no such thing as Satan, so you can sleep
But
easier.
what are you doing right? You're controlled by Satan right now, IPS. I can hear it in your voice. Listen to you.
Listen, if you're, this is the same thing that social justice warriors do. They're like, if you don't agree with me,
I know you
you're
have
a
it all.
racist.
I know you learned from
If
man,
don't
and you
agree
can't
with me,
trust man. I got it.
you're a misogynist, or you're
I
a
know you heard it
xenophobe.
all
So
from
I don't
man,
agree
but
with
you can't
so I'm
believe
the
man.
devil.
We can only believe man when he's anti-Bible. I get the argument, IPS. It's brilliant.
There's no such thing as a Bible.
I know,
That thing's been
yeah,
edited so many times.
I
There
know.
is no.
I know. That's why the Bible describes people like you walking after your own lusts.
But look,
T.
bro.
Amazing. Look at that. Where's the? Whoa! Did I just hear crickets? What's up, IPS? Well, say something, boy. Say something. Come on.
You said it came from. You said God is really Jesus that transformed back into man. So, Jesus,
You're not listening. You got to hear me out. You're not listening.
But you saying God?
I
was
asked
a
you
real
how we
person.
should do it. I said, how should he have done it otherwise? Should he have just come down here in the light of God and just told everybody everything's all right? Or how would you have done it? How would you have saved the world after God was disgraced with this creation?
It's not, that's the point, man. There's
Mhm,
no,
that's the point. Well, my question is, do you have a better plan? Do you have a replacement theory of how God should do things?
well, first,
Why do you assume that the God of the Bible is the creator, bro?
all right,
Because I
first
walk
I'ma
with him.
take God out.
Because I know him personally. Because I've been walking with him for 10 years now. How long have you been a flat earther, IPS?
No, I'm asking you, how do you know that
I just
Jehovah
answered
made
you.
the universe?
Jehovah.
You didn't answer that. How do you
Jehovah.
know?
Where did you get the name Jehovah from? Where do you get the name Jehovah from?
Oh, Yahuwah Washa, or whatever it is these
Yeah,
days.
and what
You're
does that
always
mean?
changing.
What does Yahweh mean?
That your God.
Yeah, what is Yahweh? Watch this. What does Yahweh mean? Watch this. What does
You
Yahweh
worship
mean?
Baal.
Watch
You
how
worship
easy this is.
Jupiter.
Watch
You
how easy
worship
this
Marduk.
is.
You
Look at
worship
this.
the phallic
What does it
obelisk.
mean? I can't hear you.
No, you worship.
Can't hear you, boy.
You worship
I can't hear. So what's it mean? What's it? No, listen. I can't. I want to get an answer.
Pillbox, listen to me, brother.
What does it mean?
Check this
No,
out, bro.
listen. What does the word mean?
Are you
What
trying
does
to
Yahweh
make
mean?
your
Listen.
point of view
Stop.
sound ridiculous?
I know. Just stop. I know. Just relax. What does Yahweh mean?
Jesus Christ.
What does Yahweh mean? You can't answer IPS because you don't research and you fake it. Thanks for
Pillbox.
playing.
You believe it?
Watch. None of you can answer. So nobody can answer these questions. This is my point. You make these.
not
You
the
don't even
point.
know what Yahweh means.
Brother, I'm coming at you like a brother, and what I'm saying is the way you're
No,
coming
Rob.
at your
Rob, you're
point
not.
of
Rob,
view
you're
is
making a
turning
mistake, Rob.
people away
You're,
from it.
Rob, you're making a mistake, Rob. Right now, this is my
I'm
point. You're
looking-
letting your heart control you right now.
I'm
This is
not
my
letting
point.
my heart
You're
control
not
anything.
listening to
I'm
my
trying to
question.
tell you,
Rob,
gotta
you don't
let
know
God
either.
know that you have
No, you're intimidated because you
message.
don't
It's not
know.
gonna get
Yes,
out
you got to
the way
stop.
that
I know
you're
you were
going
to
about
remain
it.
silent. Yes, you're to remain silent if you don't know, Rob. That's the difference. I know. If you don't know, you are to remain silent. Notice you can't answer the question. What does Yahweh mean?
What?
None of you can answer the question.
Well, sir, you're acting like
You
a
can't
tyrant.
either.
Very
IPS,
much
can
like
you answer
your
the
God
question?
in the Bible.
Can you answer the question, IPS? What does
acting like a
Yahweh
tyrant.
mean?
You're being
How
abusive.
much more time do you need, IPS, to answer the question? Do we need to get a Jeopardy theme music going for you? This is how easy it is to destroy people that attack the Bible. You don't even know what you're saying. It's like watching
Why
the
do you have
snake
to
swallow.
destroy people?
So IPS, what does Yahweh mean?
Why do you have to
Take your
destroy
time.
people?
So I'm destroying you
Why
right
do you
now.
have to destroy people?
Because you're destroying yourself,
That's what
IPS.
it's
So what
used
does
for.
Yahweh
It's used to
mean?
destroy and
You sound
slay.
So
crazier
what does
than Lord
Yahweh mean?
Jesus
So how
Christ,
much
bro.
more time do we need? Well, that's because you're getting owned, bro. How's
You
it
sound
feel?
like Lord
So
Jesus
Yahweh,
Christ.
how much more time do you need, buddy? Let's see. It's almost. Oh, it's already past midnight. Do you need another hour to get
So
some
when is
Google
Jesus-
searches through?
When is Jesus coming back?
So
There is no Jesus coming back. There's no second coming. That's all Jesuit futurism, and you fell for it, you fool.
Hey, IPS, if we can't trust history, then how can we trust the rebutal knowledge, like where you're getting your take on everything? How can we trust that if history's all hogwash anyway?
Nobody said history's all hogwash.
Is Jesus
We're just saying
coming
that you
back?
can't trust.
So IPS, what does Yahweh mean?
Okay, no,
how much
listen.
more time do you need? So you don't know.
The
Well, that's my
idea
point. Is that you don't know.
It has something to do with the future.
Well,
was
thanks for
invented
proving my
by
point.
Jesuit.
Well, thanks for proving my point. I'm asking you a question. It's how many more minutes do you need? IPS, how many more minutes do you need?
Trying to avoid. We all
So
know
how
what
much
you're-
more time do you need, Tim? Come on,
Dick, if you had real
IPS. I know IPS. You're deadly. Look at this guy. He's deathly afraid. This is just too easy. He is coming back very soon.
When? How
IPS. So
come
what
he
does
didn't come
Yahweh
back
mean? What does
2,000
Jehovah
damn
mean?
years ago?
How much more time do you need, IPS?
back.
So how much more time do
never
you
was
need,
here in the
IPS?
first
So what does Yahweh mean?
There's no second coming.
Yep, there's no IPS either. They're never going to
There's no
remember your
second
name.
coming.
I'm so sorry, buddy. I'm sorry it has to be this way for you. It's
you
just
have any-
so
What
easy.
kind of
This
what
is like
kind
shooting
of
dead
absurd
fish in a
type of hate
barrel.
is this, dude? What kind
Yes,
what
Rob,
kind of
when I'm being
discussion
lied, Rob,
about
I
a
know, Rob,
subject
I know
is
you're
this?
defending the Satan. Rob, why
I'm
would
not
you defend a
defending
Satanist?
shit.
Why do
I'm
you
not.
defend
I'm
Satan?
defending proper discussion. That's
No,
all.
you're not. No, you're actually
I'm
you're
not-
advocating
I'm
for
not
improper
defending
discussion.
anybody.
No, you're not allowing proper discussion,
on,
Rob. You're
Rob,
letting
stop
these demons take over you because you're upset that your buddy IPS is
You
getting
can just
owned.
tell me, my buddy.
But
Dude,
look how you're
come
behaving,
on,
Rob. Why would
bro.
you act this way? Why would you all of a
Hey,
sudden
you
have a
have-
problem
Why
with
would
me when
I?
I'm asking a question and you can't
I
give
don't
me an
understand
answer?
what you're talking about, brother.
So you
what
don't.
I did. What?
This
Hey,
is
no,
just
no,
my
no.
point
Hey,
right now. Look how you're
hold on,
acting. That's how I know Jesus
hold
Christ
on,
is real.
Killbox. You asked me a question. Hold on,
Right,
Killbox.
but no,
you
you
asked me
won't
a
answer
question.
anything.
Give me the
This is
respect.
how I know Jesus Christ. Look how upset you
Let me
get
answer
upset
your
over
question.
Jesus Christ's name.
No, hell no, hell no. You
It's
pretty
so
much saying-
on, man.
easy. It is
You
so
pretty much
easy how
saying-
people cannot stand his name and then you hide from these questions. I mean, how much
What are you
easier could this
talking
possibly
about?
be? You guys want to believe in IPS? That's fine. It's your
Are you
funeral.
gonna-
If you want to make excuses for perverted criminals, that's fine.
Yeah,
But notice you
talk-
can't answer one simple
but
question,
upside
and
self-
then you attack me because I'm not going to let you avoid the
Taxes you.
question.
Again, like I said, I'm coming with you from you as a brother in love, trying to tell you, brother.
Yes, you're supposed to stop talking, Rob. You're not a Christian. Remember, you said you're
You're
not a
not kidding
Christian,
me.
so you have to stop talking. And you
I have
can't
to stop
question a
talking
brother that
because I'm
actually
not a
believes the
Christian?
Bible. You don't believe the Bible, Rob.
about, dude? Do
You
you
have
hear
to
yourself?
remain silent. If you don't believe the Bible, you have to remain silent. That's
How
how
do
this
you
works. You
figure?
said earlier
But
you
the
don't
Bible
believe in
is
it.
not real.
You don't have
There's
a
no
standard.
fucking real
I asked IPS the question,
no
and
real
now you're
evidence.
defending him so he doesn't have to answer
I'm
the
not
question.
defending anybody. I'm defending
You
a
won't
proper
even let me
discussion.
ask the question, Rob. Why would you stop
Defending a
me from
proper
asking a question,
discussion,
Rob?
Killbox.
Why wouldn't you be honest, Rob, and say yes?
Why
Answer the
wouldn't you
question,
let anyone
IPS.
else talk if you were standing
Yes,
on truth?
this is a 5-minute old question now, Rob, and I'm waiting for an answer. But instead, you attack the person who's being attacked instead of
Talking
defending
about?
the person who's defending himself.
Still believe in Santa
No
Claus.
one's attacked you.
Rob, can you have IPS
no.
answer one question? What does
blocked
Yahweh
them.
mean, or
blocked
Jehovah?
them.
He's the one that claims these are fake names and this God is fake. And instead
Actually, I
of
think
defending
this
the
is a very
Bible that you know is
constructive
true, that
discussion.
God is real,
And I
you
think the
attack
point that-
me.
I think the
That's
point that was
amazing,
trying to be
bro.
made here.
You see, that's
is
how I
that
know people
when you
are
say something
influenced by
comes from
negative
the
spirits,
Bible,
by
you're
demonic.
not
That's how I know
admitting that the
Satan's
Bible
real.
has been
People like IPS prove it,
re-edited,
and then I see people
reinterpreted,
defend him.
recycled again
And you
and
wonder
again.
why I'm saying you need Jesus
there is
Christ,
no
bro.
Bible.
Because it's
Hey,
that
Killbox,
simple. If you had
Killbox.
Jesus Christ, these things don't happen. IPS is a perfect example of what I'm
Bro,
talking
the
about.
Bible came from
IPS
pagan
couldn't.
worshiping.
You can't even answer a simple
If
question.
you were
guys-
right,
it's
do
like
you
I have
think
to
you're
show
going to
people
get that
hooked on
message across
phonics.
coming about it the way you're coming about it?
Yes,
if you
Rob,
are
when
correct,
you're lying, yes, if you're going to defend criminals, you should be reprimanded. You're defending a
not an if,
criminal,
it's a
Rob.
fact.
Look at
it's not
yourself.
about
right now.
reprimanding
Rob,
someone,
look
dude.
at
It's not
yourself
your
right
job.
now. You're telling me I'm the problem when the guy's
Not telling
blaspheming
me
my
you're a problem.
creator.
I'm telling you the way you're coming about the discussion is a
That's
problem.
because your demons don't like this truth, Rob. You're being
Oh,
affected
come on,
by
bro.
truth, bro. You're still
How much
possessed.
talked in the
You are
past?
of this
Talking
world,
about-
and now you're defending a criminal right
Bro, the
here in front
Bible
of
came
everybody.
from pagan worshiping.
Just look at what you're doing. I asked IPS
Dude,
a
you're
question, and
fucking
now you're
accusing
defending
me
him.
of defending a criminal.
Yes, you are, Rob. You are
trying to
defending
tell
a
you that
criminal.
you'll
Yes,
never
a
get
liar
your
is a
truth
criminal. Why are you
across.
doing that? Look at what you're doing, Rob. Look who you're defending. I ask a question, and you're harassing me for wanting an answer. What went wrong with you? What happened exactly?
What is wrong with you? I'm
It
not
took 2 minutes
harassing
for
you
you to
for not
turn-
wanting
so
an
it took 2
answer.
minutes for you to attack the person asking a question
I don't
that's
even
defending
think
his
you've
creator.
set up long enough for me
Wait,
for,
Rob,
for you to even
you're
hear what I
saying that
said.
so Christians should allow
I don't
their
even know what I
creator
said
to be, Rob,
apparently.
you're out of your mind. You've lost your mind, Rob. You should
Other
remain
than what you
silent.
fucking said.
I know,
That's
but Rob, you've
crazy.
lost your mind. That's my point. You've lost your mind. That's why you don't understand this. You're
What are you
attacking somebody
talking
defending
about,
the
dude?
creator. You're attacking me for defending
Robots.
God. What happened to you, Rob?
What I
You're
told
attacking
you
me
was
for defending the
if
creator,
you
Rob.
have the truth,
Please
how
stop.
could you get your message?
Rob, you're attacking the person defending
Don't
the
fucking hit me.
creator. That's what we are
What's
supposed
the
to
problem,
do. Rob,
dude?
you said you read the Bible. Did you lie about
What
that? The
is
Bible
your
says to
fucking
defend the
issue,
creator, Rob.
dude?
You're not letting me talk because you're backed into a corner now. You backed yourself into a corner. Listen to what you're saying. You're attacking this. Yeah, listen how upset you're getting. You backed yourself into a corner because you attacked somebody defending the creator, and you think I'm out of context? You think I'm out of line because I'm defending the creator and I'm asking someone to put their money where their
You're
mouth
not
is.
defending the
You're
creator.
still
That's what I'm
deceived,
trying to
Rob.
tell you. You're not
Rob,
defending
you're
the
still
creator.
deceived. Rob, listen to you. You're defending someone
What
who's
I'm
attacking
telling
the
you
creator.
is, if you're right, the way you're going about
Yes,
it
Rob,
is
it
not in
absolutely
its
says to
defense.
defend the creator, Rob. You haven't read the
It's
Bible.
defense.
Wait, well, Rob, if you don't read the
If
Bible,
you're correct,
you
you're
don't
not
wanna
in
read
his
the Bible.
defense. If you're
Yes,
correct,
you
you're
don't
not
wanna
in
read.
his
You don't wanna believe.
defense. If you're correct right now, you are not in his defense. That's what I'm saying.
Can we let IPS?
I know, and you're still wrong, Rob. That's why you're not
I'm
listening.
not
You're
wrong
dead
because
wrong.
I'm coming at it from an
No, you're
outside point of
dead
view.
wrong. You
How
do
do you
not
think
believe the
other
Bible.
people that are listening to you are taking it, brother?
Yes, but they're all
How could you get
non-Christians.
your
Yes,
truth
yes,
across
all
that way?
non-Christians. Yes, non-Christians don't like the truth. I understand, Rob. You're not a Christian. That's the point. You don't like the truth. That's why you're defending a criminal right now. That's exactly my point. When I see that people are forced to defend criminals, that tells me I'm right. You forced yourself to defend a criminal and then attack the person that's defending the creator. Rob, you have some serious problems. You should remain silent and think about what's wrong with you, bro. But to attack somebody who's defending the creator is just proving my point. If you were actually a true skeptic,
and
you
all
would
I'm
ask
doing
the
is
person
defending a
attacking
proper
me.
conversation. That's all I'm doing.
Right, but you're allowing people to attack people.
you.
That's of Satan. You're
I'm not
allowing crimes to
attacking
be
you,
committed.
and I was actually
No,
trying
you're not
to
listening,
help
Rob.
you
You're not
fucking
listening.
understand that you
I know,
could
but you're
reach
not
more
listening, Rob.
people.
I understand. You're not listening. It doesn't matter what you people believe. It matters what the truth is, Rob. That's the point. It does.
Oh, I guess you got removed. Tim, are you still here? IPS.
Did he drop or what?
God took him.
Okay, I think I'm still
God
here.
took him. Yeah, okay, you're good now since he got removed. So
Oh, okay.
So I want to say this to Pillbox, man. I got much love for Pillbox, but it's
I do
funny
too.
how like we'll look at a globe head and say, you really can't let go of that globe, but at the same time, he can't let go of religion.
Well, it's not even about that, dude. If he has his truth, and I'm not even saying he doesn't at all. He may be right. I'm still fucking searching. But as a person that's searching, to hear it portrayed like that, how would that make me want to search further? And I'm not saying it's up to him to make me want to search further, but I am saying if you believe that you have this truth, that it can't be the way that you spread it.
All right, so moving on.
I would have appreciated the civil discourse between him and Tim, to be honest, but I don't think that's possible now.
I would have liked it too, but he was using a tactic of like Christopher Matthews on Hardball, where you talk over the person, and that will win you a soundbite here and there, but it doesn't win a debate.
Yeah, so let's move on. What's the topic? What are we talking about?
Good.
I believe we were talking about flat Earth at one point.
Yeah, but I just wanted to bring that up because we'll look like once again we'll look at people who believe in the globe and we'll say, man, you don't have an open mind. But like a religious person who's a flat earther can let go of religion and look outside the box. But I mean, it is what it is.
My whole point is religion was just made to belittle the individual. Just like how he was speaking, oh, God made you did this, God made you act this way, God. It has no responsible action for the individual. So, we just turn around and say, oh, God did all of this. God created all this corruption and God gonna save us. And
But do you realize that Christ himself was enemies with the religious leaders, the Sadducees and the Pharisees?
Absolutely. That's right.
Exactly.
Well, that's assuming. That's assuming that Christ existed.
Right. Well, let's pretend for a minute.
No. Because the evidence suggests otherwise, and if you give yourself that bit of leeway, it leads to a lot of other falsehoods. And I think we just need to go ahead and uproot at the core the fact that the Roman imperial court invented Jesus as a model citizen to pacify the slaves. It's a slave system.
It's
not spiritual.
It's a Serapis system.
Yep, you got it.
Well, why wasn't it written in Greek then? Why does it hate Hebrew? See, the scripture is written over a long period of time, man. It's not just like one story that one guy sat down and.
Well, it all came from all of this came from paganism. It was just natural.
I'm not sure why you guys had to kick me, but I just want to say, like, Rob, you defending someone attacking God is the point.
I didn't.
It's okay. It's all good. But listen, Rob, you're defending someone who came in the room.
I didn't.
And what did he say,
buddy,
Rob?
you're mistaken.
What did he say, Rob? And then you attack me for defending the Creator, Rob. But that's my point. If you don't believe in the Bible or know the Bible, how could you understand these things? And Big L,
it's a slave
right? But Big L, but look at Big L. Big L is backing my claim as well. He comes in the room and says that you don't like the religion. What religion am I speaking of?
No,
Big L?
What I'm saying is, can we just have some civil discourse? Like, if you want a globe head to have an open mind, you got to have an open mind with him.
I haven't. Yeah, you're right. I've already researched these things, and that's why I know these things. What have you guys researched?
Fair
No, buddy, you're claiming that you have a direct connection to God that gives you special knowledge that we don't have access to, and we're
No, you all have
BS on
access to it. Everybody has access to it, Tim. So when you're ready, let me know what Yahweh means, Ellis, jack off Christ. Let me know, Tim. I really would like to know, since you brought up the two names, you said Yahweh and Jehovah, and you insulted the Creator. What does the words mean? Whenever you're ready to answer the question,
This nigga said jack off
IPS, please let me know. I'd love to know. I mean, him and LSC were having a good talk. I was wondering who was the better actor. I'm thinking IPS is the better actor because nobody believes LSC. So IPS, since you're the better actor, just tell me what you think Yahweh means.
I don't know. Is Jesus there too?
I'll tell you what it is. Really simply.
What does Yahweh mean?
Yahweh's
Just,
the
can you give me a
father
term? So you can't even, you still don't know the
Yes.
term. Wow,
No, I'll tell
this
you
is
what it
too
is. I'll
easy.
tell you what it is. Okay. The religion is a mind control system, and Yahweh is the big sky daddy that's used to threaten the
So
little
what
sheep
does
at the
Yahweh
bottom.
mean?
It's all just
So how much more
it's an
time do you
archetype.
need? What does Yahweh
Storm
mean?
God,
So-
volcano God.
So how much more time do you need?
gods,
So
King of
one
King,
lie,
Lord of
another
Lords,
lie,
Jupiter,
another lie,
Marduk,
another lie,
all-
another perverted lie. So 10 perverted lies in a row. Thank you for proving my point. Awesome job.
And
Awesome
Tim's-
job.
Hey, you're a God.
Phenomenal
Your
work.
God
This is
said
too
that you
easy.
shall not steal. Listen,
This
he
is
said, "Thou shalt
beautiful.
not steal," but he had said nothing about slavery or
Beautiful.
child brides.
Okay, let me start
Beautiful.
off by saying
Slavery is
this.
you're still a slave now. Slavery is normal part of humanity.
Let me start off by saying
No,
this.
well,
I
get the
find it-
hell out of here, man.
I
That's
find it
all
funny.
hell.
You're still a slave. You're still a slave too, boy.
I find it funny
Jesus
how-
made it a slave.
Go ahead, Big L.
That's your
Yeah,
God. You making us believe.
Yeah,
in
that's
slave
why.
shit.
Right, that's why I'm laughing at people that don't even know anything about what they're talking about. This is really difficult. What does Yahweh mean, IPS?
I just think you're kind of mean, and you're not
It's
doing a
that
good job
easy.
of selling your
I know. I'm really mean because I defend the Creator, like He told me to. That's crazy, huh?
Defend an emperor called Bartholomew.
Yep, I know.
Hey,
It's so
listen,
crazy. Yeah. Hey,
Big
listen.
Pillbox.
Yahweh means what again, IPS?
There is no God but Allah, and
So the
Muhammad is his
no.
prophet.
So nothing. So same as usual. Zeitgeist expert. Okay. Big O.
And
What
I
were
can
you
also
saying?
say that Dianetic is just as valid as
I
your
know,
Bible.
I know because you heard it from a man. I know you believe whatever man tells you. I got you. So Big O, I know you're religious zealot. IPS, I know your own religion of IPSism.
Jesus
I know.
Christ is the
I know
Frankenstein, and I can tell
IPS.
you
I know. I know. That's okay. I know. That's a good excuse for being a
my
perverted criminal. Congratulations on your life accomplishment. What a wonderful resume. Big O, what were you saying?
So, like in his defense, first of all, I grew up Catholic, and it was a bad experience for me once I woke up to the lies of the Roman
I
Catholic.
don't blame you.
Yeah, so it was really hard even though like I had my issues with the Catholic religion, I never really left the Bible, the Quran, these books, which I use as a moral compass. But it's kind of trippy. When IPS came, I started learning about how these books are connected to astrotheology. That in no way, it doesn't make the Bible or Quran trash, but you do got to question the story.
Well, yeah, I mean, some people still need man to decipher things for them. I understand that. I was there, but eventually there's going to be a time, Big L, where you're just going to walk with God and He's going to show you the rest. Obviously, I can't show you how to do that. Yeah, that's up to you, Big L. No man has a right to show you how to walk with God. You're going to do that on your own.
Big claim.
Facts are facts,
and-
buddy.
and-
So,
and one
IPS,
more
do you know
thing.
what Yahweh means yet? You still doing a Google search?
When one more thing,
I know what it is.
Go ahead, Big L.
Dude, we all know what it means,
sorry,
bro.
just
Well,
let me say
but
this
you
one
can't
last
answer the question. You all know what it means. So now
What
you're
does
speaking
that-
for other
what
people.
does that mean? Did you ever
Rob,
ask
you're
me?
speaking for other people now,
ask-
Rob. We all know what it means, Rob.
All
and
right,
you wanna put
my
your life
bad.
on that
I
claim?
misspoke. You're right. I misspoke.
It's okay. Let's just relax. Listen, we just need to stop making claims unless you know for sure.
Okay.
I know Jesus Christ is God, period, end of story, and your creator, and there's nothing anybody can do about that. You guys will all
Hey,
learn
by
it
the
one
way,
day. It's all good.
Here's something that you may agree with, Pillbox. You actually may agree with this. There's more evidence for Neil Armstrong walking on the moon than for Jesus Christ walking
Sorry,
on water.
buddy. No, sorry. Thanks for playing, noob. Let me know when you figure out what Yahweh means. Take your time.
Wait, so Pill.
I guess you're the only one not on a cell phone.
Yeah, I think so.
Besides me.
All right. Shit.
Well, here, one of the points that we've been making tonight, though, is
So
that,
how much more time do you need,
religious system-
IPS? So how much more time do you need, IPS?
Wait,
Give you another hour or so, or what?
Wait. In all
Yeah, one of the
fairness,
points we've been making is
Yeah, IPS. You've never made a point in your life. Trust me. Get some acting lessons. Nobody takes you seriously. I'm just saying.
In all
Yes,
fairness,
Big L. Go ahead.
When he says the Bible was used to enslave people, would you agree that it was used to pacify the slaves during the African slave trade?
Yes, it has.
No, nobody in their right mind could claim how things were being done back then, but everybody wants to blame Jesus Christ for it.
Justin,
Yeah, I can get a
no,
boat.
I'm not blaming
I understand. I thought you were asking me or Justin. You're asking Justin or me?
Well, I was asking you, but Justin
Uh-huh.
answered yes.
I know. So let's
both of you
relax.
are
You
Christians,
asked me. I know, but do you understand Christians are different people? Okay, we're not robots. Okay, so let's relax. Listen, I don't make claims for things that happened hundreds of years ago. My point is, I can only make claims for things that I can test and observe in reality. I don't know what happened in the slave trade, so to speak, for the details, and I also know you don't know either. So if people want to pretend that they know those kind of things, that's fine. I only want to talk about things we absolutely know.
But it existed. It fucking existed.
Oh, absolutely existed. Slavery is of Satan, is an antichrist, right?
But I look
Yep, that's your
heavily
antichrist.
into the African slave trade, so I know what books they read and where they come from.
Yes, and it's of the Antichrist. What did Jesus say? Many will come in his name. So yes, I even know the name Jesus Christ has been used in the wrong way, and they even named their ship Jesus Christ. It's all of Satan, bro. Exactly. It's all of Satan. It's all Antichrist. Listen,
so you
every
do agree
single
with me?
I absolutely agree that they've misused Jesus Christ's name, because what would Satan do? You think Satan's going to use Muhammad's name? No, because that's not God. He's going to use God's name to destroy the world. Absolutely. Just like the Bible says.
Who the hell is Satan then?
The guy controlling you right now. Big L, listen to this real quick. If the fact of the matter is, everything in history, Big L, is an antichrist, from the heliocentric model to the world governments to all these false wars, every single thing they do is antichrist. Isn't that a hint? That's all from me, gentlemen. I appreciate your time. Thanks for having me on. And Justin, I'll see you guys later.
Oh,
Peace
you
out.
full of shit, brother.
Holy shit.
You full of shit, bro.
What a church lady.
He probably
It's
about
like
to go to
Satan.
church right now.
Well, again, I'm not trying, and I don't think any of y'all should be ragging. Whatever, dude. It's whatever, because how can you can't get your fucking message out when you're treating people like crap in a conversation?
Well,
I'm not defending anybody. I'm defending proper discourse. That's
Absolutely.
it.
There's nothing wrong with a little passion, though. You know what I'm saying?
That's Justin.
But when we're talking over each other like this,
I have a little
like this, like
passion.
this,
I have a little passion.
I feel you, Rob. I feel you, man. I feel you.
Okay. I'm just saying, because, dude, what if he is right? I mean, I'm not saying I haven't thought of that. I'm not saying I don't lean more towards that.
I get your point.
Dude.
I used to question him too, but now I understand that's what he does. So I mean, I'm not going to rag on him for it. That's just, if you know that's what he does.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying. Regardless of how anybody, I don't think we should rag on people. So
I'll tell you what, though, when I'm in a debate about anything, he's a good guy to have on your side.
I agree. I've had him on my side. That's what I'm saying. Like, how you don't accuse me of fucking defending anybody against you or anybody else. All I was defending was proper discourse. I was not disrespecting Pillbox, and he was disrespecting.
Right. But once again, let's not fall into the trap of talking in the past here.
That. Moving right along. But and I don't know, man. This topic does seem to just end up causing quite a bit of division.
It's not God that throws it off. It's just when they make specific names like Jesus and then turn it into a real fucking actuality.
Well, Justin, let me ask you, because I know you won't take offense to me asking you. Like, for you, and I'm not saying this is for anybody else, and if you don't feel like answering, whatever, that's cool. Because it's a personal thing. It's for people, it's as it should be. So, but the question is, if for you, what is your evidence that Jesus existed?
Well, if you really want to know,
dude, I've been searching for. Oh yeah, I do.
Well, I was raised.
I have done my fair share of digging.
I'm gonna give you the quickest answer I can. I was raised in a decent environment, small town, blase. I got picked on a little bit in school because I was a pretty boy type, whatever.
Yeah.
So I started wearing all these satanic clothing and everything else just to get the haters off of me, right? So then I started using drugs, blase. Ended up manufacturing methamphetamine for 13 years, bro.
Oh.
Until I fell down a downward spiral of depression, guilt, shame, lost my kid, everything else. And over a phone call one day with the guy that's on my avatar, platinum recording artist, his name's Travis Meeks, he's a friend of mine. He asked me, why do you do the things that you do? And I said, I don't know, because I like to do them, I guess. And he said, well, if you like to do them, then why do you feel bad for it? And at that moment, a year and a half's worth of manic depression left me, and I've never been depressed since. And I thought, what the fuck just happened, right? What just happened? And I started digging and researching and digging. You know, and I was kind of raised in the church a little bit. Who isn't? You know what I mean? But I you know, picked up I went in to buy some materials to manufacture meth in the store one night and was looking for some stuff to disguise the lab in the shopping cart, and picked up a Bible and threw it in the cart. And I found Ephesians 6 that says we wrestle against spiritual hosts of wickedness and principalities in the unseen realm. And I thought, okay, well then slowly but surely my life started coming out of the things. I just worked up the courage and started asking for different things. And then one day I asked, man, if this is real, show me how to get off of this drug. And it wasn't long after I ended up getting busted again for the third time with my daughter in the vehicle. Slammed, broke my collarbone, $10,000 bond, this, that, and the other. But I got bonded out 18 days later, and I didn't touch drugs for like 9 months for the first time in my life. I was around them every day. And while I was in the jail cell, I had some miraculous things happen to me all alone. And I felt totally freaking free and joyful, and not worried about anything, was totally content. And then, yeah. So
Yeah,
that's what I
Justin.
do.
Right on.
Is it possible for God to come to people in different religions or books or you know, in different matters?
Look, I won't speak for him. I won't speak for him. I won't defend him. I don't think it's my place to do. All I can do is share my experiences, and Rob asked the right question. And it's possible. I don't put him in a box. I mean, Tim says he believes in the creator. I would like Tim to explain his creator. I mean,
that's where I was going next. Whether you read my mind.
I was gonna ask the same thing, but one sec. You said you don't want to categorize the creator, but you just said he. Why do we assume it's a he?
That's a rough one, because that's what.
Could it be a woman?
It's part of our conditioning. That's what we were. That's what we held all of our life. Just like the ball, it's like, you know. But it's because the Bible. You know, if you're a Bible believer, the Bible believer calls him our Father.
Yeah,
but let's go back to nature. Doesn't the creation starts inside of a woman?
Mother Earth and Father in Heaven. I don't know.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm glad we have Tim in here, because I've been wanting to ask Tim about his concept of a creator.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've been really on my channel. I talk about this quite a bit. That I think what the problem is that we are inherently spiritual beings connected to our Creator, and I don't have any specific way of defining it other than I believe it's self-evident, but that man's religions are designed to ensnare us at the level of our souls and channel it into their idols. And sometimes some parts of the books get some parts of it right, and you do have spiritual experiences that you might connect to it. But what I'm saying is that these institutions are actually in between you and the Creator. I don't trust man's religions or the holy books, and I don't think that any holy book is better than another, and no holy book has a claim to the truth, whether it's the Bible, the Quran, the Talmud, the Torah, or Dianetics.
I was totally with you and agreed totally until you got to the book part. But yeah, all religion is pretty much corrupt, and it's a money scam, and what you just said, I agree totally. That's why I said that Christ was enemies with the church leaders. You know, the story goes, if you want to look at it that way.
Right.
Well, I wouldn't. No, go ahead. I was just gonna say I wouldn't. You know, you talked about your experience with your conversion or whatever, and I don't discount any of that. I really don't. I'm just saying that the religion itself, it has dubious origins. We know where it comes from, but the fact that your spirituality has been channeled into this book doesn't mean that it's right. Maybe it's right for you, but it's not uniform for everybody.
Right, and I'm not the pushy type. You know, I like to talk to all walks of life, like Rob was trying to do and mediate. Rob, I tried to do the mediator thing for a long time, and sometimes you just got to let people do what they're going to do. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody is in here to have an intelligent conversation. But I have walked in darkness and seen ugliness and know all about it, you know, on the things that I've done. And Tim, another thing I could say is, we have a body, right? And we have a soul, our personality, our mind, right? But then we also have the breath of life, right? What makes us breathe, and call that the spirit. And we can't really understand that, or I can't anyway. And so the mind is like this middle ground for the body and the spirit, you know. It's where the two interact. They're at war with one another. The spirit is at war with the flesh, and the mind is the battlefield it takes place on. So if you believe in the threes, you know, like we're three parts, you know, there's heaven, earth, hell, whatever, lower level, whatever you want to call it. You know, everything's in threes, right? So, I mean, the creator is kind of one-dimensional if you don't factor in the body and the spirit part of it, you know?
I disagree with the idea that we're at war with our body and the world, or our soul and the world, the flesh and the spirit. I don't think they're meant to be at war. I think the religions put it at war, and they tell you your flesh is dirty, it's sinful, or you have a carbon footprint, you're bad inherently. And I don't think we were made bad at all. And I think that's the premise of the religion, and that's why I reject it. I reject the idea that the human being is born bad and the world is a fallen place. I reject that. I think that we're supposed to synchronize our souls with our minds, with our bodies, with reality, and the religions would stand in the way of that. Whether you go to church or they just take it from a book.
And when you look at that, when you look at, like, for example, voodoo tells you the spiritual world and the physical world is the same. But in this corrupted world, they look at voodoo as black magic,
right,
devil worshiping, and da 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 da. So I'm trying to tell you that there's, like what he's saying, the religion is to divide us from everything.
So
go back to represent one thing. You contradicting yourself.
So Tim, you've never experienced like shame?
You know what? That's where you're wrong. You're wrong if you think that people who do not accept your faith are inherently bad, and that's what you're insinuating.
No,
you're like, you don't have my faith, therefore you're a sinner.
No, I wasn't trying to insinuate nothing, brother. I was just asking if you've ever experienced shame, like feeling guilty about something or shame or whatever.
When I've done something wrong, yeah, obviously.
It's not a very pleasant feeling, right?
No, you're supposed to feel it. That's natural.
But I mean, you said, the reason I brought that up is because you said you don't think the spirit and the flesh are at war with each other. Well, it's usually, with me anyway, when I do something that my fleshly carnal mind is desiring, you know what I'm saying? That's wrong. Because really, you cannot do any wrong in the spirit.
I think.
Right? I mean, so my question, I guess, would be, and then, what is the difference between the two then, the flesh and the spirit?
Well, I think here's what they do is and it started with, before Christianity, it's this idea of Platonic idealism, where if you can get the lower class to accept that the spirit is better than the flesh and that they need to live for the afterlife, which is eternal, you can get them to have diminished expectations about the here and now, and it makes them easier to control as slaves because they have no ambition. I'm saying to you straight up that religion is all mind control, and it's meant to make you humble before the government, before the authorities, before the mind controllers.
And what if the stories, you know, of those specific Christ figures, you know, Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, you know, whatever, what if those stories are more true than we think? What if they were all true and they were all the creator, and it's trying to tell us that we are all creators and we're all creating this reality?
It makes more sense than kill the other people who don't pray the exact same way that we do, which is what most religions end up doing.
Well, check it out. Do you know why Christ said he was here? Not what religion teaches, not what the church teaches, what he allegedly said. I guarantee you won't get this.
Captive free? Was it to set the captive free? I seem to remember that.
Yeah, close. Nobody knows? Nobody wants to take a stab at it?
Can you repeat the question?
I wish I knew, man.
What did Jesus claim that he came to earth for, allegedly?
To redeem us.
To save us from sin, right?
Yeah, redeem us from our sins.
That's all right, but no, that's not what I'm looking for. It's in John 18:37. He said, "For this reason I was born, or for this reason I came into the world, to testify to the truth."
Well, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but my view on the Jesus is very different, because I see Jesus as a composite, a creation of the Roman imperial cult, a designer God designed to both be a carbon copy essentially of Moses, but also to fulfill all the Old Testament prophecies while still aligning with the pagan astrotheological sun god of the harvest.
To be the
and that his story of the Gospels was just the military accounts of Titus Flavius sacking Jerusalem. So when you talk about this Jesus, I'm hearing of a pseudo-historical mythological character merged with the Roman elite.
Yeah, that's what it.
And Justin, here's one thing I gotta say, right? You're telling me Jesus Christ is the way. I have all these people telling me, you know, Christians, but I have Muslims telling me, you know, it's Allah. I got Mormons telling me, you know, it's this guy. I got atheists telling me there's no guy. So, you know, it's really hard to discern who's telling the truth.
Yeah, so you kind of got to rely on your own personal experiences, like Tim was saying, you know. The experience led me to the book, not the book led me to the experience.
Well, I won't discount it, but I will say that someone brought up voodoo a minute ago, right? And in about 2001 or something, 2002, I had found this book on the subject of voodoo and magic and like real down-to-earth stuff, like it had the spells you could do and that kind of thing. And I got really heavily into it for a long time, and I learned how to do the invocations. I learned how to propitiate the libations, all of it.
It works.
And you know what? It's not evil. Not at all. It was me basically learning how to interact with my soul on a real level. Not evil, it's not witchcraft just because I'm not in a church, but I was learning how to interact with the spirit.
No.
And I don't see it as separate from flesh.
Now take this with what I said before. What if that's just, like I said, what if we're all the creators? So that's just giving you an outlet to manifest those creative powers that we already all possess.
Exactly.
Like an iPhone is, you know, you have to get an app to make your phone do certain things, but your phone already had the capability of doing them. You just had to put the app in. So your phone can already read your heart rate, your blood pressure, fucking videotape, record, do all these crazy things. But some of those things you actually have to get an app with a detailed algorithm and all that to be able to function, you know, to make those operate.
Check this out. All mind control gets us to do what?
What?
It's to worship.
To externalize your locus of control.
I
To
would
hand
say
over the reins to somebody else.
I would say judge. I would say judge. Judgment is the most prominent wrong, I can't think of the word, the most prominent flaw. It's the most prominent flaw amongst humanity is judgment. I try not to demonize even the demons, right? But we all judge, but it's, you know, it's the main thing. So when you say, I had a point going there, but I lost it. My bad. I haven't even smoked today either. Wow. maybe I need to. But Tim, what I was gonna say is, dang it, something about judgment. So I mean, if your message was without judgment, bro, in my opinion, like I like a lot of what you say, but there's certain things that I don't. But I don't judge you for it. I try not to judge you for it. You know, I try not to. I am human.
But I want to say that because I never had a chance. I do appreciate the work that you've been putting in, man, and the time that you put in. Not that I agree with everything that you put out there, but I do appreciate the time and effort because I know how much it takes.
And here's a little synchronicity for you. One of the first YouTube videos I ever did, I erased it, but a friend came over and their phone was locked up, and they had this little picture on there, and it was your gingerbread picture, bro. And I took a picture of it and put it on there. It's like, what a weird app, or what a weird thing. What the hell is this, you know? And then I watched your video the other day, and come to find out you painted it. Small world.
Yeah, I've seen him scrolling through all that demon shit, talking about it's not evil, guys. It's just art. It's not evil. It's just art. I'm laughing my ass off, like, come on, Tim. It's a little bit evil, just a little bit.
Well, see, there again, that's like a judgment, you know.
Well, hey, listen, this is the truth, and you don't have to believe it. But this was like in 2008 or 2009. I needed a bit of money. I was in a black hole, and so I did a spell to make a painting go viral. And a week later, Google Android contacted me. They said, hey, one of our workers slipped your painting that they bought off you on eBay into the program. And so I had to sign a couple papers in order to actually make the sale happen. And then that painting was downloaded more than 100 million times.
What?
And so what I'm saying with, like, I don't talk about it on my channel a lot, but like, I'm not opposed to spirituality. I just think that the mainstream religions spiritually castrate people, and they take away your power to influence reality.
Hey, what's that book called, man?
That's the point. That's the point of them, I think.
I guess a lot of people get it misconstrued and think you're an atheist.
Yeah. No, I'm not at all.
No, she's been very clear about that, but you know.
Well, there is really no such thing as an atheist.
I agree. Well, I think there are some, but they don't, you know, they're not, you don't see them out there hating God because, you know, once you start hating something you didn't previously think existed, you can no longer think that thing doesn't exist if you are now hating it.
What?
You can't. How can you hate on God? How can you be an atheist and hate on God if God doesn't exist?
Okay, I see your point.
Yeah. Hey, yo, Tim. Hey, what's that book called, man?
The first one that I read on the subject was called Urban Voodoo by Christopher Hyatt. And that one has an incantation to Ishu, and it tells you how to coerce the spirit or get it to live within, you know, the idol or the object that you're using as a center point for ritual.
Great.
And that's where it tells you how to do it. It gives you the incantation. And I've always been someone to experiment with different things. I got into like witchcraft when I was a teenager and stuff. And so I was just curious as to how, I was like, man, can I use a system that originated on the other side of the world that's completely foreign to my particular culture and make it work? And I realized that there are correspondences between all these different systems to where I could do anything really because I know how the program works. And I've had better results working with Voodoo than with any other system.
So Tim, you don't have to answer this if you don't want. I know you know that already, but I wasn't like trying to attack you or anything when I asked if you've ever felt shame, and you said, yeah, when you've done something wrong. But you know what I'm saying? Why though? You know what I'm saying? Because I came up with this slogan a long time ago. You only are doing something wrong if you think you're doing something wrong.
Because you've been taught that.
I don't think so. Because
I say it's suggested.
You've been trained. It's the system of this religion.
It
trains you to put value on.
Man, nobody had to teach you it's wrong to kill your mom. You know.
Well, there's definitely, like, you know, miscued ideas of what wrong and right is, but I think there is certain things that are just morally and inherently wrong, and not only that, but wrong to the natural environment that we find ourselves in. Therefore, if you do these things, you will put off negative energy and cause negative effects. I think that's measurable. So, honestly, I think it just... You see what I'm saying? Like, I think the things that are actually bad put off that negative energy to where you know.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, because I think a lot of people, and I think you might be insinuating this, what you're asking is that I don't think that you need religion to be moral. I don't think religion teaches morality. I think the opposite's true. It was Steven Weinberg. He said, good people will do good things. Bad people will do bad things. But if you want to get good people to do bad things, that takes religion. And I agree with that. I think a lot of our morality is innate.
Yeah, and you can't look at people, you know, as a representation of who that creator or God is supposed to be anyway. Because I mean, honestly, that's the reason I, you know, left the church quite some time ago. Because I don't know if you heard, but I grew up Seventh Day Adventist, so I mean, I was straight up in the Bible. Like very and had a heart towards, you know, spreading the word and all that, you know, mission trips, all that good stuff. So, you know, it was the people that were so absolutely hypocritical and all. I mean, so I mean, to actually, like, if I almost say you almost have to leave the people out, you know, because, you know, there's such a poor. I think, was it Gandhi that said something like, I think, what did he say, something about Christianity, or your Jesus is like the most beautiful Christ, like, or whatever person that had ever lived, or something like that. And if any of you were anything like him, then I'd be a Christian.
What?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. And the idea there is simply that, yeah, we shouldn't really hate. We don't hate globe heads or people who believe in the ball earth. We hate the construct of the ball. I don't hate on people who are religious. I just don't like the mind control system. But I think we can all separate it.
You know, that's one of the only trigger words that I have, really, is religion. I hate that word with a passion. You know, and I get called it all the time. And really, I just like to have conversation and provoke thought and, you know, help people out if they ask me for help. But I've learned to sit back in the weeds, and if someone has a question about something, they'll ask me, and I don't need to go like shove it down anybody's throat. But just like the flat earth, when you come to what you believe is a truth, your first knee-jerk reaction is to go out and tell everybody about it. And really all you're doing is poisoning the well by, you know, going out and blabbing out all this truth that you are sure that you came across, you know. And then once you settle down and finally realize how to talk to people, by that time you've already poisoned the well around you and nobody listened to you. So that's kind of how it works. But, you know, the whole flat earth thing is kind of like getting under my skin, like the same repetitive things, like, you know, it's like we don't really know. I mean, we don't really know. All we know is that no experiments ever proved the earth to be in any type of motion whatsoever. I mean, that's the only thing we really know. But it appears to be flat.
If you know that, you can extrapolate quite a bit from it. If you know the Earth's motionless, you know there's no orbiting satellites, and that's a pretty big start right there. I mean, it's a can of worms. It's not just a matter of geography. It's a huge can of worms, and if even a part of it's true, it's a big deal. And
but I've been trying to start this thing like, okay, we all know what NASA's not doing. Let's fucking look into what they are doing, because they got to be doing something besides like fooling us, you know. They're covering something up, whether it's a secret space program like Von Braun's sidekick says that he was talking about before he passed away. Who knows? But or they're interdimensionally traveling somewhere. Who knows what they're doing? But I'm so sick of the, you know, what they're not doing. I think we've all figured that out by now.
Projects like the massive underground tunnel systems that go throughout, you know, absolutely everywhere under the United States of America, at least up into Canada, down into Mexico, and, you know, the production of the equipment to be able to you know. So I mean, I can see where a lot of the money is, a lot of the black ops projects and shit, where they're just sending like completely armed to the teeth, high-tech groups of people over into other countries, and then they call, you know. So I mean, so I can see where some of that's going, but I think a lot of it is just to get as much away from the people too, even though they're not. You see what I'm saying? Like it plays a lot of other roles, but it's still part of the you know, a few 100,000 different aspects that make sure that the people don't have any way to get a leg up. You know, each one drains you just a little bit. You have, you know, 1,000 hands in your pocket,
Yeah, so I mean, it all like, see, IPS, another thing I don't understand, what I hear you say all the time is that the same people that gave you the Bible gave you heliocentrism.
Yes.
Why do you say that?
100%.
Well,
why do you say that though? I never heard you explain it.
Yeah, and it's a good question. And in fact, this question has been asked so many times that I've been putting together a video. It's about 2 hours long so far, where I'm trying to explain it from start to finish, how this thing happened. Because
I can wait.
Basically, it works like this. As I've been saying that Christianity was never Christianity. It was never monotheism. It has always been Roman polytheism with a Jewish paint job. And therefore, the same people in this same structure that had this false, this religion, basically this polytheistic religion disguised as Christianity, they turned that into heliocentrism. And so it went from Jesus, the center of the religion, the son of God, to Helios, the son of the solar system. So you're worshiping the sun, whether you're praying to Jesus from the Bible, or whether you're worshiping heliocentrism by accepting the premise of the globe, in which case you're on the earth, which is traveling 66,600 miles per hour around the sun god, because 666 is the number of the sun god. It's encoded into the religion, it's encoded into heliocentrism, and it pertains to you as long as you're praying to Jesus, whether or not you're in the church, because it's still Apollo and Jupiter and Saturn above and Venus and all the rest of the polytheistic pantheon. They're all here all around us. You can see the elite worshiping Saturn. They also worship Jupiter. And the eye in the triangle is not the devil. That's your sun god. That's the eye of Horus. It's the eye of Christ. It's the eye of Jehovah. Whatever you want to call it. So I'm just saying you've been deceived, man.
And here's another problem. They don't want to worship the son of Horus. They don't want to worship Horus, but people would rather, even if it's name by name Jesus, they don't want to worship the original people. But then again, the original people worship the original things, nature. So people don't want to worship that because they just want to be stuck in the ways of just worshiping a physical being.
This is the thing. This is where I'm kind of at in my head as this Jesus individual. I do believe. I kind of think that he was a real person. There was a real, and then the whole entire Christian movement was hijacked from the get. Like, while these guys, they realized the impact they had, and the Jews and the Romans teamed up at that point. They've been teamed up ever since.
Well,
didn't they say Christian come from Catholic?
Look, they point at the Jews, they point at the Jesuits. It's both of them. It always has been.
You're close. You're pretty much close, but
it's all these Ibrahim.
But see, you're saying I've been deceived by what? My experience?
Well, I'm saying this.
No.
Would you agree that if somebody believes in the spinning ball Earth and the heliocentric system and everything that Bill Nye the Science Guy says, would you consider that person to be deceived?
Well, what kind of a question is that? You know the answer to that.
Well, what is it?
Well, of course.
Because if you fell for the premise of the globe and everything that followed it, you're in the same camp as the people who fell for the premise of the Bible and everything that comes from that. I'm saying that the globe is the new version of the cross, and that you're worshiping the same entity whether you think you are or not, because it's esoteric and exoteric. You're caught up on the exoteric surface level, and you don't know the elite that invented that guy have a whole different interpretation, and it's connected to astrotheology.
No, all I'm saying is the elite that invented that guy can't make that guy known to myself in the jail cell, bro.
Well, that was you. That was your own spirituality, and that's how it took form.
Yeah.
But if you were born on the other side of the world and you were in a Turkish prison, maybe Muhammad would have come.
Absolutely. That's a great point.
Well, I can't argue with that, but I know that I will not sit here, and I will try not to sit here and judge anybody for anything they believe. But we all speak from a foundational worldview, whether you like it or not. And anything that comes into that paradigm and questions that makes us uncomfortable. And so my whole study and focus since I've been on YouTube for the last couple of years since Flat Earth came around, and seeing everybody go through their confirmation bias and their cognitive dissonance, my whole focus is to be able to talk to anybody without being triggered when my worldview. And so therefore, that makes me what I call, Christ-like, because you can call him whatever you want. If
Pathological altruist.
you can call him whatever you want, Tim, but show
You're
me
like, I'll
something.
be up
Show
on
me
my
something.
cross. I'll take the
Hold
slings
on.
and arrows of persecution.
Yeah, hold on. Show me something about his message that you disagree with.
Well, there's nothing that he said that wasn't stated better by Dionysus or Bacchus or Serapis or Horus before him. I'm saying he's a recycled deity with a bunch of like a Jewish overtone.
That's changing the goalposts. If there's nothing about the message that you disagree with, then why not attack the church who's corrupt instead of the message that seems to be infallible?
He died for our sins.
Church. And
He died for our sins. I don't believe that.
Go ahead. Never mind. Go ahead.
I read. Okay, here's the thing. I don't have any disrespect for any particular religious paradigm, but like the reason I brought up my experience with like the voodoo pantheon and this type of thing, or witchcraft or something, is just to show you that when you've looked at different religious paradigms,
That's what I told you about manufacturing meth, bro. That's alchemy. That's alchemy and witchcraft. When you take
witchcraft in a pejorative sense, because I don't think it's pejorative.
Sorcery, I meant. Sorry.
Yeah, why does sorcery have a bad name? Because the people that made your Bible, your control system, don't want you to tap into your personal power. So call me a sorcerer if you want.
I
but
said
I'm saying
I
like
said I did.
call Neo in the Matrix a sorcerer. He had access to the source code so he could fight back against the system.
I listen to Slayer. I partake in every kind of freaking thing you can imagine. Look, I created my own drug that I was addicted to and made a living off of it for 13 years. I took cheap products out of the store and turned them into something worth more than gold. So, I mean, I've danced with the devil, if you will. You know what I mean? I didn't come to this knowledge by freaking smelling the roses and skipping around and praying to the magical sky god. I came to this knowledge by being in the trenches and being overwhelmed with shame that I couldn't control, and that beat me down to the point where I couldn't even lift my head up to look where I was going. You know?
Well, you can't blame Satan for what you did. That was your own human nature, your own fallen nature.
I didn't say Satan.
You said you danced with the devil, and it wasn't the devil. That was human nature. And when you blame the devil, it causes you to give yourself over to the guy who's not really the creator, which is the one from the books.
Well, that's why he's a trinity as well, the world, the flesh, and the devil, bro.
But I mean, I respect your path, and I really don't, I can't dispute with what you're saying or doing, because I respect the subjective nature of spirituality, the uniqueness of it. We have unique lives, unique personalities. Our spirituality is meant to be unique. It's not meant to be plugged into someone's system, then you have to pay them for salvation.
Yeah, and when you say devil, just
that's what I'm saying, Tim. That's what I'm saying. I agree with that whole point of your message. I agree with, you know.
When you say it's a devil, are you talking about an entity? Because as I look at the devil, it's more how it manifests to people. You know, it's more of a mindset than an actual entity.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really know. Like I said, I wouldn't speak for God. I really won't try to speak for him because these things are higher than me. I don't know. I'm just a human, you know what I mean? All I know is in your mind, putting something into words, like you could understand something, but then go ahead and try to speak it to somebody else. It's the higher the knowledge, the harder it is to put it into words. You know?
But that's what religion was. It was put in word form to make people understand it in the best. They had it, you know, a metaphoric way. They couldn't talk literally because it will confuse people. So they had to put it in a kid's way for you to understand it.
Well, you do believe that religion is basically a belief in something, a faith-based belief, right?
It's a belief, but the way they make you believe is like,
So
hey, Santa Claus is real.
anti-religion is a religion, you know. We're all religious. There ain't nobody that's not religious. That's why I hate that word, because it's used to judge people, but everybody is religious. We all have a worldview that's founded on something, some faith-based thing that we cannot prove, that we just kind of accepted along our way, you know. We all are religious. We all have a worldview that believes in something, whether it's evolution or whatever, that we don't know why, we just believe it. So, I mean, we're all religious. So I hate the word religion used to judge people, because It's hypocritical.
Yeah. I'm back. And honestly, it's awesome that you guys just had that conversation. Like I don't know. Maybe if maybe I need to stress that more, but but I don't know.
But one more thing, Tim,
You see what I'm saying, though?
and then I'm gonna go find a lighter to smoke. But that's what I asked you these questions, and I really don't get the answer I'm looking for, I guess. But that's your choice, I guess. But I said I agree with your point about religions manipulating the masses and getting paid for your salvation, all that. I get that. That's why all the churches always preach the good stuff and not the fire and brimstone stuff. I get that. But what I asked is, why hate the message if you can't find any fault in it?
It's not that I hate it. I just don't think all that. Yeah, I don't hate it
at all. I love the message. It's one of the most beautiful messages that can be found.
But you say that it's not real, but then you always go right into it's been used.
No, I said I was searching.
No, I was talking to Tim.
Okay, gotcha. Good. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Well, I don't agree with all the message, because see, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as I care to describe it, Jesus was invented to be the model citizen for a slave class, a pacifistic, paid his taxes, obeyed Caesar, and I'm not that kind of a conformist, and I don't really think that Jesus Christ said anything particularly better than any of the other religious systems. Like, I don't think that you have a claim to the ultimate truth that is denied Muslims or Jews or anyone else. And that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm just trying to keep this idea that Christians have the authority, or they have like the true take on it. And I think that's just a fallacious notion.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't believe that anybody should use to put themselves higher in anything, whether it's knowledge or money or status
like
quo.
You pray or whatever, if someone's praying, do you think that someone else praying to a different God is lower than what you're doing? If someone does Santeria, for example, and they have a votive candle, they have some incantation or something, do you consider that to be like degraded, or
No, like I said, I try not to judge. That's the fundamental basis for how I interpret the world. Is always, when I look at somebody, like say your old lady cheats on you, when you get out of jail, you find out she's been sleeping with 10 guys or whatever. The first thing most of us want to do is say, you whore, right? But me, the first thing I think of is, well, I ain't really pissed, because I'd have done the same thing, right? So I interpret the world, instead of with my finger pointed out, I first examine myself and think, did I do that? Would I do that? Have I done that? And the answer is always yes. So then I say, it's okay. I would have done the same thing. Because what happens is when we identify with someone else's flaws, that's because we have those flaws within ourselves. And instead of examining ourselves and dealing with those, the enemy gets us to point it out in other people and put that shame off on somebody else, to shame somebody else, to point the finger over here, to ignore what's inside that's eating you alive. And so that's the fundamental principle of my message. It's called finger pointing.
Would you have been this way if you weren't a Christian?
Like, I even hate the term Christian. The only reason I stick to it is because it's mentioned in Acts that, that's kind of what believers are supposed to be called. Like, my mentor, Theobald Jam Zen, calls himself a Christ Zen, like Z-E-N. But I don't really like terms altogether, but I just, I guess for...
That's a little shady.
Yeah, it is.
Justin, I gotta challenge you on that. Where does it say in the Bible that you have to be a Christian?
It doesn't say you have to be. It says that the believers and the followers were first called Christians. It's in Acts somewhere. I argued with somebody that the word wasn't in the Bible, and then he proved me wrong. So it is in the Bible. But
Crustus. Okay.
Whatever the original word was for it, I don't know. And yeah, of course, it's been tampered with. It's been watered down. It's been translated a billion times. like Rob was saying earlier. But unless we all spoke one language, then I mean, you're going to have that. But yeah, it's been used to make money. You know, there's another translation coming out every day. Is there a right one? Is there a wrong one? I don't really know.
But doesn't that negate the argument of God's word can't be tainted? Like he's not.
Right. I mean, so maybe the message is still pure. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't have.
But I can show you Well, I don't. I hate arguing this, dude, because I love the Bible. I really do. Honestly.
I can show you translations that's got whole verses taken out of it. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can show you contradictions between translations.
But why would a governing authority want to get you to not be a consumer, you know, like not acquire possessions?
Yeah.
Like be free of all
well, it's not necessarily that. See, there's a difference. Even with the Old Testament now, they're written completely different at times. So what they did was take the Old Testament and capstone it with the New Testament. So they, see what I'm saying? So it took everything in the Old Testament and wrapped it all up into a ball and gave it a. You see what I'm saying? Like, so those scriptures were already they were already out. The people already had, some of the scrolls of the prophets and the whatnot and all those. So, Moses or whatever, like, or maybe, I don't know, man. I'm still preaching, bro.
You're right. It took them a while. I mean, the thing wasn't officially assembled in any real form until the Council of Nicaea. And so the idea that the Bible's an inerrant word of God is just fallacious. And then we get into the myths, like, do you believe in the story of Noah?
And
the flood?
Well, I do, absolutely, because I've seen so many accounts of it. Now, I'm not, Noah's the name, his whatever Hebrew name or however you want to put it. Xisuthros is another one. There's an Incan version that's like identical to the version of Noah, where it was Noah and the ark with his wife and his sons and his 3 sons and their 3 wives, and like the story is so similar. Like it's
here's another one.
It goes back to
the first woman. Like the first woman in the Roman myths was created by Jupiter. It was Pandora. And Pandora opened Pandora's box and caused a lot of chaos in the world. So Jupiter flooded the world. And I'm like, these myths, they all tell the same story. And my contention on my channel isn't that they all describe what really happened. I'm saying that these myths are engineered this way because it's a blueprint for how the elite control us. And I can go into detail about that, but the myth ties into it because they always use doomsday scenarios to keep the sheep all riled up and gathered around the shepherds.
Hey, and another thing I hear you saying a lot, Tim, is that there is no global warming, right?
Yeah, there isn't.
And I agree because that's a political concept. But however, if you spend any time outside in the sun recently, doesn't it feel hotter to you? Like more intense, the rays? Like I was outside and it was like 55 degrees and I was laying on a blanket and I literally was sweating.
It is. I worked outside for over 13, 14 years of my life. I've worked outside. It is. The sun is hotter now than it has ever been when it is when it's directly on you, not the temperature outside, but actually being in the direct sunlight. It is quite a bit hotter than it has ever really been, especially, but at least within the last couple of years.
Don't forget about the chemtrails, y'all.
Yeah,
that's causing it.
So do you realize
they're fucking microwaving us, man?
Yeah. Do you realize that Scripture says that?
I don't think it's funny. Scripture
says in the end the sky is going to catch on fire. That's how it all comes to an end in 2 Peter.
No, well, here's the problem though, is that Scripture doesn't predict anything about the future.
How would they know that?
That wasn't. No. The Bible wasn't a prediction for the future. It wasn't until the Jesuits introduced what's called Jesuit futurism, and that was a little over 400 years ago, where they said, "Hey, in order to keep everyone loyal to us, since now we've had the Reformation and we're no longer consolidated, let's spread the myth that the Antichrist is going to come back and you better get baptized. And so it's all a psyop. There is no Antichrist.
But
And so if you believe in the second coming,
you totally avoided my question then.
no, I'm saying is that like the sky and fire and all that? No, there's nothing in the Bible that predicts anything like that because it's not an end times prophecy. It's used that way, but it's not meant to be because the same people who write the end times prophecies are the ones that fulfill them. They're always self-fulfilling prophecies.
Do you disregard the Book of Enoch though?
Well, it's good.
No, I don't. You know, I like a lot of the stuff. You know, I've read a lot of it, but like, do I take it literally? Not necessarily. Like, I really don't, because if I took the Bible literally, I would have to conclude that that the Creator is the enemy of man, and I don't think the Bible represents the Creator.
So
I really don't, because there is no the Bible. Like we said, the Bible's been edited, regurgitated, recycled, upcycled. There is no the Bible.
So
it's all encoded in
if the
Masonic.
sky has never caught on fire that we know of, how is it not speaking of something that hasn't happened yet?
Well, you know, you're talking from an ancient book of prophecies as though it has some sort of validity to your life today, and it doesn't.
The most recent thing that came to pass is Damascus will be in a ruinous heap, and it's never been destroyed as a city in the history of man until now. It's in
well,
Revelation.
Like, can you separate flat Earth from biblical revelation, or from the Bible, or from your religion, or are they tied together?
Look, here's one for you. Flat Earth is a
Absolutely
psyop.
separate.
Flat Earth is a psyop for geocentrism. You know.
What?
Yeah.
I'd actually have to, you know, be open to that possibility. To be honest.
Man, go away. No, I'm just playing.
Oh shit!
I really think it's to make us all look crazy because, I mean, IPS, are you familiar with the principle?
Yeah, hell yeah, man. That's remarkable proof. There's so much evidence for geocentrism in that.
I heard you quoting it, Rob, a minute ago. Some guy, before I even was in the chat or anything, he was talking about some guy and he was quoting it, and it sounded just like from the principle.
Dude, these guys, man, they were so upset. They produced such an incredible amount of well-presented evidence that all of these dudes are trying to turn around and sue, get their names taken out, get their portions taken out of it, and they're like, no. That's why we had you sign these extensive little contracts here. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
And the reason being was that just to hear them speak in the proper context, and no, they were not taken out of context, which these men have proven in court, by the way. You know, they basically proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that we are in a geocentric system.
Mm-hmm.
And they used the physicists and the scientists of today to do it, basically.
So if you understand that, then you understand.
Michio Kaku, oh my God!
You understand that message was a threat to the sovereignty of heliocentrism and
right
elite. So what better way to water it down than with a bunch of crazy flat Earth talk? You know about.
Well, that's Robert Sungenis's stance, is it not? That
everything
we're all
being fake. I mean, we have flat earthers are no disrespect, but we have this thing where we think everything is fake and this trend that goes on. That's why I do appreciate about IPS, because I've never heard him say that all this history and everything is fake. I mean, that is just absurd. How can you even think about anything if everything is fake? You know.
Oh no, I know what they're doing.
It's not fake. It's miswritten.
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. Like you wouldn't take CNN every night and then use that as a history book if you consolidated it, because you know it's partisan. Well, history is partisan, and it leans for a certain bias reflecting the interests of the state and the elite.
That's right.
But as far as like geocentrism, like some of that stuff makes sense, but the whole premise of my channel is simply this. When you get down to motivations for why they would have a deception, it looks to me like we are being corralled within a region in order to keep us from leaving the region. So we are essentially under siege. And when I look at the motivations, it makes more sense that they would be hiding land than that they would be hiding nothing.
I fully agree that they are. I think it's plainly obvious that they're hiding land. I
Well-
think anybody that thinks otherwise is got to be fooling themselves at this point.
My current understanding is this: is that the idea of heliocentrism was brought the first major doubt to the validity of Scripture. You know, that it could be wrong.
Right.
And it ran with it. You know, it ran with it because that's why I don't understand about what you keep saying about where heliocentrism came from, whatever. Because the way I understand it is that the Pope and the Catholic Church was pretty much in control.
Wait, you don't understand which part that it came from what and wherever?
No, I mean, what IPS keeps saying, because the way I understand it is that heliocentrism was brought to the table by, not by Copernicus, because he just said that the other planets might have been going around the sun, not us. But then Galileo proposed the idea of that, and it was like the first time in history that people were scratching their heads, going, "Wow, what a brilliant idea!" Because all they were trying to do was figure out the retrograde of Mars, and it all started because there was an error in the calendar, So that's the way I understand it. So they brought in some guys to try to make a better calendar, and in doing so, came up with heliocentrism, and that's the first time that the masses started really questioning Scripture.
They didn't come up with. They already had it, man. It had been in circulation in the secret societies and higher mathematical societies.
Well, I'm talking about
magi.
Notice I just said the mainstream. Got the mainstream to question.
Yeah, they just perfected it.
But not
That's
only
why
that,
I believe that Copernicus was commissioned. That's why he didn't. That's why he didn't want to publish his work until he was gone. That's why he didn't publish it. And the whole thing about Galileo being, it's a whole psyop in itself, because the church, pretended to go against, Galileo to look like they weren't the ones, it was like reverse psychology done on the.
You nailed it. They use reverse psychology. Yep.
That's right,
Yeah,
Galileo.
exactly.
I mean, just think about how the incredibly disgusting and torturous ways that they hurt and that they held the people that were in dissent. Like they ripped their skin off them. They just did all sorts of horrendous things to these people that were held in contempt of something that the church that went against them. And then Galileo gets house arrest. Get that shit out of here. And not happening. Sorry.
And that's another thing. You forced to believe in everything on this world. So there's no truth behind it if you forced.
Well, yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, they have to indoctrinate us with it, because I've been saying since I started my channel that, the word Catholic means universal. And so the church was created to be the one world order religion. Well, when that started falling apart, the world became bigger. They needed a new one world order religion. And so what they did is they converted their Roman polytheistic cult into heliocentrism, and the Jesuits are the one who introduced it to the masses through the educational institutions. So essentially, the Jesuits managed to keep everyone in the Catholic Church by disguising it as science. So every damn atheist out there is a Catholic, and they don't know it if they believe in heliocentrism.
They even got like the Emperor of Japan. Wasn't it the Emperor of Japan, the one, the Jesuit guy, out predicted the Japanese astronomers predicted an eclipse, and not because he was good at predicting, because he had the ancient text and he had the cycles and he knew one that they hadn't figured out, and so he predicted it and became the head immediately of the astronomy. I think it was Japanese. I may have that mistaken, but I think it is Japanese. The Japanese emperor of that time. And so they took over there, and that's where they put their books in, and heliocentrism was accepted. It happens repeated all across the plane, everywhere. They infiltrated everywhere.
Yeah, did you catch my video about North Korea and how
Yes,
the North Korea
perfect example, brother? That is excellent.
It's an imperial cult based on the old model of deifying sun worship with the
Still
Father
paying
above in
homage.
heaven and the Sacred Mother, and it's all sun worship.
Yep.
Everything.
That's right. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. So what I've really determined here is that when you see, big religion and big government have always been synonymous. And so the way they deified the royal court is they made it a model of the nuclear family. So when the state raises the kids, it's not big brother, it's actually mother, father, grandfather. It's the whole family that you're relating to as your family when you're in a totalitarian system.
Right. That's why they decimate the woman. It's not funny that they don't add the woman in religion.
Yeah. You ever listened to Dr. Ray Hagen?
Yeah.
That guy talks a lot about this. He says the reason why they have the cross instead of the ankh is that they were taking the feminine aspect out of this patriarchal religion. And he said that's also why you have these instances of male on male sex within the Catholic Church, because that's the old Roman, Greco-Roman thing.
You got it.
They carried forward.
You got it. All of the revered, everybody.
That's why they cover up the women in all the Abrahamic faiths. They put them under a beekeeper outfit. The women are objects of shame, their property. It's because they kill off the feminine. And I think that also might explain why you see so many. I hate to get into this area.
This is a masculine, sun-worshipping cult. That's what it is.
And that's why if you look at all these idols, you'll find out a lot of them aren't even women.
Yeah.
When it comes to
right.
Yeah, and then when you look at
you see, and this is why. Now you know why.
When you look at politics, we still fighting against electing a woman president, y'all.
Yeah.
So this world is under shambles because of this. We used to be in the matriarchs.
Oh, that's all Matrix shit, dude. No, that's just all an act.
This is all
Fucking irrelevant.
But if you want to be ruled by man, that's the corruption.
Yeah, they threw everything out of whack on purpose. And that's why we have the. I mean, you see it all over in the symbolism, but yeah, that's what the point of the OTO. That's the the New Age movement largely comes from this school of thinking that.
Ordo Templis.
Yeah, and what they're suggesting is that we went through a series of ages where it was once more feminine oriented, then we got through a patriarchal age, and they're suggesting that the New Age is the age of Horus, which is an amalgamation of masculine and feminine. And so what they're saying in the New Age philosophy anyway, is that mankind is entering a point where we're going to have the feminine reintegrated into it, and that it's part of a bigger process. And that's what they teach in the New Age circles. I don't know if it's
the Saturn
legit.
cult. And that's just a reemergence and a reburgeoning of the Saturn cult, reformed in a different fashion, just like they keep doing. They keep evolving the same thing into different fashions and then representing it.
Well, if you notice, women all of a sudden think that we're supposed to chase them around.
Yeah, isn't that fascinating?
Yeah.
It's all engineered this way.
Hey, Tim. So you would agree absolutely that all these gods are based on the constellations?
Yeah, I'd say it's all astrotheological. And what I also think too, though, is that if you're practicing on your own and you connect with these things on your own, you live harmoniously with nature. And I think that when you go into one of these mainstream religions, they cut it off and they don't give you the whole picture because they sell you just a facade. And so I never identified spiritually with the church growing up, but when I started doing stuff on my own, I started having more real life connections with what you would call the spiritual. And so, yeah, they are astrotheological, but this is why I brought up voodoo in this subject, is that all these deities relate to one of the major planets or wandering stars. And so I'm saying that there is a legitimacy to what the elite are doing behind the scenes. It's like a hidden technology, and they don't want us to have it. So it's not that it's bad or that they're all devil worshippers or something like that. No, it's that they've basically monopolized the knowledge about spirituality.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I was gonna ask you, why the stars, or why these wandering stars? Why did they use the constellations? Is there something there?
There has to be. As crazy as that sounds, there has to be. That's what I've concluded. Because here's the strange thing: is that if you take like all the different religions that have,
are they not conscious?
Yeah.
Well, okay, that's it. It's that simple. They are conscious. Why would everything else? Yeah. It's that simple, and they knew that, and they have their energy, they have their own frequencies, and sometimes when they're next to each other, when they're around different times, they affect different ways, so their state civilizations ended up worshiping them. That's very simple.
Yeah, and
they are conscious. Just because they're conscious, that doesn't mean they get to just flop around and fly around wherever they want. That's our reality. We feel like, okay, so everything we see here is conscious, like, you know, a snake, a dog, a cow, a horse. They get to go whatever direction they feel, and, you know, whatever, you know, but that maybe it doesn't work like that when you're a luminary or a conscious being of light. Maybe it doesn't quite work that way, but, you know, it's really simple, I think.
No, you're right. And you know, magic is all about harmonies and correspondences. And so let's say you're trying to tap into, or you're invoking the goddess, whether you call her Venus or Oshun or Frida, whatever the name is, you would want to do it while Venus is in a certain constellation or during a certain day of the week that corresponds. It's all about correspondences. That's how the system works, and the elite know how it works. They've been doing it covertly behind the scenes for thousands of years, and they hide it from us. And so I've been always studying the esoteric. So when I see what they're doing, I see their symbolism, I'm like, okay, they're using this technology right in front of us while they're dumbing us down and castrating us spiritually.
I completely agree. I definitely
So like the word
agree.
magic, I mean, you say flat earth and people balk at it, but you say magic and people always have a reaction like, uh-oh, is that bad? Is that evil? Or are you crazy? Or is that fantasy? And I'm like, no, magic is no different than the intellect. Like, you wouldn't say the intellect is bad because some people think up some bad things. It's just part of what we are. And I think magic is the same thing, that it's like just an aspect of what we are as conscious co-creators in this reality.
Well,
And they would want to shut off our intellects just as they shut off our connection to what we would call magic.
I once had a witch tell me that, because I ended up doing, because I work in a massive retirement community, like it spans counties, like there's hundreds of thousands of homes within this like massive retirement community and everything. So I run into all sorts of wild people, and I ran into a witch. I could tell by the, you know, stuff around. There was a big, you know, there was plenty of books where I knew who she was, and I could tell. So, and it was around Christmas time, and she had her little pagan Christmas ornaments, and I just made the comment how silly it was that Christians worship that, and she, you know, I guess felt more comfortable to say something around me, and so we kind of had a little back and forth, and I actually used to live with this little fake Wicca girl. Like, she wasn't really Wicca, but she I mean, maybe she was, I don't know. I never saw, you know, I never see her practice any type of Wicca or seen any type of magic or anything like that. But she claimed to have Wiccan backgrounds or whatever. And so I was kind of, I wanted to kind of know something, or maybe have confirmation of something from someone from that side. And so I said, this girl, she always used to tell me that there was nothing to be afraid of or nothing to worry about with her, because she was a Wicca, and Wicca do white magic. And I always kind of, in my head, scoffed at that and just considered it, you're not going to be able to use your magic if that's what you're doing to its full potential, because you're not accepting where you're getting it from. And so if you're doing like spells and incantations, I believe there's a difference between being able to control the energy around you and actually invoking help from these dark entities.
That's right. It's just another word for prayer. You can call it praying, you can call it spelling, you can call it whatever. All these things are the same things with different titles. It all boils down to words, you know?
Yeah, wordplay.
But the Bible,
Christ said this, when you pray, don't pray in front of people. Pray in silent in your own little place and say, your Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, his will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Not, what's the other will? What's our other choice? Man's will, the flesh's will, the devil.
Oh, see, but you've made the flesh the enemy, because what if your will, like what if you need something in your life? Are you supposed to only get it if it's deemed from above, you should have it? Or should you, like, if you're having a problem, you solve the problem, whether you use your intellect or whether you pray for it. It's really your responsibility.
Bingo. So let me elaborate on that. So I believe, in a nutshell, that we have a code written within. It's called the law, and you feel guilty when you do something wrong. And if that leads up over time throughout your life, and then you finally get uncomfortable with that, and you don't like that feeling anymore, and you want to do something about it. And then when that happens, something happens to to where you see this new, and then you come up out of this darkness, and then finally you're like, I believe. You freaking bawl your eyes out on your knees. You accept it all alone. It's a process that happens. Then all that's covered. All that shame and all that guilt and all that condemnation from this code that's written within is now gone. Now it's filled with something else. Greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world, okay? It's not better than anybody else. It just removed the will of the flesh and the devil from you. So now you're born new in the spirit. And naturally, what happens when that happens to you is you want to get baptized. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me how. I know it's a ritualistic thing, but it's a confession to the outer world of what just happened to you, because you already know within yourself, but you're supposed to do it in front of other people that have had the same experience, so they know kind of that you had the same experience, because it's kind of humiliating. I did it. I went in on a Sunday to get baptized, and they made me come in for an interview on Monday. And I'm like, what the fuck is this all about? So after I had the interview, he's like, so when you want to do this? I'm like, right now. I wanted to do it yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Because I had this experience. And then once what happens is your mind is transformed, okay? And instead of doing all these pleasures and desires and these needs you said you had, Tim, you know, what if you need something? What if you need something? What if you want something? Because you really don't need anything but peace.
What if you need medication for your kid?
What if you need medication for your kid? I mean,
what if you can't afford health care for your kid? Is that something that would be wrong for me to do magic to obtain?
I never said it was wrong for you to do magic. I just
Would it be a fleshly desire? Like what I'm saying.
I said it's another word for prayer.
Power of magic is
Tim,
practical.
I said it was another word for prayer.
No, it's not.
It's
Then
not.
you're wrong about that. Prayer is externalizing your locus of control,
Yeah,
putting
you
it
can't,
through your.
you can't compare them, brother.
Why not?
I don't think a creator
Here's
would
why.
appreciate that.
Yeah, prayer is externalizing the control and giving it up to a quote higher power to do it for you if it's its will. But magic is when you're praying from.
By whose definition, though? Webster?
No, I'm saying that magic isn't the same thing as prayer because I'm not
I don't
externalizing. I'm
demonize
not praying to
anything,
God,
bro. That's why you're.
No, I didn't say demonize. I said with magic, you're not praying to an outside entity. It's coming from through you. You're not asking permission from God to do something for you. You're not externalizing.
How do you know what it is if you've never done it?
Pray?
I've never spelled, so I never spelled. So I mean, I have though because they teach it in school. Spelling, cursive. Okay, they teach you these
Yeah,
things.
you're spelling right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you use words, you have no choice.
Shout out,
That's
King
what
Wayne.
praying is. It's an utterance. It's a word. Our words are the most powerful thing there is words. Somehow we're all speaking in real time like we're sitting in the same room right now on this awesome freaking technology we have. All over the world, in an instant, we can hear each other's voice. How is this possible? It's got to go through all these machines, wires, airwaves, whatever, and we're all sitting here in the same room. You can even turn your camera on. You can even turn your camera on and go, you know what? Fuck you if you want. I'm just saying, you know?
No, I agree. I agree with you 100%. This is
because this is the language. That's how it works, man. The logos, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Linguistics.
To add on what to
And these are mind control. Sound and words are mind control. Because one word to you might mean something to this guy. It's different to everybody's interpretation. Language is what the curse was when we had one language and we all came together and we built something or did something that we were going to pull it off. And you could speculate whatever it was. It's an argument, Tower of Babel, whatever. But they were going to do something.
I'll be rapping with King Wayne about this, man. He up on this for real.
So Rob, we were probably like telepathy or something.
What went wrong with your man?
Because I mean, you if you don't understand earthly things, how can you understand heavenly things, right? Everybody talks about the sky. Well, guess what? That's the heavens. So if any of us think we can figure that out, we're insane.
Yeah. I don't claim to have figured out the heavens.
You know, that's why this flat earth topic is so moot, because really, you ain't going to figure it out.
But what if it is all just wordplay?
I believe we have already figured it out.
Well, we have
What
for
if heaven is
ourselves.
just the afterlife?
For ourselves. And it's the same way with Jesus Christ. You can only do yourself. Nobody else can tell you anything about it. You can't tell anybody
Why
that
do you
doesn't
keep
believe.
bringing
And
Jesus Christ up?
it's a great revelation, though. Because
It's important to him. I respect that. He can bring it up as much as he wants, dude.
Once you go flat, you never come back, right?
No, I mean that's what I guess my better question would be: do you associate your spirituality with the flat Earth? Like, do you see these things as
Hell
inextricably
no.
intertwined?
Great question. Absolutely not, Jim.
Okay.
And
what happened was, Tim, to be honest with you, after I relapsed, after 9 months of sobriety, after I was born again, I don't like the term saved. Born again is what I choose. But after that happened, I didn't touch any. That's for the first time in my life since I was 15 years old. I've been in sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And I could even make my own drug that the chicks like and people give you things for. Okay? And I went stone cold sober for 9 months out on the streets on my own 2 feet working to pay off a bond that my mother-in-law, that we're not even married, my girlfriend of 10 years, bonded me out on her credit card, her and her dad. And she just passed away, by the way. So this whole thing has come full circle. When you see life under the spiritual lens, it really makes absolute sense. And then you would get peace, joy, long suffering, which is patience, right? And you get all these things that it doesn't make you like not care, but you just have to shut your mouth. With me, I just have to shut my mouth. And I appreciate the heck out of you guys listening, man, because this is the first vent and rant and I've had in a long time where something actually came out of my mouth the way I interpreted. I appreciate you guys listening.
Yeah.
See, what Pillbox doesn't understand, and I love him, is because you can get the best out of yourself talking and connecting with somebody that is supposedly the enemy. Okay?
Yeah, dude.
And that's the truth of it.
I appreciate that. What you just shared too.
Absolutely.
I do.
Well, it's a smarter way to go. As Machiavelli said, you keep your friends close, your enemies closer, because you have to do opposition research, and you have to know your enemy's side or the opposite side as well as you know your own.
So Tim, I give it to you. I hand it to you. You're a man, and you have my respect. You know
Thanks.
what I mean? You do. I liked your work and your channel for the most part anyway. Just a couple little things would trigger me. But usually the shit that sounds real ugly is really the most appealing to the spirit, because your flesh doesn't want that. It doesn't like that. You see what I mean? So if you think about opposites in the world, think about opposites within yourself, because if something feels bad, it's probably good. There it could be, in a weird way. If you don't misunderstand me there.
Yep.
So people, and I don't agree with any of the other Christians on anything and everything. And all I know is, they claim to believe the same thing I do, and that's that Christ is the Son of God, and he was born of a virgin birth. If you believe in Nephilim, why can't you believe in the virgin birth? Right, Rob?
Nephilim.
I'm not saying I don't necessarily believe.
I'm not sure on it. I know that Scripture says it, so I do believe it, but I have no proof beyond a scientific way.
It's just that the only thing that makes me, it's not questioning it. It's just you also have to just to take into consideration that there's many scriptural ancient texts that have a virgin birth.
Exactly.
And virgin means
right. And I understand that from IPS. Actually, IPS is the first person I've heard say that.
It's a clean birth. It goes back.
Well, no, I can't say that. I knew Thoth was, but there was another one that you said.
No, not Thoth, Horus.
Hermes Trismegistus. What is it?
Trismegistus.
Yeah.
But Tammuz was a virgin birth. Mithra was a virgin birth. In one telling of the story, in another, he was born of a rock.
Rob, here again, just like the Noah story, you got same story, different names, because the Tower of Babel, the languages were confounded. So now Nimrod becomes all the different ones that he is. There's like 20 names for Nimrod. But
I did a whole series on that on Terraplane Truth, brother, on Instagram. I have an 8-part series on sun worship that leads from Nimrod to Pythagoras.
Yeah, so check it out. Rob,
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So have you're familiar though with Noah, right? The the idea of the flood, and then
And the NOAA.
and yeah, exactly, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and its logo is the dove flying over the ocean.
I know that was great that you pointed
So yeah,
that
so
out.
what I'm saying is that
You
the New
pointed
World
that
Order
out.
religion
See, I
is
follow
a scientific version of the old school religion.
Tim. I follow.
And that's why
you.
I don't trust the Bible myths, because I think that the elite use these myths in order to create a total alternate reality to put us
Also,
in.
dude, in their hold on, Justin. In their defense, what they're kind of postulating is all of these other ones are the antithesis of the actual version in the Bible, and the ones that came before it, however, even though they were multiple, thousands of some years beforehand, it was a precursor that this dark entities, that they already knew, this was already proclaimed that this was going to happen, and so he mocked it throughout histories. Is that line of thinking. So you see what I'm saying? So to take the heliocentrism, because I do agree with you. I do believe it is the old story turned into this.
No, I know their explanation. I've heard that one.
Yeah,
I'm very aware of that one.
Hey, have you ever used the Ouija board, Tim?
I've had better results with the tarot. I have used the problem with Ouija board is it requires more than one person to get it right.
So you understand spirituality, right?
I've been
you've tampered
doing
with
tarot
it,
cards.
right? Why wouldn't
No,
you-
not
why
tamper,
wouldn't-
but
so if you could do like a spell on somebody or whatever. So I've seen a Ouija board work. I've seen that work.
Sure.
And not just not physically. I wasn't even in the same room. I was in the same house, and I seen a grown man who I barely knew, and my girlfriend at the time barely knew. Long story short, it told him some things that nobody in the room knew, and he come up bawling his eyes out. And so I know it was real. I know what happened.
Yeah,
because
they're very real experience.
So how do you explain that? Okay,
With real entities.
So you want to get backed into a corner by someone calling that evil, and I get that. So the trick is you don't judge, man. And once you remove all that guilt and shame and condemnation from believing, being born again, baptized, filled with the Holy Spirit, what that all is just a removal of the condemnation of all the things that you used to sickly kind of like to do, like jerking off and all this stuff. And some people say, I don't have a problem. I don't think that's bad. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I don't think it is either. I'm not.
Well, I don't equate moral relativity with atheism or lack of religion at all. I find the most morally repugnant people are usually cultists, religionists, or people who favor big state, big government, politicians. So I totally reject that notion that minus religion or absent for religion, I would be some type of a deviant or something.
And it's because they have a total lack of spirituality due to the religion or cult that they are a part of, and it tears you apart from your spirituality. It makes you beholden to a set of rules and regulations and belief systems instead of actually focusing on having a relationship with your creator.
What's the real war then?
But I think we agree on that.
What's the real
No,
war?
you're right. What they do is they put people into categories. So now suddenly his enemy is the ubiquitous sinner, and getting you to admit that you're a sinner until you're saved. And that's the old game that they play to demean you. It's meant to make you a pathological altruist and subservient to the state. I'm telling you that just as today they try to tell kids that you have a carbon footprint, you have to embrace austerity and globalism to save the planet. They shame you with that from the day that you're born. The church uses shame as well, and it's all about suppressing you, the individual. And so I'm saying you've adopted this, you've accepted it.
Of course,
And that's fine. I'm saying that the God of the Bible is a narcissistic construct, and to worship it, you have to be a codependent. And I don't think that the codependency is a way to live. I think it's demeaning, and I don't think that humility is a virtue when you have to humble yourself before this basically anthropomorphized tyrant.
So now I hear some truth coming out of you, IPS. Thank you. Now we can talk if you want. All three of us, five of us, however many people is on here, because now we're starting to speak from what we truly feel and believe, because no one's afraid anymore, because no one's judging anybody.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay. And so you spoke from your own thoughts that time instead of trying to, you know, speak for mine or whatever, you know. You spoke for, yeah.
No, yeah, I utterly reject this construct that has manifested in all the Abrahamic faiths and has been reinterpreted for heliocentrism. I reject it. I think it's a cancer on humanity. I think religion's malware for the mind, and I think the sooner we break away from these old memes, these old viruses, the better.
Well, you have a talent, bro. You speak really well, and by yourself even. And I've noticed you noticing me. Rob, I just met you recently too, and really took a liking to you. But the whole thing is, we're doing this live, man. You know.
What the fuck? We on live?
Hell yeah!
That's new,
Y'all didn't know this?
bro.
But you know, I was interested in what you were talking about baptism.
Yeah.
I wanted to compare it to something.
Okay.
Because you know, I was and I used to talk about this. I think it's boring, but after high school or whatever, I went right into the military. I got involved with a bunch of people who were Masons, and so I got involved in Masonry as soon as I turned 21, and part of that involves essentially a form of rebirth. It's a ritualistic ceremony, and it's analogous to baptism in many ways, but I found it to be very transformative in a way, because what you're doing is you're dying to your old self and you're being reborn with you're giving yourself a new start. And so I looked into the psychology of these death and rebirth rituals, and they're ubiquitous. They don't just come from Freemasonry, they're all over the place.
Yeah.
And these rituals serve a useful psychological purpose when you're going through transformations. And so you going into that cell and having a spiritual experience, that's no different from what happened to Muhammad in the cave. It's a common thing.
Right. But you see, I've been arrested so many freaking times. I just got out of prison for my third offense and only did 5 months. I went through boot camp, all for possessing something you could buy at Walmart, bro. Okay, but I learned, instead of running around and saying this bullshit, I'm going to prison for something you could buy at Walmart, I'm saying, you know what, I'm a piece of shit out here making methamphetamine out of it and distributing in my community, you know. I mean, come on. Can put yourself in those shoes for 1 minute, you know, losing your kid over it and everything, and the whole time have this egotistical attitude like I'm getting away with this because I can, because I'm smart enough and I'm making all, you know, talk about egotistical. I mean, but I don't know why I went in that tangent, but the whole born again thing. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, the born again thing, because I find it fascinating that many of these experiences you're having, which are legitimate spiritual experiences, they're not confined to the Christian Bible, and they predate
I never
it.
claim they are. I wouldn't claim they
Yeah.
are.
So I'm just saying is that, like, there is legitimacy in the Abrahamic faiths, but it's because it comes from something legitimate and it's been co-opted. And I think that religions and organizations get the credit for what they're actually just hijacking, what they're taking control over.
You know, if it wasn't for somebody personally in my life that's an old friend, and he has been going through all these rabbit trails with me, he's not the brightest guy in the world, but he's got a real strange mind. Anyway, I couldn't sell him on the flatness. He holds onto the ball. And so if it wasn't for real life experience with somebody that I thought was connecting with me, not being able to throw the ball away, it took me that to realize that maybe there were people on the internet that believed in the ball that aren't trolls, you know. It's the same thing with any belief system. Okay, I'll go down that tangent with you, Tim. Any belief system, our worldview again, that we all speak from, they all have the same ritualistic thing. So here again, it's all the same process under different paint jobs, like you say. It's just under a different name, a different title. But what separates everything is, I believe that if you truly are born again, then you can say who Jesus Christ really is. But unless that's happened to you, you're kind of speaking from an unbiased point of view, just like I would be if I judged you for your witchcraft or Freemasonism or anything, which
Well,
I
I
already
was
knew about.
reborn, but not as Jesus Christ. I was reborn as Hiram of Biff, who is
Okay.
essentially like the Masonic Christ, but he's the widow's son. The widow is Isis. And so, yeah, it's the same thing. It's just a different name, different nomenclature. But like I'm saying that the belief of being born again didn't originate with Christianity. It's an older thing, and it's ubiquitous.
Well, I'm telling you, I have no idea. I've only been around 30 years, but I know what happened to me. And I know what happened to me, and I know that, and I've even seen tithing work, because the church is a stepping stone, just like the flat earth is a stepping stone for higher thinking, and it is awakening. Everything's a stepping stone. When
Do you realize
if you get stagnant in the flat earth movement, it's just like getting stagnant in the Christian church. I'm telling you that right now. You could rise above. You could use it as a stepping stone, or it'll be a stumbling block, one or the other.
Well, you know what tithe was originally for?
I seen it work. It manifested.
What
right
was it
before my
originally
eyes.
for?
Huh?
What was tithing originally for, Rob?
It was for the Levites. It was for this one tribe who constantly were spreading the word. They were constantly teaching and administering, and so it was their only means of survival. And so it was meant for a specific tribe at that time. The way that it is set up today in the churches of today is abhorrent to what it used to be. I like I said, I won't even want to get into that, because those are the things that made me, just not even look at anything to do with, go agnostic, and that's definitely not the right way to go either.
So the whole intention, right? Quasi-Luminous talks about blood over intent. It's intention.
Yeah, what he's doing,
What do you
from my
mean?
perspective, is he's doing magic. He's doing real legitimate magic. You could call it witchcraft, voodoo, whatever, but it's going through his own particular worldview. So it's not like established format. And so I don't criticize what he's doing or think it's unrealistic, but what he's doing is he's practicing magic, and it doesn't make.
I don't criticize it either, because I actually have some pretty decent friends and men that I call brothers that have done blood over intent and that really believe in it. And you know what? Like it's not for me to judge. I have an opinion on it. I don't think you actually need the blood over intent. I don't think you need your blood. I think your intent is actually stronger. I truly believe that this is a trap to stop the spiritual growth of the consciousness, impeding the ability to have a proper connection with the earth and reality. It's just my opinion, though.
Right.
But like, okay, the whole idea of going to the center or whatever, and using this, this is your path, this is how you'll get. What if it's actually the opposite? What if you actually have to be pure of heart to get anywhere much further past, like, say, the 90-degree? Because I believe that's not a point. I believe that's a circle, and there's more in the center of that 90-degree, more area in the map. You know what I mean? So, like, what if there's some kind of energetic type barrier, which I do believe there is there, because, of course, it's like the center of the toroid. So you would have a coalescence of energy at that specific point. So what if, you have to be pure of heart? What if you have to have purely righteous intent to even make it, through there? And if you put...
But it's not our intent, you see. That's why Christ said, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Not, basically saying not the man, fleshly desire, lustful, sexual,
Well, that's not, no, you're confusing desire and intent.
Well,
intent is
it's
just
a will. It's a will. Whose will is being done, though?
It's still a little bit different. Your will is still a little bit different than intent. Intent is
something that you own, right? That's something that
Well,
you
do
own.
I understand this right? When I listen to Quasi-Luminous, it sounds like the ritual of blood over intent is like a declaration of independence. You're disconnecting your soul from the globe matrix, whatever you want to call it. And you're declaring your sovereignty as an individual, and you're saying, I'm getting the hell out.
All I'm saying is that we all have used the flat earth platform to push forth our own little message and stuff, right? I made a bet with some girls the other night that I could start a hangout on somebody's channel with no subscribers or nothing, and title it Flat Earth, and have more people than they would if they titled it Ass and Titties. And guess what? Hands down, Flat Earth.
You did it. Oh, there was a live hangout going.
So would you agree, Tim, that as well as I have, is use the Flat Earth title to try to put forth an understanding that we feel like we have?
I didn't start a channel to do anything other than talk about flat Earth, and
well, me too, actually. But it evolved.
For me, though, it was actually, here's what got me was I started noticing, because I had already researched Scientology. I knew about the JPL.
I can't even call you your real name, though, and no offense, but I kind of respect anonymous people on the internet, but we get judged for, like, there was a judgment. See, even I can do it. I get judged too. My bad. You don't have to say.
Yeah, well, I use different names because it's convenient to not have.
Well, I'm an idiot with my real name as my channel name. So.
Yeah. I knew I recognized the voice. I just didn't want to.
But I started talking about this thing because I didn't see anyone else talking about the correlation between the NASA and SpaceX rocket launches and then these ancient Babylonian fertility rites with the obelisk, and then how that's reflected in the Vatican today.
That's a good connection too, and that's what I mean. You have a lot of great information and a lot of good topics, and you're a great speaker and everything like that.
This has to be known, though, because here's the thing: nobody was talking about this deception being older than 500 years, beginning with the globe. I'm like, no, if we can show a continuity with their rituals, with their magic, and with the subtexts, unbroken continuity of power extending way back into the beginnings of recorded history, and that they've been worshiping the same gods in the same way under different names.
You know what's the worst thing to judge somebody for, Tim? I hear you talking about it all the time, but it's how you make money. Why wouldn't we want to have a platform where we could speak our mind and get paid for it? How is that?
I have my reputation to it is you've never complained about paying for world government. You've never complained about paying.
Tim, my only advice to you, if you don't take anything other out of this message, would be this: is to speak and promote your own way of thinking, and spend less time trying to denounce others' way of thinking. That would be my only advice for you. If you don't remember anything else, try to speak more about whatever your real name is. When you have that thought in your head, what do I want to do? Instead of attacking and judging and attacking others, which is how it works. That's how we come to realize, hey, I was lied to. That's a lie. Whatever. We'll just take that and then build your own positive message. But I get it, because what you do sells, and it is very attractive. You know what I'm saying? And as an artist,
well, I was criticizing
myself as an artist too.
What do you mean by attacking? Like, what do you mean by attacking? Because if you're getting into an internet debate, you're basically saying, hey, I'm open to be offended by your ideas.
Right.
Like, I wouldn't go on the street.
I'm talking about your message on your channel, like when you do your live streams and stuff, bro. You know what I'm saying? Your overall message.
Yeah, like what I'm saying is, like, I know Christians in my life that I would never say to them, hey, you're praying to a Babylonian sun god with a different name, right? Like, I wouldn't do that to someone. But if I'm on the internet and someone says, you're wrong because my holy book, I'll be like, hey, your holy book is holy crap.
Who are you spelling to? You know what I mean? When you do a spell, who are you spelling to? Like you said, the name of your born again dude or whatever. So who are you spelling to?
Oh, no, I don't externalize it. It's just using a spell is how you concentrate your will in order to affect reality. It's just like having a thought. You focus your concentration.
I beg to differ, sir. I said, this witch was and she, by the way, she was the leader of her coven. She has like 60 witches underneath her or whatever is what she said, claimed anyway. But what she said was, she laughed or scoffed at the Wiccas because they are never able to use their power to its full potential because they believe they're using some kind of white light magic to perform their stuff, when really it's all coming from the same dark source. And if they just accept that they are getting their power from Lucifer, then they would have the same amount of power as black magic.
Bam.
Interesting. Okay, well, I can expound on that a little bit. Okay, because there's invocation and evocation, and then there's work, like there are certain types of
Right.
things you can do where you're
That's
working
what I'm
with your own
saying.
energy.
There's a lot of magic that does invoke help from dark
Yes,
spiritual
there
entities
is.
and whatnot.
There is, absolutely, and I've used it. You know, I don't make any secret about it, and I have things at my disposal. But generally, I like to work with like the North.
Oh, I'm going to tell you. No, sorry.
No, I mean, like right now, I like to work with. I have this book right now called it's called Runic Streams, or Rune Streams, and basically it's about the Norse runes, and it's sort of like yoga in a sense, but it's all about channeling your consciousness in a very finely tuned and focused way, where you use these old letters as spells, and you're able to use them supposedly if you know how to do it right anyway. And I pretty much have been doing this for a bit, but yeah, it's channeling something, but it's not demonic. The religions have always said, oh, it's evil and it's bad, because they don't want you to have access to what you can really do if you tap into it. You can call it a cult, you can call it evil, but it's not. Like, I'm not a warlock or a witch. I'm just a person who hasn't been cut off from the source. We're supposed to be more powerful than they want us to believe. They want us to be animals so they can rule over us like gods. That's why they use magic in our faces every day, because they know you can't see it.
I agree.
Damn.
That is true.
So, I mean, I wouldn't even be above I mean, I shouldn't even go there, actually. I'll wait on that.
But I mean, yeah. Well, you know, and like I said, I do believe there's a level of a connection to nature that once you, the stronger that connection gets, the more you have available, the energies and the frequencies and to be able to manipulate those around you. So there's a form of that, and then there's a form of darker magic as well. You know.
Well, you've heard of the evil eye, right? Like this notion, and it's a phenomenon observed around the world where, like, it's usually like teenagers, some girl's jealous of another girl, she stares at the other one, and then she has like a big zit pop out on her face the next day, and it's just like, and it reminds me of that Marvel superhero character, the guy who had to wear the Cyclops. He has to wear the goggles or he'll hurt people. Well, the idea with evil eye is that some people, it's just more innately powerful for them to affect reality, and it's charged by your emotions, and sometimes negative emotions actually hurt people. And I experienced this before I started learning from books, where I had actually, in high school, there were a couple of times where I believed that I had actually caused great harm to people just by looking at them, because I had certain negative feelings. And so later I got it under control, and now I don't do this stuff unconsciously. I mean, if I wanted to curse someone, yeah, I probably could if I wanted to, but it's not out of my control. And so the evil eye is a natural phenomenon, and magic exists whether you practice it or not. It's just a matter of how in tune with it you are, because sometimes it'll happen. You might have something will happen that'll trigger it, and then you might misinterpret it. You know, people have spiritual experiences, mysticism, synchronicities all the time, and they don't all follow it to its conclusion. You know, where does it lead you?
Yeah.
Like, how many of you came to Flat Earth through synchronicity?
I certainly did, and one of my confirmations was a synchronicity of one of my closest. Well, I mean, someone that was actually family, but I still consider family, and you know, my brother. I consider him my brother, and he literally started looking into it at the same exact time I did for a completely different reason. And we both decided to say something to each other without having said anything to anybody else, or really, I mean, this is all before all that, all the, you know, all those clues and all that, you know, Jeranism stuff, all that stuff, you know. And I mean, 2014 shit. I mean, like, there was not much out at all, and we were both like just afraid to even say something because of how, you know, the other one would think we're both, you know, conspiracy researchers and whatnot, and it didn't want to sound like, you know, we got took for something ridiculous, but didn't know how, and you know, it was just funny the conversation that we were having, both trying to figure out how to mention it at the same time. It was just, we were just like randomly talking about crap, batting like just irrelevant crap around and not like saying anything. And I was like, all right, dude, you really want to hear something crazy? I was like, don't think I lost it, bro, though. Don't think I lost it, man. Just hear me out. And he goes, the earth is flat? And I was like, oh my, you gotta be kidding me.
Oh, yeah.
That's a confirmation like a muff. That's a synchronicity.
Hey, you want to
Like
hear? You want to hear a synchronicity? My mentor that I listen to, Theo Bull Jams In, I just sent him a link to this hangout and told him that me and you were on here because I don't know, we've talked about you before, of course, and IPS anyway. And at the same time, I get a note right after I send the link on Skype. I get a notification from him that he just released the video, and at the same time, Rob was saying live at the same time. It came out of your mouth. Wow. I'm sure nobody even understood that, but.
No, I know what you mean, and this is why I brought it up. Is that I've noticed that, and this is like 8 out of 10 people who are in this topic are most of them have experienced some kind of synchronicity or chain of synchronicities, some major paradigm shock that made them feel like, and this is why people rush to a creationist explanation, because they feel like they've had some sort of like strike of divine knowledge, like a flash of illumination, that they've just been woken up, and so it's like it has the feel of a revelation for a lot of people. And I think it's interesting how many people have synchronicities with it, because synchronicities wouldn't happen if your mind wasn't interacting with reality in a way beyond just a body. Like your soul transcends your body, and synchronicity proves it.
I agree.
Yeah, there's definitely a computer aspect to reality. It's like for sure.
I don't think we should equate it to a computer, though.
Well, what other word are you going to use? You know, a quanta computer, whatever.
Well,
because look, we all got different fingerprints, different voices, different heartbeats. Who's keeping track of all that? What's keeping track of all that? You know, how's that code work? And then you want to believe the scientific realm of DNA. I'll tell you what, I got charged with a crime for my DNA being in some trash on the side of the road, right? Of participating in manufacturing because of a Band-Aid or something.
Damn.
But they had to drop the case, bro. They had my DNA evidence in it and they couldn't use it against me. So whatever. I don't know if I believe in DNA, but there is some type of code that keeps track of all our fingerprints. Apparently animals and stuff have the same stuff, right? I don't know if you can have an animal, a monkey with the same thumbprints, or if they even have thumbprints or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I really don't. If animals can be, if there's no two animals alike, then that would be one thing. But I guess it doesn't really matter. What keeps track of all that? You know, how do they know that? How do we know that there's no? But thumbprints you've seen work. You know, you've seen the machines. We've all. I don't know. I've been fingerprinted 9 million times, but I don't know that they can just get a fingerprint from.
That's where I think that's where the I think the signature of the supernatural creators, you know, aspect of the whole thing is at, you know, I mean, unless, well, I mean, to me, that's where I mean, how to have every single person have a different, you know, identity and everything, which is, you know, I mean, that's.
It's like,
I don't know. I guess you could equate it to a computer. I guess.
Well, there's this thing called they call it sympathetic magic. You know, the idea, there's like the stereotype, someone sticks a needle in a doll. But the idea with this is that if you can form a conscious link to your target, you can affect it. And so it's always been that you would need someone's hair or a bit of like a cigarette butt they leave behind in order to affect them. Yeah. Or you can draw or imagine a very convincing image of the person. And this is what Robert Anton Wilson called the acausal connective principle. And it was about how everything remains in contact. And he used to use a lot of quantum physics to explain it. to explain what mysticism or magic would otherwise explain. They put this like nomenclature there, but the idea is that the mind can tap and reach into things if it can focus well enough. And the ritualistic props like voodoo dolls, etc., are all means of the mind forming a stronger bond with what you're trying to affect.
Right.
Yeah, they also call that the law of attraction.
Yeah, that ties into it. Exactly. It does tie into it.
But, you know, the trick is not to see everything in black or white, right or wrong, good or bad aspect. Because if there's black and white, there's got to be a gray area. Right? Everything's in threes. And to me, the cross is the middle ground that separates the evil from the good. If I could, I'd just like to do a quick screen share.
Oh, why are you sharing the link, dude?
My bad. Why'd you point it out real loud? Look right here. There's the way I see everything. The cross separates the world of flesh and the devil and all these things that come along with it. And the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit and everything that comes along with it. And it's like I see perfect. I've had the most mental clarity when I experienced 2 of the 3 on the bottom down here. Independence, which I heard you talk about being codependent.
Yes.
IPS.
Yes.
And so I struggle with that. But I had sober and abstinence, which is supposed to be on top of pure over here. It's down here where you can't see it. Like remaining free from sexual immorality is above like drug addiction and stuff. I thought drug addiction was like the height of like spiritual darkness, but
no way, dude.
But sexual immorality is way darker. That's why they use sex magic as the highest form of you know.
That's exactly right. It creates a great amount of energy that can be used for
Okay, how do I get back
purposes.
How do I get back in without sharing the link?
Hold on.
I could just drop and come back in, I think.
Well, not like it. I mean, it doesn't. It's already. Never mind. Didn't really.
Well, that's a very interesting diagram you have with the cross. It's very what Manichaean, good versus evil, flesh versus spirit, and kind of Gnostic in its interpretation. But I mean, I like the way you organize your thoughts. It makes sense to me, and I understand that particular attraction to Christianity. But I kind of think that it overemphasizes the role that matter is fallen, spirit is better. Like, I don't think that's a good dichotomy. I think that we need to have our matter and our spirit in harmony. And I think that religion blocks that. But I know where you're coming from with that. I can see how you interpreted that, but you know that's not like how most Christians view it.
Tim, brother, he's not in here. He dropped out.
I hope he heard that anyway. But anyway, it was an interesting image that he put up there.
Yeah, Tim, you come off as a knowledge junkie. Am I accurate in that?
Yeah, I
think we all should be in a way.
I think we all are. I think if you fell into a chat group with flat earthers, you've had people who've questioned all the big,
Yeah,
big
you'd be
fundamentals.
surprised, dude. You'd be surprised. Sometimes I wonder how some of these people made it here.
Word.
You know, it does amaze me every once in a while. I get a shocker. Like, wait, what?
Did any of you see the new Eric Dubay video?
Oh,
the Nazi one.
We were yes.
Man, he just crushed. He just got 100,000 subscribers, and now and I can say, okay, you want to put up some stuff, say pro Hitler, fine, whatever. But he put up these caricatures of Jews, and it's like, now that's going to be used against you if Eddie Bravo ever promotes you again.
Absolutely. And I always knew he had like a white nationalist ideal, you know, in him.
Well, yeah, there where he's at is very racist towards Jews, but I think all of that is it's sad because I've talked to him. I've tried to talk to him about it. I've talked to his minions about it. It just doesn't like what you made was a very
very valid point, and it's some, you know, it's, I've been saying that ever since he dropped the first, you know, dang it, I'm pulling a blank. That
Oh, yeah, I know which one you're
Greatest Story Never Told. That's, I think that's what it was called, The Greatest Story Never Told.
Mm.
Yeah, so I said my piece on that, but it was hard for me because I had because on Instagram, my original like couple thousand follower, the majority of them were coming from a Christian side, and I even had a bunch of Israelites and Jew websites and stuff like that as following me as well, because if they look back at their ancient cosmology, they see that it's flat as well. Anyway, it's you know, so they were just, because I was an unbiased, just flat Earth site, and I still am. But then it was like, you know, I didn't have the ability to say, yo, one of these dudes that was like one of the first people that helped, you know, in my awakening, I can't promote him now because he had to slam a pro-Hitler fucking documentary up on the front of his thing. Like, and it's not that I don't even disagree, but it, you know, and then what they say is, oh, so you'd rather him censor the truth. You'd rather him give out partial truth. And it's like, well, what do you mean give out partial truth? What are you talking? Like, if you take someone that you're shocking them out of their, like, these people that are just coming into it, like they're on the fence, and the second thing, their subconscious in the cognitive dissonance is working to where the person is literally looking for any excuse to dismiss what is being presented. And so if psychologically the person doesn't even realize, but they're going to go on there and see that and immediately dismiss it just because they see that. And then they'll keep arguing, and then they'll have a valid, oh, no, I'm not going to look into that because of this. And it's like, oh, you could present all the arguments to that person on the other subject, but they're not going to listen to it at all. Yep. Because you've already tainted you've already tainted your message with something else. You know, so like, whether he's right or wrong, there's no scenario where that could help this awakening. That's like, you know, of course, we were lied to about what happened, you know, as far as, you know, we've been deceived in the whole thing and everything. Oh, that's a fact. Absolutely.
We could talk about the holohoax without bringing up certain caricatures and images, and that's the part that got me to react to it. I thought, well, it's not the information I have a problem with. I can understand his whole point to an extent, but when it comes down to putting up a caricature of a Jew, it's like, wait, you're kind of sending a different message with this, and it's going to definitely reflect poorly if you're seen as the #1 channel or one of the top channels. Yeah. Like if Mark Sargent came out with a Klan hood tomorrow, it would do a lot of damage to Flat Earth as far as people looking into it.
If you don't talk to the enemy, nothing good. You don't challenge your own thoughts enough to say anything powerful. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of got to get
our thoughts challenged.
the right frame of mind going before words and messages come flowing out. I can't see how people talk to the same people all the time and say anything productive and advance their understanding of what's going on. You know, you have to go and talk to people that look like the enemy before you challenge your own beliefs enough to understand yourself and why you believe the things that you believe.
That's why on Earth Day, a bunch of us
dropped out too, Tim. I was listening.
We had a bunch of flat earthers protesting Earth Day, you know, last week, if you caught that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was because even though you're not going to change any minds, you just have to be a witness that there's not a consensus that they're trying to pull off. And that was the whole idea. You have to, it's like a spell in a sense. You have to be a witness to the lie and call it out. Otherwise, it'll be accepted.
Yeah, you had some major cojones standing in front of all those people with that loudspeaker and that sign. I have to hand it to you, brother.
Another message I like to share anybody's interested in like working on like better energy, like not free energy, I don't like that term, but efficient. Garvey Energy Project, water as fuel, using frequency, not electrolysis, using frequency to ionize the salt water into hydrogen gas. And running that through ring magnets and other code secret frequencies to burn water as fuel. So look up Garvey Energy Project. Anybody interested in that?
Yeah. And that's basically why I know there's lots of things, there's many different things, and there's a lot of important things, and there's things beyond flat earth, but that's why I have stuck to, I feel like I'm like a person that's posted on people's journeys. Like I'm at the level where I can help people that are coming into it in an unbiased, to show them and put a comprehensive, detailed description of each part that I feel comfortable enough to do so in, and I believe that this whole thing is the catalyst to that spiritual awakening that we all need to win this thing, because there's nothing else that's going to work. There's no other possibility of other thing. You can't change it from. You can't change the government. You can't do anything like that. You can't. It has to be a mass rise in consciousness, I think, or awareness is, I guess, a better term.
Yeah, I think you're right. I liken it to if you look at people who've been in a cult and they're born in a cult, they don't know it's a cult, and then when they get out, they go through a process of awakening. Like the movie The Village describes it perfectly, where these kids are born on a commune and they don't know that they're actually kept like 200 years behind in technology.
Yeah.
So they don't know that they've been locked away from the world. And the movie's about them realizing that their protectors were actually dressing up as devils to scare them so they would leave. So when they saw beyond that deception, they left, and then they joined the modern world. And I kind of see that as what's happening is the deception we were born into is going to be lifted. So it will be as if we have all left a mind-controlled cult.
Yeah.
And we will be oriented to reality. So to have the globe in your head, you've accepted cognitive dissonance. And I think that when you break away from that, you come to cognitive harmony, which isn't a phrase we hear very often. But I would contend that the only people who have cognitive harmony are flat earthers, because we're the only ones who aren't consciously holding a delusion that we're on a spinning, moving ball.
Well said. Well said. Because that's the key. Once they have you deny your senses, deny everything that even in your heart, because your inner self, your whatever you want to call it, your higher self, your aware self, your subconscious, whatever you want to call it, that person, I'm almost positive, knows that the earth is stationary and flat. It's not even like a question, I don't think, because we have that connection to nature. It's just very, very weak, I think, these days, but I think that person already knows. So what you have to do to accept the heliocentric spinning ball, rocketing, vortexing, orbital nonsense, you have to deny what you know to be true and accept deception and manipulation. You have to deny what's true and accept what's deception.
Yeah, 100%.
And
it's called gaslighting.
Right, and each time you do that, it makes it easier and easier for them to control your mind and your perception of reality, so that you continue to foment and create this BS that we find ourselves in.
Yeah, that's exactly the program. And you see this on the microcosmic level when you look at abusive relationships, where gaslighting takes effect, where the abuser messes with the other person's perception so often and invalidates them so often that person actually disengages from reality, and they cease to be able to make decisions for themselves. It makes them reliant on their controller for all their basic decisions. And that's why when people leave abusive relationships, they go to other abusive relationships, because they don't know how to think for themselves anymore. And so I think that's what they do to us with the globe model, or any false paradigm is they give you a vision that disconnects you from reality. So you're so disoriented, you have to run to one of their shepherds so you're not lost.
Yep, it's absolutely it. Yeah, it's a like I've always handed it's a brilliant system that they
Yeah.
that they've developed here.
Yeah, when you look at how ancient this thing is, they've known how to farm humans for thousands and thousands of years, and that's what they're doing. They farm us.
Yeah, I agree. We are the commodity, and
I do think that this might be our last chance.
yeah,
I do
just
think this is
gonna
our last
say that.
chance.
That's exactly what I was just gonna say. And I think this is the last opportunity that we have to take this back and regain our connection to nature and regain our connection to, regain our spiritual connection. And just, it is, I fully agree. This is the last, I think, opportunity. And because we have to take it to the youth, and we can't take it to the youth until we have enough of the so-called grown-ups that have an understanding of what is going on and have regained their connection. There's regained spiritual awareness. Because if we don't reach the youth is obviously the answer. I've been saying that for a long time.
Well, all night I've mentioned these myths as being blueprints for control, and one of the myths that you see reoccurring is the flood. And it seems to me that any time mankind acquires enough knowledge and technology to be equal to the quote gods, that's when the gods flood everything, like the story of Prometheus. And so it seems to me that it's like if we're on the brink of a big awakening, they're going to do whatever they can to destroy it, to wreck it before it can happen. And so I don't think it's automatic, and I don't think that if it doesn't have people agitating it and pushing it, it doesn't win by default. I think we lose by default.
Yeah, I think we're winning in a way by putting out all these, constantly, exposing them left and right and everything, where the people are not believing them anymore. And I don't know, it's like we're affecting what's like they're trying to do that, but it's not. I don't know how to explain it. What I'm saying? Like, I believe they've already been trying to cause that, whatever, whether it be World War III or whatever. I believe they've been, all the shootings where they were trying to get, with the African American or whatever community, the impoverished community, whatever, to stand up against the police.
I see what you mean.
They've been trying to set stuff off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even with the, everything fun, even with the commie groups that are popping up all over the place, creating riots where there are none, stuff like that. Like I think they've been trying to, and I think just the level of people exposing them is actually having, it's kind of stopping them from doing what they're trying to do. I don't know.
No, I agree, because it was even before I stumbled on Flat Earth, I was mainly spending all my time investigating psyops and watching people like Red Silver J. I've been watching all this stuff for a long time, and I'm like,
yeah,
wait,
I called him out.
Every single time was he? Oh, you did?
Yes, I called him out because he made a movie about that Pizzagate dude and was calling him out, and then he compared the dude that was found out to be like whatever inside, be a part of it, all that whole Pizzagate crap and everything, and then he compared it to flat earthers, and he said they're like flat earthers. So I challenged him then and there on the thing, wrote him a whole big thing, challenged him to a live debate of his place of choosing at any time, and I was going to write the next thing to tell him where, my contact information, and I tried to send it, and it wouldn't go through. And I kept trying to send it. I couldn't figure it out. I'm like, did he really block me? No, he had turned off the thumbs up, thumbs down, and took off the comments.
Yeah, a lot of them turned out to be gatekeepers, but I remember when I saw that happening where people were exposing psyops in real time, I recognized, okay, they're not just going to steamroll over us with whatever narrative script they have, because we have the opportunity to call it out. And that's why I started to see this thing as a reformation, where we're reading their playbook now and critically analyzing it. We're not accepting their version. And so what we're in right now is effectively a reformation. And of course, they're going to have their agents all over it trying to control it and bottle it up. But
yeah, I agree.
Red Silver J's the black guy, right? The one who does the commentary on the hoaxes. Oh, dude, his commentaries are hilarious.
Man, I used to love the dude, man, but I tried to talk to him about it, and then he, basically treated me like, it doesn't even matter. But then, to be challenged and then turn off instead of answering the comment back, you turn off your stuff and, act like it didn't happen. I mean, I got it all recorded. And I was going to make a whole challenge video and everything. And I was like, I don't know. I don't know. I just felt like it would be anti-productive. Although I do have all that shit recorded and I could make a challenge video, but I don't think he would accept it. And I don't think it would get, the views to really make it. I don't know. Maybe I should. I don't know.
Did you see G-Man?
Well, there was that.
No, go ahead, Tim.
No, go ahead. Who was that you're mentioning?
I don't know if you guys saw G-Man calling out Pillbox. I think, what was it, yesterday?
No.
Go ahead, Tim. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Actually, I've never met Pillbox. I've never talked to him before. He's been in my chats, and I'm always like, hey, hit that guy with the wrench. Shut him up, because he's always giving me crap. And so it was nice to actually talk to him.
Yeah.
But no, I was just talking about psyops and how these things being exposed is really a key to putting a brakes in their system. And they're putting so much money into it, so much effort. When you blow it up and you don't fall for it, they've just wasted a lot of effort. And this is how manipulation works, though, is they try to tap into your emotions to play you. And you see this in relationships, but they know how to manipulate our psychology. And so every time, like in Nice, Paris, whatever, that truck ran over some people, I called that thing out as fake, and Paul Joseph Watson banned me on his YouTube account. And then I was making comments on InfoWars saying, hey, this truck thing is fake. It's not a real thing. It's a psyop. And I got blocked from InfoWars. Like, they will protect psyops if they can get away with it. We have to drag them over to it.
That's right. And it's not dragging them over to it. It's when there's enough of a preponderance of evidence to expose them to where they look suspicious if they don't say something.
Yeah.
They finally had to say something about flat Earth because they were just looking suspicious for not actually making fun of it or mentioning it or something like it didn't exist. Are you kidding me? It's been going viral for 2 years and you're ignoring it completely? Come on, man.
Yeah. That was very conspicuous. And so they had to kind of they had to
and then they made
play along a little bit.
Then they made it even worse by taking it down as soon as they put it up. That was so weird. Like, why would you take it back down? Like, you don't think people are going to put that shit up all over the internet, which is what happened.
Yeah.
But it was upset. Anyway, I don't even like it.
No, but it was good. It was good to see it exposed. I mean, in the last 6 months, I've seen a lot of people exposing themselves openly as gatekeepers, and we can see precisely what they're gatekeeping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, this is true.
I mean, what did you hear what Alex Jones said like 2 months ago, where he said, "Oh, we couldn't do the Apollo landing because the film wouldn't survive the Van Allen radiation belt, so they filmed it in a movie studio, but we sent out secret space program craft to the moon to put reflectors up there." Like, he really altered his story and was going into some severe damage control. It was really bizarre, I thought.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Like, I mean, people don't see it, like, and then they make excuses for I mean, once a person shows you who they are, just accept it.
Well, I'll say that, like, show or not, even a show drops gems. So, he might be a show, but he still drops.
That's the label. I won't even label him as anything. It's just he is what he is. Regardless of all the other aspects of what he might be, he is, what he is.
Yeah, well, it's a good object lesson to always recognize that we have to be our own judges of what is and isn't truth. We can't, like, rely on a leader to give us everything prepackaged, because that's when you're going to be misled.
Yep.
It's that discernment.
I mean,
build
it was
that.
through Alex Jones I found out about vaccines and stuff. So
Yeah. Well, that's what's so useful though about this controlled opposition is that you can use them to do a lot of good research because they will give you enough to hook you in. So I get my research from all kinds of sources of people who have completely different overall pictures than I do. Like I'll still refer people to DeBay's videos if they want to learn stuff, even though I disagree with his big analysis.
damn, I think he just hit rock bottom with that for sure.
Yeah.
Dang.
Well, I mean, he's got some good videos on certain subjects, but then again, like in 6 months to a year, there's going to be so many more content creators on this subject that some of these names that we throw around all the time aren't going to be as relevant as they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the whole thing was just kind of
You're up
disappointing.
next, IPS.
Like, I mean, how easy would it be to have two different, you know, channels and just, you know, and even direct, you know, the people to, you know, have like a little 60 or 30-second trailer for your upload on the other one that's not about, you know, flat earth or whatever. You know, like if you want to still promote it on your channel that has more subscribers. Like it would just, it's not that, you know, not that hard. Pretty easy. You know.
That's right.
I just look at things, you know, in a simple form. Like that's the kicker for me because you know there's a large amount of people that will immediately be turned away by just the sight of that, and you could quite easily, just have two channels. I mean, like I said, you know, make a little.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, I actually have two channels because I have another channel where my focus is talking about the occult and magic, and I'm like, that doesn't really jive with my typical videos. And I split the channel for that reason, for marketing reasons. So what Eric DeBay did, bad taste, yeah, definitely, but it's also just bad marketing, bad messaging.
Right. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's bad mess because I believe that this is a catalyst for, you know, I don't know, man, a spiritual awakening, honestly, a real awareness of our connection, a reconnecting, like, you know, if anything, I don't know, man. I guess I dream big.
You know, I look at it as a new enlightenment because the previous enlightenment was we went from the dark ages where we were cut off, where people were generally cut off from the scientific method, classical philosophy, Aristotelian logic. Like that stuff was pretty much not it wasn't something that the average person had access to. And the printing press and this type of thing changed it. But it's like we go through these enlightenments where people suddenly have access to stuff, and then it causes dramatic changes. And the internet is a way bigger catalyst than a movable type printing press. And we haven't even begun to see catalyze. And so the internet, this instantaneous communication is so much bigger than what we've had before that, yeah, I think that flat earth, this type of a big paradigm shock could really shake things up because whereas before it was the rediscovery of the intellect, I think right now it might be a rediscovery of the spiritualized intellect. Like a rediscovery of true spirituality unfiltered by deceptions. Because heliocentrism, it's a religious deception. You know, it's not just a scientific mask, but it's a deception.
Right.
It's a spiritual deception.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Isn't DeBay like married to an Asian woman?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How can you be a white nationalist and married to
Yeah,
an
Mike, go
Asian
back to Europe, DeBay.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, you know, yeah, I wasn't gonna say it, but yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, how you pro-white but married to an Asian woman?
Well, you know.
You know. There's an explanation for that.
Is he white?
I believe so. I mean,
Well, yeah, and well, he seems to be because he pushed the channel Europe for Europeans, and that expression, you know, Europe for Europeans, that's white nationalist rhetoric. It's David Duke stuff, and David Duke's a known Jesuit, from what I've been told recently.
Really?
And so I've been suggesting, because see, the Jesuits, always used the calculated use of a scapegoat in order to distract people from themselves. And of course, they control the scapegoat as well.
David Duke, a Jesuit. No shit.
That's what I was told, and I'm looking into it because if that's the case, it would make quite a bit of sense.
It would.
I know he does talk about like white Christian America. Like he does use the terms. He never speaks about it openly, but it could be there between the lines. It wouldn't shock me. He was in the Klan, and the Ku Klux Klan's another one of these secret societies that has a quasi-Masonic origin, which could also stem from Vatican.
Absolutely.
So he's part of the network of secret societies, that's for certain. And I'm like, wow, if
I seen a video of him, and I guess he was talking about running for, what was he running for?
Governor of Louisiana or something?
Something like that. But if you look into his eyes, they're like a fucking reptilian, dude. It's kind of scared me a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, he still does. And, you know, his whole thing is all about scapegoating Jews for all the biggest atrocities in the world. He blames them for everything, even World War I, World War II. And that's been his thing. And his whole book is My Awakening. It's about this. And then he has a book blaming the Bolshevik Revolution on Jews. And so that all sounds well and good. But then when you look into the actual role the Vatican had in these events, it would seem like David Duke's job is to scapegoat in order to hide what the Vatican is actually behind. And they're part of it. It's not like they're victims. By scapegoat, I mean, they're the ones who distract the narrative away from the true originator of these things. So that's why I call it the Hydra. I say this Hydra has many different facets, but all the big shills or the big diverters, the misleaders, will point in the direction of one particular head to the exclusion of the other.
Yeah, I heard you mention.
So I'm not running cover for Zionism or anything, or anybody. I'm just saying we have to look at this from the tactical point of view. And this is an old strategy, and it's in their books. You can read about it.
Yeah, you actually addressed that. You said the Hydra has multiple heads, and Zionism happens to be one of them. So yeah, absolutely. Oh, I also saw you on Bro Sanchez earlier, man. That's cool. He's showing him some support.
You know, yeah, he has some really great content, and he did a really good video breaking down what Neil deGrasse Tyson is pushing, where he's saying it's dangerous for you not to believe in my view of science. And it's like, I can believe whatever the hell I want to believe.
That's right.
It shouldn't affect.
I can't believe these comments are being allowed by the public, and I guess by the definition of public, I do understand it's the ignorant masses, you know. You know, and it's like it's same thing like Bill Nye making the comment that parents, you know, that teach their kids creationism should be put in jail. Like to be able to even make those comments and then it be blasted across all the media, it's kind of eerie. Like it
is eerie. And if you look, turn the clock back 100 years, and this exact type of rhetoric was used in Soviet Russia. And it was basically the state-approved scientists would say, you don't agree, you're mentally ill. And then the state could seize you and throw you into a gulag. They're criminalizing thoughts. They're airing it out in the open. And that's what their goal is. It's like blasphemy laws.
Goodbye.
But you can blaspheme against the state by criticizing global warming.
Damn.
I mean, it's the truth that the flat earther is like a serious enemy of the globalists, of the world state. You're an enemy of the world state. There is no thought more destructive to what they're pushing than the fact that the globe doesn't even exist. It undermines everything. So it makes us heretics in a sense.
Yeah.
Like if you knew the truth about Christianity. Yeah.
New Age heretics.
But it's good that we have people on who are actually calling it out. I mean, Tucker Carlson called Bill Nye to a show because Bill Nye said, if you don't believe in global warming, you suffer from cognitive dissonance. And so he got called on the show, and he was made fun of and laughed at. But you know, these people they're spokesmouths for the powerful. And so Bill Nye is an actor. The other guy's an actor. But they are spokesmouths for some people who have very dark intentions when it comes to, like, you know, consolidating power. freedom's not sustainable. We got to sacrifice freedom in order to save the planet. It's a religious crusade, absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely correct. It is a religious crusade by an ancient cult that has only disguised and morphed itself into a new cosmological form of its old polytheistic cult.
Isn't it ironic though? It's like we have a Baal worship, which is the ancient name for Lord, which is the obelisk, and now they're walking around the same people they're basically the same exact people reborn today, but yeah, they're carrying around a sign with the big ball earth, and like that's when I talk about spells and correspondences. The word ball and its phonetic similarity is not a coincidence. They constantly encode these things.
I know. I use it the other way on my Instagram quite a few times, or I do it all the time just to put it in people's head when you read it. Like that's what it is. It's the ball earth. It's not the ball earth.
Yeah.
It's ball earth. It's all this. It's the same thing. It's, you're saying the same thing. It's the spell.
Yeah, they call it green language in Freemasonry. I've heard it called green language, where the same words have different meanings because of their phonetics, but only when heard by those who have the initiated interpretation to know what the double, triple meaning that they're hearing actually is. It's all ciphered, it's encoded. One of the things you do to break free from any sort of slave system is you have to understand the language of the controllers, and that's what we're exposing. When you really get down to it, those of us who are like looking into this stuff, we are self-initiated into the secrets that they've sworn to keep us from hearing about and knowing about.
Yeah.
The purpose of you've admitted to being a Mason before.
Oh yes, yes, that's right.
So, oh yeah, I did that, didn't I?
No, I mean I was into that before, but it wasn't the first type of organization I belonged to, and it was really a disappointment compared to some of the other ones because it's still pretty much exoteric. To get the inner meanings of these things, you really have to go to some of the New Age mystery schools that are more explicitly Egyptian mystery or Babylon mystery. And the one I went to was an Egyptian mystery school called the Abbey of Thelema, the Golden Dawn offshoot. And I went through that before Freemasonry. So when I went through Freemasonry and those rituals, I was like, I've already been here before. I've already made these oaths, just different nomenclature, different symbols, less veiled.
Did you learn how?
Freemasonry is very Judaized.
Did you learn how to speak
philosophy of the
backwards?
Masons is to
Did you learn how to speak backwards and spell backwards?
Magic and theory and practice. Yeah, I mean some of that. Yeah, that's some stuff that I was taught there with the Golden Dawn. Magic and Theory and Practice was one of the books I worked from.
So is it?
And yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna ask: is it true that the philosophy or it's to rebuild Solomon's temple as far as the Masons?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, King Solomon. So every Mason is a brick, and you're perfected in order to make yourself worthy to be laid up in the edifice of the temple. And so it is all about rebuilding King Solomon's temple. And I have a theory on what a lot of this stuff means as it pertains to flat earth, because you take the compass, you draw a circle, the points in the North Pole, it describes the outer boundary.
Okay.
And then you're on the level. Like it does seem to be encoded in there, but the whole point of Freemasonry is it's kind of generic. Like you could take any system and make it a metaphor for spiritual transformation. Like before it was cathedral building, it was ship building, where they used the nomenclature of shipbuilders and shipyards to encode the mysteries. It's a fascinating system, and I think people demonize it too much. They think it's purely like the same thing as like a subversive cult, but not really. It's a little antiquated, if anything.
A lot of these hoaxes that I used to see are people who got murdered. you know, they would find the number 3, 13, 33. So I would assume that a lot of these Masons do blood sacrifices and stuff like that. Is there any validity to that?
Now that's interesting, because I know what you're talking about, Ed. Well, see, Freemasonry, it's like a union, and it functions as, I guess you could say, as a secret society, but it's not a monolith. And so it's interesting. I'd have to look a little closer though, because it's too generic to, like, for example, say I saw number 33 here, or this guy had an orange vest, therefore the Masons did it.
Yeah. Okay. Because I seen I forgot the name of this man, but he was like a famous man who died. It was all over the news, and the way he died resembled how you know how the Masons take an oath. You know, if you should ever tell these secrets, you should have your tongue cut. You know,
yeah,
all that. That's kind of the way he died. He had his tongue cut out, his throat cut, his ear.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess I know what you're saying, because that is like the Colombian necktie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so what I'm suggesting is that Freemasonry itself as a structure is just like a blueprint for how pretty much all the cults run, because you'll find a Masonic structure inherent in all the big gangs and the mafias. You know, gangs have initiations.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
And so I look at it more as just a blueprint for control, and not as a specific organization, because it's all about the structure of a degree system, initiations. You have a hierarchy. And so I look at it more as just a bureaucracy that can be used for evil ends.
It's like preparatory.
Like one Mason told me, he said, "Hey, we're in the biggest gang in the world," is what he told me.
It's like preparatory.
And I'm not someone with a
for the cult, right?
Yeah.
And in a way, he's right, because as a Mason, it's just it's like an inner group of a larger whole. You know, it's just like he said, it's like a head of the Hydra, kind of. Not even really, but it is. It's just a head of the Hydra, honestly. It's part
like
of
Mormonism. If you study Mormonism, it's like Masonic Christianity, where you have your outward Christian part, but then when you're in and you're an elder, you get initiated as a Mason using Masonic oaths, but they dress it up a little bit, and then you're led into the temple. And an ex-girlfriend of mine, her dad was an elder, and he gave me a copy of a book that they studied from, The Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall.
Yeah. Yeah. We were just talking about that with Flat Earth Subgenius, Dan Falkenbach, where he was reading some from that. It talks about Pythagoras stuff too.
Oh yeah, that's right. I talked to him one night. I caught him after a show, and he was telling me he had a copy of that book. So yeah, I like it as heads of the Hydra, because people think of like Knights of Columbus, for example, is a Catholic organization, and people think that Knights of Columbus are against the Masons, but I knew Masons who are Knights of Columbus, you know, who did both.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it true you can't pray in these temples in the name of Jesus Christ?
That's an interesting one. Well, the way they pray both in the Mormon temple and in Masonic is with the arms crossed over the chest. And in the Golden Dawn we did that, but it was called the pose of Osiris slain. You know, you're Osiris with your hands crossed and your wrists crossed like an X. And in the Masonic thing, it's all Old Testament, and they have, instead of Christ, they have the Hiram Abiff story, which is like a Masonic Christ. And so I've heard it said that they don't pray to Jesus in the lodges, but the one I went to, there was one particular man who insisted on praying in the name of Jesus Christ, which I thought was bizarre, but it wasn't in the context of the ritual itself, because that's all done to the great architect.
Right.
Okay. I got one more question as far as the Masons. I'm sounding like a total douchebag for asking this. Is it true you could find, like, it could help you financially or connections?
It would, because the people get involved, but I've made better business connections through other organizations. But yeah, it is true that
Any club that has a significant amount of members is going to give you the possibility of, you know, creating monetary gain. You know,
you're vetting people when you let them in. Like, you know, the expression blackballed. When somebody's being petitioned, every
I think you cut off.
Oh.
person
I know where he was going
says
with
you
it.
shouldn't get in,
Oh,
you don't
yeah.
get in.
Yeah, one black cube and you're out. You don't get accepted.
And so, yeah, exactly. So it's like, when you're in the group, though, you know the people who are in have been vetted because they do background checks, criminal background checks. They look into your history. You have to be vouched for by a few others. So it does. You have in-group preferences that you tap into, but the loyalty still has to be earned, as in any other organization or clique. Definitely not an automatic thing. And I was pretty much an outsider to it because there's a huge generation gap. I'm like 21 years old, 22 years old at the time. And most of the people there were like 60, 70, 80,
Oh man.
all retirees. And I just didn't relate to it because, you know, here I am trying to start a career or whatever. And I'm like hanging out with a bunch of retirees.
Hey, I'll be right back, guys.
Were you the youngest one in your lodge?
What's that? Oh, yeah. Well, at the time I was, but I got a couple friends in who were younger. And for different reasons, I kind of just I was just going in as a general search for information because at the time I was investigating other groups. That was at the same time I had been involved with or was investigating, you know, Scientology and stuff. So I've always been into researching stuff, but I believe in, you know, like Hunter S. Thompson, this idea of gonzo journalism, where you can tell a story from the outside like a biographer, or you can get into the story and immerse yourself in it so you get an inside view.
Mm.
And
It
that's
is
always been
intriguing.
my approach. Yeah.
Yeah, it is intriguing. You know, it's definitely an intriguing. You know, club. Doesn't it suck how they kind of use that against you though? Like, oh, you're a Mason. You know, it's like dismissive. Like, oh, everything else you say is bullshit.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And I have encountered that, but I decided I'd just be upfront about it. Especially I figured if like eventually someone's going to piece something together, like someone found some artwork I'd done and they use that to insinuate all kinds of things. But I figured it was going to happen anyway.
No, yeah.
So I figured, well,
absolutely.
I'll get in front of it and I'll tell people, hey, I have some crappy paintings and I belong to these different groups because I was researching it.
Yeah, better to hear it from your mouth than, you know, someone else's. So
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of been my approach anyway. Just be candid because people will trust me or they won't trust me. And even the thing is, when people are looking for shills, they're going to find it regardless. And I say, don't trust me. Don't trust anybody. Just go with the information and stick to facts, not narratives. You know, you shouldn't have to trust me to pay attention to whatever points I'm trying to make. You can critically evaluate those for yourself.
I mean, I went to a Catholic school growing up. Is that going to discredit everything else that I think? Because I was taught by a bunch of Catholics, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, like in the 60s, it wasn't the Masonic scare. It was like people were afraid of, like when JFK was running for president, there was a lot of people saying, oh, this is part of the Pope trying to take over. And there was a lot of propaganda being distributed on the streets that the Jesuits were taking over the White House through JFK. And so when the Catholics first, I mean, every new group or every group, they all have their time, I guess, as scapegoats or whatever. But for some reason, Masons are an easy and convenient target. And it's a good target to have. And it's very blatant and you can see it. But I think people need to look deeper still and also study or look into the other groups that are all part of this bigger, broader system. It's an army against us. You know, it's like I say, it's a hydra. It's got so many different facets.
Yeah, you pretty much know it in the head with that, man. Because, you know, some people would always argue it's the Jews, it's the Jesuits, it's the Masons. And it's a collaborative kind of thing. Like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so limiting anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also like I was doing some research, like deep research on the Jesuits and how they function. And I've read their oaths, I've read their histories and how they operate. And it was pretty clear to me that, you know, if you see that, it's like there's this old expression, you know who's really in charge when you see who you can't criticize. And people use that to claim that the Jews are in charge. And it's like, no, Jews are criticized all the time. Israel's constantly criticized.
Yep.
What you never hear being criticized is the Jesuits. That's not something you hear as often as you should. There's a few channels out there.
Yeah, no one ever brings up the Black Pope or anything. Yeah, you're absolutely
Right, exactly.
And it's funny looking back into the history of the Jesuits. I thought it started off as a religion, but it was actually an army.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's an army. And see, I have an older great grandfather who's a Jesuit.
Okay.
And I didn't see at the time. I knew it as a kid. I heard about it, but I heard of it as Society of Jesus. And so it's kind of interesting to run into this stuff again, because in my family there's all kinds of people who are all Knights of Columbus, and in their oaths they swear to defend the papacy, the Pope, against Protestants and Masons.
Yep.
And so when I was getting into Freemasonry, my grandfather was pissed. He was mad about it because he said, they're anti-Catholic, right?
Yeah.
He took me to the side. He was pretty upset about it because he was coming from a lineage of Jesuits and Knights of Columbus and stuff. And then when I get into the group, I find out that it's actually not like that. Now, they are still segregated in other ways, which I think is really kind of a bizarre thing.
It's funny you bring that up because some people believe Hitler was a Jesuit puppet, right? And
Yeah, that's right.
we all know he was getting rid of Masonic temples.
He was. Yeah. You don't see him. You see him there paying homage. That's all you need to see. That's all you need to see. There's no conjecture needed to be made.
Yeah, and he was supposedly getting rid of Masonic temples. So that's kind of interesting that you bring that up, Tim. He banned Masonry from Germany.
He also had a Mason on his cabinet of men. So again, it's all an act. It's all a paradigm that's been constructed to perform a certain agenda. So if they need to, use their own, they eat their own. It's.
Yeah. So Tim, in your opinion, what was Hitler? Was he, a free man that just somehow got power, or was he a puppet?
See, I've read some of these books like Spear of Destiny that have these interesting concepts attached to it. I've read some other stuff, but I think he may have been a puppet in a sense, and I think this because I studied this other character named Jose Consuelo, who was the guy who came up with this notion of the cosmic race, and he wanted to do in Mexico idea where he wanted to kill off all the indigenous people because he believed in this cosmic race which was post-Aryan. And so if you ever heard of like La Raza, that movement, the concept of La Raza came from this guy who was a Nazi, and he published his book in 1925 called La Raza Cosmica. But anyway, this whole book is about this idea of evolving the human race through various ages and how there's this necessary purification to reach this perfect stage. But anyway, the fact that this particular worldview, this came out of the same ones who invented what Hitler was doing, it seemed to me that like Hitler's Mein Kampf and all that may have been dictated to him or handed to him. It may have been a playbook that he was given. Like, I don't know if he actually originated all that stuff.
Yes, the way some of the wording is, I've seen convincing arguments to say that he had a Jesuit handler, basically.
Yeah, a handler. In other words, a handler. And in that book, there's some, like, was it Eckhart, the guy Dietrich Eckhart, whatever, like his connection to the Thule Society and these other secret occult groups or whatever. There's suggestions there of some stuff, but when you actually look into it, it's probably all controlled by the same head. It's all part of the same beast. Like North Korea, what's up with that? With all the obelisks and the sun worship. I'm like, wait, we have like this Korean pharaoh now?
It's like hint, hint.
Yeah, and he's praying to the same obelisk that the Pope prays to. So I'm like, well, who's a big puppet? Who's a big string puller? I don't know. I just see that it's a big system. It's a big beast. And it all operates in the same way in all its various jurisdictions.
It's definitely an overwhelming power these days. They definitely have their sticky little octopus tentacles in everything.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
There's this channel, Sun. I think it's called Son of Saturn. There's a really good channel on here that really does a lot to explain. There's a lot of confusion when we talk about sun worship. And like, you see, here's something that Eric Dubay has done is he has, in some of his videos, he says that the Masons worship the obelisk, which is Lucifer. And that's where he ends with it. And the problem with that is the obelisk isn't the devil. It's not Lucifer. It's Horus. It's Apollo. It's Osiris. It's the sun god.
It's Ra.
And the reason why that distinction is important is that, yeah, exactly. Like, if you just say it's the devil, you miss the point. You miss the whole polytheistic system, which is way bigger than just one figure. And when the elite say Lucifer, they're actually referring to the goddess Venus, which is another thing people get wrong. But Saturn, which is the part that confused me at first, Saturn was once worshipped as the sun. The sun god was
exactly. Yes, that is precisely correct. So what you're looking
and it's
at,
encoded.
You're
Encoded.
yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. You're right. Go ahead.
Well, Jesus, like you have the wine, the bread, and the fish. He turns the loaf of bread into like 1,000 pieces of bread, and the fish. Well, the fish comes from when Dagon was the sun god. The bread comes from Saturn, the god of the harvest, is the sun god, and the wine is from Dionysus or Bacchus as the wine god, who is a sun god. So yeah, they've had this system of how it's just kind of it's hard to describe until I started really looking into Santos Bonacci, where he talked about how the sun god would have different names at different parts of the day. So when it's rising, it's Horus rising. When it's high up above, it would be Ra. When it's setting, it's Set. And then underneath, when the sun is in the underworld at night, that would be Osiris. And then it's reborn again as Horus. So the sun has different names depending on where it is in the day.
Yeah.
Different aspects.
That's when they merged Amun-Ra.
Kind of like the moon. The moon goddess has a crone when it's waning. Then when it's waxing, it's the maiden. So it's like the goddess is the old goddess, then she's the pregnant one, then she's the virginal maiden. So there's different aspects of the moon goddess. So she's always shown with 3 faces.
Well, yeah. And I think it's important. I think you kind of flew right past that, but I think it is important to realize that the sun cult is really
Y'all still